Show Me a Stand-In Husband. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. This book is dedicated to Nancy. Thank you for your compassion and your support. Prologue. Aurora wouldn't admit it to anyone, but flying always tied her stomach in knots. Okay, maybe being in the air wasn't the only reason she had a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. Against her better judgment, she was considering getting married. Again. How crazy was that? Her fingers tightened around the handle at a shake of turbulence. Ari placed his hand on hers. It's gonna be all right, babe. She wasn't sure whether her boyfriend talked about the turbulence or the wedding or both. The flight attendant announced their descent, so she popped a stick of mint bubble gum in her mouth. Then she braced herself for her ears to clog up, enthusiastic chewing or not. Despite her lack of affection for flying, she'd agreed to the trip to Las Vegas, where he was giving one of the band's last concerts. She stood by her boyfriends and supported them. Well, while they were her boyfriends, and so far, Ari lasted longer than others. His easy charm drew her in, and he was fun to be around and generous. He paid for her cousin's trip to Las Vegas and would gladly pay for her entire family if she'd requested it. But her family weren't his fans, so she'd shock them later. The wedding might be one of Ari's worst ideas yet, though on some level she understood his proposal's twisted logic. His agents found him some amazing movie roles, even though Ari's music career was going nowhere fast. But to get them, Ari needed to clean up his act. So, miracle of miracles, Ari did, in several senses. He stopped drinking and didn't get into any bar fights simply because he didn't frequent the bars any longer. He shaved off his beard, cut his long jet black hair, removed all the piercing, and changed his wardrobe from leather jackets and pants to cotton shirts and black jeans. Quite shocking, if one asked her. She barely recognized him when they met up at the airport. So marriage was supposed to be a cherry on top of the makeover. Aurora had laughed when he'd proposed to her. Her, getting married again? Yes, it would stop her overbearing family from bugging her to settle down. Once they got over the shock of who she married. But it was ridiculous. She didn't believe in fairy tale weddings and true love. She learned her lesson well the first time. Babe, you know I love you. He looked into her eyes now as she read his lips rather than heard the words. He was known for falling in love easily and not being serious. Yet her heart swelled when he looked at her like this. As her heartbeat increased, she did feel something for the proverbial tall, dark, and handsome man with an enigmatic gaze, a man who made many female fans scream. Was it love, though? Noise in her head bothered her. Her mouth went dry, and nausea increased. She grimaced. In her life, she'd only drank alcohol twice. Today was the second time, just one glass of white wine to calm her nerves. Obviously, a bad idea. She got the side effects without getting the benefits. Here. He handed her a round white pill. This should help you feel better. Having him notice her discomfort warmed her, but she shook her head. She knew better than to mix medicine with alcohol. No thank you. Come on. I wouldn't give you anything bad. It's over the counter. I'm going to take one myself. He proceeded to do just that, flushing it down with bottled water. Many meds are incompatible with alcohol. Her eyes narrowed. Not this one. He winked. It's totally safe. Trust me. The headache increased, threatening to become a migraine. Oh, and she was about to meet Ari's uptight twin, who was a doctor. Just like her ex-husband. Now she wanted to throw up. She sighed. Okay, just one. The headache lifted, and she felt lighter. Her stomach settled, and her mood improved. So what if her mind became a bit foggy? Or if she staggered when the plane landed and she got out of her seat? Her fabulous cousin's electric blue eyes widened as she held Aurora up. "Are you all right?" Thankfully, Jenna's pregnancy was going much better now, and her doctor had cleared her for air travel. Totally. Aurora even heard herself laugh as she left the plane. She smiled as his exuberant band members greeted them in the airport. Normally, she'd bristle when a whiff of whiskey reached her. But she felt too light, too carefree now. With a skip in her step, who cared if her balance was off kilter? Must be the jet lag, plus skipping meals due to nausea. "Are you okay?" Jenna asked again, those electric eyes narrowing and zapping with too much energy. "Yup. Better than fine. Euphoric, really." His brother's flight was delayed, and her spirits lifted further. She dozed off in the taxi, and when it stopped, she looked up at Ari. "Where are we?" "Getting our marriage license." He ducked his head, his well-honed voice unusually sheepish. "What?" She sat up straight. "I didn't say yes. But you didn't refuse either. Your life isn't going to change. You'll have the freedom to do anything you want. Anytime." He held her hand, his eyes imploring. "You can stay at the ranch." She'd never seen him like this. That career change must mean a lot to him. And maybe he did have feelings for her. "Why me?" "Plenty of your female fans would fall over themselves to be married to you." "Because I trust you." Jenna turned from the front seat. "Aurora, let's fly back right now." Aurora did her best to think. Oh, her head was foggy. Thinking hurt too much. Besides, what did she have to lose? "Okay. Okay to fly back?" Jenna gave an encouraging nod, reaching one hand out to grasp Aurora's. An image of her ex-husband flashed in Aurora's mind. All his betrayals, all his lies. Yet he'd held a part of her heart. Well, this proved she was over him. Besides, what other man would give her carte blanche to do anything she wanted? No, to get married, she heard herself saying. Yes. Ari hugged her. "You won't regret it." Everything else passed in a blur, even meeting his brother in the hotel, who did look amazingly like Ari. They separated to get dressed and for Aurora to do her hair, which pretty much just meant brushing her long curls without breaking the brush. Aurora didn't pack a wedding dress, not that she'd had one to start with. Thankfully, Jenna, a whiz with a needle and thread, grudgingly made a wrap mini dress out of her own cream-colored dress. Aurora paired it with white cowboy boots and a matching cowboy hat. "I still think you're making a mistake," Jenna said as a taxi whisked them to the chapel. Jenna was a vision in a shimmering silvery dress that left her shoulders bare and matching gloves that reached her elbows. Aurora shrugged, craving silence and oblivion. "I've made a lot of them. One more won't affect the count." Fogginess increased in the small chapel when she walked down the aisle. One of Ari's band members helped him to the altar, and Aurora cringed. Had he taken more of those pills, or was he drunk? He'd told her he'd given up alcohol, but he looked pale, his gaze somewhat vacant. He was leaning on the best man who wasn't standing upright either. She edged toward them and drew in a deep breath. No, he didn't smell of alcohol, and besides, drunken weddings weren't allowed, that's why most of his band wasn't allowed to the ceremony. He looked handsome in a black suit, and the 5 o'clock stubble suited him. He must have changed his cologne because he smelled different, like pine tar. A memory niggled. She remembered that scent from today. Oh, yeah, he must have borrowed it from his boring brother. The twin didn't even bother to show up for the wedding. But then it was probably for the best, because her nausea would have returned. Bad enough that his personality and profession reminded her so much of her ex, she'd seen disapproval in his eyes. Who was he, really, to disapprove of her? Just because he was a doctor, he thought he could look down on her. Huh. She'd show him. Another thought drifted through the mental fog. Had she agreed to the wedding because she'd wanted to show what she'd achieved to that snobbish twin, prove herself to him? No, that would be ridiculous. A slight elbow nudge from the left jarred her to look at Jenna. What? Time for you to say I do, she whispered. Unless you want to leave. Which I'd understand and support. Right. I do. I mean, I will. She caught Jenna's quizzical glance. I'll get married. The unusual floating feeling returned. She shouldn't have taken that pill. Or that glass of wine on the airplane. Or skipped meals. But then, like she'd said, she'd made a lot of mistakes in her life. One of them might be standing by her right now, and she didn't mean Jenna. I now pronounce you man and wife. What? Aurora winced at the finality of the words. Strange, her new husband who'd acted so affectionate on the plane, just stumbled outside the chapel now. He didn't even bother to kiss her. This was beyond weird. Oh no. No, no, no. Did he take narcotics? Was that what those pills were? How silly she was. She rushed after him as much as her dizziness allowed, which wasn't fast at all. She'd fall halfway if Jenna didn't support her. This is it, Jenna said. You're not right. I'm taking you to the doctor. I should have already. Aurora snorted. Doctor? No thanks. She stumbled on her husband, outside. Man, he looked sick. 2 of his band members flanked him now. He'd taken too many of those miracle pills. He'd given up drinking, all right, but he'd substituted it with a different addiction. Fresh air gave her some clarity, though not much. Her heart dropped to the asphalt. What had she done? What was she thinking? Then the dizziness increased. Was she looking at? Ari was getting out of a taxi, dressed in a white shirt and black jeans. Babe. I fell asleep. But we still have time, right, gorgeous? She gasped as she looked from one man to the other. So did Ari's band members. Dude, what just happened? Ignoring their different clothes, the 2 men looked completely alike. Images of the bridegroom flashed in her mind. How did she miss it? The man didn't just smell differently. He didn't have the birthmark on the neck Ari did, and his gait was different. If not for the jet lag and the wine and that pill, she'd have noticed it earlier. This couldn't be happening. You're Ari, right? She sounded ridiculous as the man who'd left the taxi approached her. Apparently, he didn't see his identical copy yet. Babe, no more pills for you. Of course, I am. The one and only. Your fiancé. He grinned as he sauntered to her. How many times has she asked him not to call her babe? But that wasn't the point. The point was. She knew the answer to the question, but still asked, if you're Ari, then who did I just marry? Chapter 1. Shame and shock filtered through Carter McFarland's mental fog, knotting his stomach. How? What? How could he let this happen? He was a doctor. He should have known better than to take all those painkillers, enough to affect his judgment this much. He should have gotten that surgery once and for all to help with the pain instead of being dependent on pills that could lead to such a disaster. Now, after a cold shower to restore his senses, he was nursing his second cup of coffee in the hotel restaurant while sitting opposite his new wife, Gasp, as well as his twin, Ari, and Aurora's friend/cousin/maid of honor. Suppressing a grimace, he took another sip of bitter hot liquid. He didn't even like coffee. He didn't like his wife, another gasp either. From what Ari said about her, Aurora Moore was as wild as his brother, and one dosage of that in the family was enough, thank you very much. But though things had changed since Ari's betrayal, Carter did love his brother once upon a time, never mind that Ari made it difficult with crazy behavior. As often among identical twins, they were copies of each other in appearance but opposites in character. Carter was the responsible, even-headed one. Now, for once, Carter was the one with the crazy behavior. How could he be out of it enough to get married? To a person he'd just met. It would take more than 2 cups of coffee to wrap his mind around it. It's no big deal. Ari waved, sounding breezy and self-assured, as always. You'll just get an annulment. And then you and I can get married, babe. He wrapped an arm around Aurora's shoulder. Everything was easy in Ari's world since someone else usually solved all his issues. Carter squeezed his teeth. This time though, he couldn't blame his brother for getting them into this mess. This was all Carter's doing, and he was a man to take responsibility for his actions. Frowning, Aurora shifted away from Ari. I told you many times, don't call me babe. And I still haven't forgiven you for giving me those pills. Neither have I. Her cousin Jenna's electric blue eyes shot sparks. Weren't people supposed to stay back 33 feet from malfunctioning power lines? Eyes like that warned his brother to back away, and Carter almost smiled. Hard not to like that woman. I'm sorry this happened. He rubbed the back of his neck. His painkiller excuse was lame, but he didn't have a better one. I agree. An annulment will be the way to go. We can state a lack of understanding as the grounds for it. I don't know how they didn't stop the ceremony, since my judgment was clearly impaired. Right. Guilt sliced him, then danced the tango with pain in his back. Good job taking responsibility for his actions. Aurora's eyes narrowed. Did she think he had an addiction like his brother? He bristled. Why would it matter? He studied the woman he, a shocker, had married. Expressive brown eyes peered out from an exotic cut, an unruly mane of black curls flowed under a cowboy hat pushed down her back, and olive skin, from either heritage or being out in the sun or both, glowed in a smooth-as-glass complexion. Large hoop earrings and a matching bangle. He almost snorted. If not for the cowgirl attire, she'd resemble a gypsy. Overall, she wasn't a woman a man would pass in a crowd without looking back. Even if she might as well have worn a t-shirt stamped with "Proceed at your own risk." Challenge gleamed in her eyes, and a rebellious streak raised her chin. As a single father, he wouldn't choose such a woman to be a mother for his son. That was if he'd been looking for one, which he wasn't. The thought of Jackson was like sunshine among clouds, and tenderness warmed him better than the Las Vegas sun could. Jackson was why Carter didn't get that surgery yet and had scheduled it as far away as he could. While the chance of complications, or worse, wasn't high, it was there. And no matter how wonderful Carter's grandma was, at her age she couldn't take care of the boy full-time. His gut tightened. He'd still have to make a decision soon. Aurora slapped her palm on the table, making her empty coffee cup tremble in its saucer. Then we're all in agreement. Let's get an annulment. Ari grinned as he got up. His leather jacket hung open over a bare torso and matching leather pants, a contrast to Carter's black slacks and fresh shirt. Awesome. I'll go with you, or you might marry someone else afterward, before my concert. She rolled her eyes. Seriously? His brother lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. Hey, just looking out for my babe. Ignoring the pain, Carter got up and raised his cup to his lips. He might as well drain it. He needed the energy supply and a clear head. Really? Aurora's lips thinned as she rose. How many times did I tell you? Look, it's Ari. A company of young women rushed to Ari, pushing Carter out of the way. Usually, Carter had a good balance. Emphasis on usually. He tried to right himself, and he did, but coffee sloshed onto Aurora's Wrangler's shirt. The women, oblivious to everything, surrounded Ari, gushing and asking for autographs. Ari grinned, chatting them up and lapping up the attention. Meanwhile, a dark stain spread over Aurora's front. Just great. Heat crept up Carter's neck as he tried to blot the coffee with a napkin without touching any parts he, shouldn't touch. As Aurora swatted his hand away, he apologized for the second time in a row, a personal record. I'll help you with that. Jenna gathered more napkins. Cool and collected in a fashionable pantsuit, she looked like such fiascos never happened to her. Today clearly wasn't Carter's day. Aurora smiled, her expression surprisingly genuine. It's no big deal. Thankfully, the coffee wasn't that hot. I grew up with 4 brothers, so way worse things have happened to me. I'll just go and change. Shall we meet in the courthouse in about an hour to present our case? Carter sent her a grateful glance, then gave instructions to Ari, who seemed to listen with half an ear, more focused on those excited gushing fans. Then Carter headed to his hotel room. He might as well pack his bags and check out. He missed his son already, hated having gone on the trip without him. But uncle or not, Ari wasn't the best influence. Well, considering that Carter had taken advantage of being on his own and downed too many pain pills, right now he wasn't the best influence either. He was zipping up his suitcase when his phone rang. He fished it out of his pocket, glanced at the contact, and smiled. Then he swiped the screen to answer. "Hello, Grandma. We had an complication. But I hope to see you and Jackson tonight. Can you make it sooner?" Her voice trembled. "I had to take him to the emergency room." He nearly dropped his phone. "What?" "Yes, of course. I'll change flights." "What happened?" "Just a fall on the playground, but I'm worried." "You did right taking him to the ER and calling me." His hand fisted around the phone, and his heart contracted as if gripped in a painful fist, too. He prayed for his son, then for a cancellation so he could switch flights. He changed to headphones so he could walk and still talk to Grandma. And his mind raced as he snatched his bag and rushed to the elevator, then downstairs. As much as his grandmother tried to calm him as a doctor, he was quick to calculate the worst-case scenario. He had too much experience with how many things could go wrong. As soon as he disconnected, he managed to change the flight back to Springfield in the show-me state. Then he called Ari. Carter would have called Aurora, but he didn't have her phone number. Well, surely, she'd understand the well-being of a little boy was more important than paperwork. Ari didn't answer, and Carter groaned as he bolted to his brother's room. The knock on the door went unanswered, so he clenched his teeth and hurried downstairs. He checked one of Ari's favorite places, the bar, but his twin wasn't there. That might be a good thing. Maybe Ari was serious about his promise to give up drinking. He'd seemed to substitute that habit with taking suspicious pills, but Carter was no one to judge there. He called his brother again on the way to the rental car and left a voicemail with the request to pass the information to Aurora. He turned the key in the ignition and took off, burning rubber. He might be making a bigger mess of things right now by taking off, but his son was his priority. Please, Lord, help my boy be okay. Chapter 2. Aurora glared at her watch as she paced the tiled floor. "We've been here for an hour." "An hour? Where is he?" "Are you asking me or your watch?" Ari had the audacity to tease. Irritation fizzing to the surface like a shook-up soda, she looked up. "Do you want me to answer that question?" "Hey, I'm not his secretary." Ari spread his arms. Carter wasn't in his room. After some, persuasion, the pretty clerk told me he checked out. "Oh, hold on. Let me check my phone." He reached into his pocket. She resisted the urge to pull on her voluminous hair. Shouldn't he have checked it already? Huh. Ari slipped back into his pocket. He took an early flight home. I didn't catch the rest. You've got to be kidding me, Jenna muttered under her breath. Aurora shared her cousin's sentiments. She threw her shoulders back. Great. Well, I'm going to file anyway and request the paperwork to be delivered to him. Ari smirked. Good thing I know his address. He rattled it off. She raked her fingers through her hair, pulling it just enough to feel the blood flowing to her scalp, if not her brain. Then I'll go to his place to make sure it's taken care of. I'm not going to stay married to a man I don't care for even a day longer than necessary. I'd go with you, but I have a concert. Ari always had his priorities straight. Once she put her mind to it, she'd get the things pushed through. I wish you great success. I'd be in the audience, but this married woman has things to take care of first. She studied Ari as she thought about those pills he'd given her, claiming they were innocent. She wasn't gullible, but she'd believed her ex and her father, two men who'd betrayed her trust. Ari betrayed her trust, too. You know what? Let's make it easy for each other. Let's go our separate ways. Ari's jaw dropped. What? You're breaking up with me? That must be a first in his life. She patted the leather part of his jacket. As a rancher, she shouldn't complain, but she'd never wear leather or fur. You'll find plenty of women to comfort you. She let Ari recover from shock as she marched forward. The decision felt good. Now she needed to take care of the rest of the mess she'd found herself in. Fine, she'd gotten into plenty of mischief as a child and a teen, but getting married to the wrong guy took the cake. Preferably, cheesecake. After filing the paperwork and returning to Missouri, Aurora made sure Jenna got home safely and into her husband's loving arms. Something shifted in Aurora as she drove from the ranch in her car. All of her cousins and nearly all her siblings had found marital bliss. Aurora had found a marital disaster once, with a doctor, as well, and didn't want to repeat it. Oh, oops. Too late. She'd already repeated it, but at least she had the chance to correct it fast. Like she'd expected, Carter lived in an affluent neighborhood. After double-checking the address, she parked before a 2-story stucco house. A tree swing dangled from a sycamore towering over the rolling front lawn, both tree and swing swaying in the breeze. Just beyond its shadow was that, a small basketball court? Did he have children? If he'd been married, he'd have mentioned that little detail, because marrying her would make him a bigamist. Then again, he'd been out of it enough to marry a woman he'd never met before, so there was no saying. Seriously, how did this guy even manage to become a doctor? She stifled her irritation as she sprinted up the porch. Fine, she might have been prejudiced against the man based on his profession. After ringing the doorbell, she pondered what she knew of the guy. Black hair, dark eyes, chiseled features, a muscular frame. If not for him looking down on her, she might have found the guy attractive, just as she, and thousands of other women, found his identical twin brother handsome. Anyway, she liked her boyfriend's laid-back, easygoing, and connected to music. Not uptight and haughty doctors. She rang the doorbell again, then knocked on the door, irritation rising. Was he avoiding her? The new wife, by mistake? Well, the audacity. Starting to fume, she knocked on the door, as much to take out some anger as for the sound effect. The door flung open, and Aurora stumbled inside. Thankfully, she didn't knock down the older woman who opened the door. Aurora caught herself before she planted face first on the carpet. I was about to say come in, but I see you already did. The woman smiled brightly. What are you selling, or are you here to talk about religion? The ends of her white hair were dipped in turquoise, but Aurora was no stranger to weird hair colors. As the petite hostess wiped her hands on the apron over her jeans and a t-shirt, kindness shone in her twinkly blue eyes. Neither. What was the best way to explain the situation? I'm looking for Carter McFarland. I'm his newlywed wife, she was about to say by accident, but she didn't get a chance. The woman squealed and threw her short arms around Aurora. Finally. He listened to me. Welcome to the family. With a family like hers, Aurora was no stranger to exuberant hugs, though it would take 2, no, 3, of this lady to make one mama. Guilt swirled through the warmth rising inside Aurora. It kind of felt nice to be welcomed like this. But she needed to explain things, so she eased back. Well, you see, we just got married in Vegas. Waving a hand, the woman sked. Not good enough. You'll need to get married through the church, but we'll think about this later. Don't you worry. Grandma will help you with everything. She snatched Aurora's hand and led her into a spacious living room where she gestured for Aurora to sit on the sofa. As Aurora obliged, she calculated the woman's age. Dare she shock her with the unpleasant annulment news? I had my children very young, and so did my daughter. So I'm old but not ancient, the woman answered an unasked question. Then her eyes misted. You must be a very kind and brave woman. Huh? Aurora's mouth slid open. Okay, she considered herself brave and mostly kind, especially when she had to deal with farm animals instead of people, but what was she being praised for right now? She learned the hard way that every family had secrets. She might have stumbled not only inside the house, but also upon one of the secrets. First of all, she needed to clear the air and the confusion. Thank you for the compliment, but I need to say that. The woman's phone rang on the coffee table, and she lifted a finger. Hold that thought. This is my grandson, calling from the hospital. Hospital? Aurora's eyebrows shot up, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Did something happen to Carter? Oh, oops. He was a doctor. He'd probably gone to the hospital to work. Phew. Air whooshed out of her lungs. While waiting, she looked around. She'd expected a museum-type room with expensive electronics and furniture, and there was some of that, yes. But there were also a lot of toys and a funky-looking sofa and armchair. Instead of paintings, a child's drawings decorated the walls. The tables and chairs had rounded edges, and the carpet was thick and soft. Nothing readily breakable was in sight. The room seemed designed to accommodate a child instead of to impress adults, and she could respect that. One wall contained floor-to-ceiling bookshelves with lots of medical volumes, but also plenty of children's books and, surprisingly, music tutorials. For drums. She couldn't imagine Carter playing drums, much less with a plush tiger, so there must be a child somewhere. One bright green sneaker bookended the children's books on a shelf while another perched near the funky round emerald green armchair, further confirming her guess. Everything was quiet, though. Maybe he shared custody. Aurora imagined his type would be as uptight and haughty as he was. Not that she cared about his type or that she wasn't it. She raised her chin. Not at all. His grandmother disconnected. Well, he said they'd have to keep Jackson overnight for observation because he's a minor, but the prognosis is good. Jackson? The older woman blinked. His son. He didn't tell you? Aurora winced. So that was Carter's reason for leaving. While she'd have appreciated a warning, rushing to their son's or daughter's aid was what any parent should do. And a child in the hospital constituted an emergency. She'd have done the same for any of her nieces or nephews. No, finally, Aurora would have the chance to tell her story. She scooted to the edge of the comfy cushion and took a deep breath filled with the scent of pancakes, a homey aroma that seemed to hug her the way Carter's grandma had. Then you'll have a chance to meet him today. The unflappable woman leaped to her feet with too much agility for her age. I came home to make Jackson's favorite pancakes. You can take them to my boys at the hospital. Boys? Carter has another son? You youngsters really need to talk more before marriage. You could be raising 10 children right now. No, I call my grandson my boy, too. Doesn't matter how old he gets. And you're my girl now. The woman left in the direction of what must be the kitchen. Well, Aurora hadn't been called my girl in a long time. She liked his grandma already. Too bad Aurora couldn't adopt her without getting the rest of the family. Aurora had never been a pushover. Yet she found herself on the way to the hospital minutes later, a large pancake container riding shotgun and restrained with a seat belt. Go figure. Her thoughts turned to her now former boyfriend. She searched for regret and found none. She didn't love Ari, after all. As for the attraction, she valued character qualities and the way the person treated her and others more than she valued their appearance. She wouldn't put up with him deceiving her about the pills. She stopped at a traffic light. Okay, her stomach clenched now, but she had a feeling the sadness would be gone in a few days. Except for the one that had broken her heart, she never dwelled on her past relationships. Once she parked, it took her some time to find the room Jackson was in. That was when being married to the boy's father came in handy. The nurse gave Aurora the information without giving her hassle. Aurora strode down a hall, smelling of antiseptics, with a faint addition of stale coffee that reminded her of her hospital stay after her recent accident, making her grimace. Only by God's grace had she escaped any lasting consequences from her recklessness. She checked the room numbers as she passed them and stopped near the right one. The door was open, and she could see inside. Then she stilled at the sight. She wasn't an artist, couldn't draw to save her life, but at that moment, she wished she had the skills. One of the beds was empty, and a boy was asleep on the other one. Carter was watching him with so much tenderness that her heart squeezed. Wistfulness softened his expression, too. Since many of her brothers and cousins used to be single fathers, she'd seen firsthand how difficult it was to raise a child on one's own. Admiration stirred her heart, along with maternal instincts. She'd dreamed of being a mother, but she'd had to settle for being an aunt, staying outside and looking in. Like she was doing now. She marched into the room. Carter's eyebrows shot up when he saw her. "Your grandma sent me with pancakes," she whispered so as not to wake up Jackson. That sounded weird even to her own ears. She placed the container on the small rolling cart and gestured for him to step outside. He followed her to the hall. "Thank you for bringing pancakes." His dark eyes were as mesmerizing as his brother's, but softer and kinder. And a few greenish flecks glittered in them. When his gaze lingered on her face, her heart fluttered. She had no business noticing his eyes, so she spoke gruffer than she'd intended. "I filed the paperwork for our annulment. You should receive it soon." His eyes dulled, became guarded. "I'll do my part." She was about to ask how Jackson was when a sleepy voice reached them. "Dad." He rushed inside. She stayed in the hall, looking in again. She should leave. Her job here was done. No, she was raised better than that. She should at least offer to bring Carter something to drink and to eat, well, other than the pancakes for his son. Whenever one of her family members had been in the hospital, her large family would gather there, supporting each other. Nearly half of their small town would show up as well. It wasn't fair that Carter had to do it on his own. She pulled her shoulders back and returned to the room. Jackson looked up from the stack of blueberry pancakes, their aroma a welcome change from the hospital smells, and they were disappearing fast, which should be a good sign. "Who are you?" Good question. She shifted from one foot to the other. "Well, see, your dad and I got married today, but," once again, she didn't get a chance to add by mistake. "Oh, so you're my new mom." Jackson yawned, pushed the plate aside, and settled back against the pillows. With his jaw slackening and his eyes closing, he looked so sleepy. In fact, he might already be falling asleep. She stared. That he'd gone right back to sleep probably meant he was sedated. She'd expect way more excitement from a boy who'd just learned he'd gained a brand new mom. But she shouldn't wake him to give her explanation, should she? So she spread her hands to Carter. "Oops. It's okay." Then his lips curved up. This was the first time she saw him smile. It softened the hard angles of his handsome face. That didn't explain why her pulse spiked, though. Well, she could leave him to explain everything when Jackson woke up. After all, this mess was more his fault than hers. She'd gone to the chapel to get married. Not noticing she was marrying an identical twin could be excused. What about him? He had no legitimate excuse/explanation for his part in this mishap. Still, she hooked her hands together and rolled the tension from her neck. "Would you like me to bring you something to drink or eat?" His captivating eyes drew her in, made it difficult to look away. She gave herself a mental headshake. What was wrong with her? Just because he looked like a guy she'd once been attracted to didn't mean she had to swoon over him. I'm good. But thank you. She shifted from one foot to the other. She should offer support, but she wasn't great at emotional stuff. Which was fine because she was great at many other things. Their gazes held for longer than necessary before he looked away, and his expression hardened. Her sense of loss didn't make sense. She should hightail it before things got weirder, and they were weird enough already. I hope Jackson feels better soon. Bye. She turned and left without waiting for his response. His footfalls behind her gave her an unexpected jolt of joy. When she whirled around, she came too close to him. Enough to smell his intoxicating cologne. Enough to see those greenish specks in his eyes again. Enough to make her heartbeat pick up speed. A little closer, and she'd be able to feel his breath on her cheek. But she wasn't the kind of person to step back. Apparently, neither was he. We got off on the wrong foot. You surprised me. That made two of them. Maybe I misjudged you, too. I thought you looked down on me. His jaw slackened. What? No. More footfalls in the hall made her jerk her head in that direction. A nurse hurried into one of the rooms, and then. This time, Aurora's jaw slackened. 4 people hurried down the hall to them. One of them was Carter's grandmother, plus 2 women who were probably her sisters, based on their likeness in features. Then a man in slacks and a t-shirt whose gray hair and features similar to Carter's hinted he might be the twins' father. According to Ari, his father was uptight and strict, and Ari was in no hurry to introduce them. She'd be better off leaving now. Carter would receive plenty of family support, by the looks of it. I should go. She was about to give the newcomers a wide berth when her escape was halted. May I introduce all of you to my granddaughter-in-law? Carter's grandmother boasted. Oh. Chapter 3. For some time, Aurora was hugged, squeezed, and passed from one person to another. If they didn't have to talk in hushed tones due to being in the hospital, there'd probably be some squealing, too. She felt like the heroine in one of those romantic comedies with Sandra Bullock. Only Carter didn't have amnesia. Aurora was about to explain that she didn't deserve this welcome to the family when she glanced over at him. Don't tell them, he mouthed to her, then added a please. He must want to tell it all to them himself. That was fine with her. She'd already had a few unsuccessful attempts to explain everything. She nodded to show she understood, which earned her a grateful glance. How is Jackson doing? Grandma asked after releasing her. I talked to the doctor, Carter answered, his face lighting up, though traces of worry remained in his eyes. X-rays showed he had no fractures. His vital signs are good. They'll keep him overnight for observation to be on the safe side. He's sedated right now, routine procedure for the scan he needed. All faces brightened. Fabulous. What do you do for a living? One of Carter's grandaunts asked. Aurora tensed. I'm a cowgirl. She was also one of the ranch's co-owners, but she'd see if they accepted her without that part. Beaming, Carter's grandmother reached as though to clap before she seemed to remember the hospital setting. How exciting. I always wanted to become one. Maybe it's not too late. Oh boy. If this fragile lady fell from a horse, there could be more damages than a hip replacement. But the admiration in the woman's voice warmed Aurora's heart. Tell us something about yourself, his father asked. Carter frowned. Enough with the interrogation. We're just getting started. His father dismissed him with a wave. There was something arrogant in his eyes Aurora didn't exactly like. Since you didn't tell us anything about your new wife, or even that you were going to have a new wife, we have to go straight to the source. Aurora jumped in before the father and son had a chance to quarrel. I grew up with my 4 brothers at our family ranch. I love my family, open spaces, farm animals, good music, hearty food, and lots else. We have Italian heritage, so I've also been brought up on soccer, pizza, and gelato. Plus, I can cook a mean lasagna or pizza from scratch. She stopped waving her hands and gave a slight laugh. And, as you can see, I tend to talk with my hands when I get excited. The man brightened and slapped his son's back. You did well this time. He'd probably existed on frozen dinners and takeout before. As Jackson gets discharged tomorrow, we should make a celebratory dinner. Carter's grandmother winked at Aurora. Not to mention we should celebrate the happy event of one of my grandsons finally getting married. I'll make a bunch of finger food. How about you make that pizza? Jackson loves pizza, and chicken and onions are his favorite toppings. Oh. Aurora was supposed to be gone by tomorrow, actually, today. As she tried to come up with an excuse, she realized she didn't want to. How could she refuse to give a sick child his favorite dish? Her mama raised her better than that. Carter's gaze and hers met and held again. The silent request in his touched a spot in her she'd thought her ex had destroyed forever. Sure, she said at last. One more day in Carter's company sounded disturbingly appealing, but she'd learned the hard way that forever love didn't exist. He didn't seem the type for temporary relationships, and she still didn't know what that secret was his grandma had hinted at. She'd done her best to stay away from male doctors unless her life depended on it. Not to mention the little detail that she'd dated, nearly married, then broken up with his brother. Family dinners would be intense. This situation was more tangled up than her hair, and that was saying something. She'd have to ignore this unexpected attraction. As she fingered through a knotted curl, her heart fluttered again. Easier said than done. The next day, grateful to his family for staying with Jackson, Carter headed home to check that everything was okay before Jackson's return. Fine, he also wanted to make sure Aurora hadn't burned down the kitchen yet. One never knew. She looked like a person who could start a fire. She'd already started one inside him. Whoa. Where did that thought come from? Heat uncoiled in his gut as he opened the front door. He couldn't be attracted to his brother's girlfriend, soon-to-be wife. She would have been Ari's wife already had they all not messed up, Carter most of all. He had to respect that, even if his brother hadn't played by the rules and had stolen the heart of the only woman Carter had ever loved. Then Ari had stomped on that fragile heart, with fatal consequences. Shame and regret tightened Carter's gut, and pain writhed its familiar path along his lower back. It was tolerable now, though it would get much worse by the evening. He entered the house and stopped in his tracks. Not only the scent of dough and marinara sauce greeted him, but also an abundance of balloons and a large welcome back banner. Wow. Something good came out of this mess. Then there was the singing in the kitchen. The song seemed to be in Italian, so he couldn't understand it. But the melody was beautiful and the voice entrancing. He followed it like the call of a siren. Once in the kitchen, he blinked. Then blinked again. Spreading marinara sauce on the dough with her back to him, Aurora didn't seem to notice him coming in. In his grandmother's marmalade-hued apron over faded jeans, her raven black hair pulled back in a ponytail, Aurora looked homey and like she belonged in his kitchen with all those appliances he'd never used. Not only was she singing at the top of her lungs, but she was also dancing to her own tune. Frankly, he got a feeling she always danced to her own tune. The smooth way her shoulders and hips moved did strange things to his heart rate. He clenched his teeth. She's engaged to my brother. Not that he was in the market for romance, anyway. One epic heartbreak was enough for a lifetime. He should make his presence known, and yet her voice and dance rooted him in place. He didn't have great musical abilities, or culinary ones, for that matter, but even he could see she had talent. No wonder she found common ground with his twin, whose loyalty was always to music and rarely to people. She whirled around, and he froze, expecting her to be startled or even upset he didn't announce himself. Embarrassment turned his stomach as he stepped forward. She might even think he was some kind of a creep, watching her like that. Instead, she smiled, though regretfully stopped singing. I'm running a little behind, but the second pizza will be ready soon. Huh? He was the one who was startled now. Second pizza? You didn't have to do that. But thank you. And thank you for the decorations. No biggie. I made a small no-bake cake, too. I'd do it for my family. And we're family now. Sort of. Yeah, she was about to become his sister-in-law. Shame on you. Heat rose further, probably pinked his ears. Very kind of you. She waved off his praise and studied him as she propped her hip against the counter. Her hands flew in the air as she talked, just like during the conversation in Las Vegas. He'd found it irritating then, but then everything had irritated him at that moment. You look sad. Is Jackson okay? He perked up as he took a chair. The back pain wouldn't be so bad if he didn't have to stand up for long. He cringed inside. Once, he'd been a virile, strong man, and now it came down to this. But the main thing, Jackson was fine. Yes, and super excited to come home. Me, too, actually. I guess just all the stress of the last days. What was he saying? He wasn't usually one to complain. Right. She tilted her head. Do you dance? Huh? Rarely. I don't remember when I last danced. She did something on the cell phone she'd left on the counter. A new beautiful melody poured out, also in Italian. Then she stepped to him. Dance with me. Hot in the kitchen took on a new meaning. Before he could say no, she pulled him up, then slipped one hand into his, and placed the other one on his shoulder. He blinked. What was happening? What was he to do? Pushing her away felt wrong, especially after all the work she'd done for his son today. He made sure to keep a sensible distance between them and swayed to the music, despite a stab of guilt. It didn't matter that his brother didn't have Carter's ethics. Carter wouldn't repay him in the same coin. So, he shouldn't have pleasant tingles along his skin from her touch. Shouldn't breathe in the clean scent of her perfume. Shouldn't feel the rush of awareness. He looked away from her brown eyes and put a little more distance between them while his pulse spiked. This was wrong on so many levels. Yet he didn't remember when he'd last felt so alive. No. He had to step away. He was a man of boundaries. Just like his father. Dip me, she whispered. So much for boundaries. More as an automatic reaction, he dipped her and held, and this time, he couldn't avoid looking into her eyes. And getting lost in their chocolatey depths. Everything seemed to stop. Somehow, he managed to get to his senses and bring her back up. She looked a little flustered, too. Interesting. I need to go pick up Jackson. His voice emerged grouchier than he'd intended. She cleared her throat. Right. And I need to get this pizza in the oven. Or it won't be ready in time. Based on his still racing heart, it wasn't just the pizza that could be in trouble. Aurora's heart was still jumpy as she sang out "Welcome Home" to Jackson while holding the no-bake cake. Inviting Carter to dance and asking him to dip her was not her best idea. He'd looked so forlorn when he'd entered, and she'd thought dancing would cheer him up. Music often had that effect on her. It might have cheered him up, based on the dreamy look in his eyes, but it also wreaked havoc on her senses. The good part was she'd be leaving soon. Her rib cage constricted. Maybe not so good part. After the celebration, Carter's relatives left, and Jackson and his friends disappeared into his room to play newly gifted video games. She needed to leave too, and sadness seemed to slow her heart until everything was going in slow motion. Carter gestured to the round table and iron chairs with cheerful floral cushions on the terrace. Would you mind staying for a few minutes? Not at all. I mean, I'd love to. She followed him outside. A light breeze and warm sunlight caressed her face, and birds chirped in nearby trees and pecked at the lawn. It smelled of grass and wildflowers, reminding her of the ranch. She'd always loved those scents. He waved for her to sit down, and so she did. I tried to tell Grandma I married you in error. His brows furrowed as he rubbed the back of his neck. She wouldn't hear of it. She says whatever it is, we can work it out. Despite his words, affection for his grandmother shone in his eyes, and his lips quirked to one side. She even threatened to beat me with her cane if I didn't see this marriage through. As his sheepish smile drew her in, Aurora laughed. I knew there was a reason I liked her. But does she even have a cane? She does, though she rarely uses it. Apparently, except for such occasions. Now both corners of his lip kicked up. Even worse, my dad said he'd disown me. It's not only about their belief that marriage is for life. They liked you a lot. Her chest expanded. It shouldn't matter that people she most likely would never see again accepted her so readily and eagerly. But it did. I liked them, too, especially your grandmother. She strove for nonchalance. Glad they liked me, though that's natural. I'm fabulous. And as you can see, I'm great at many things. He chuckled, and the sound reverberated deep inside her. Apparently, humility isn't one of them. Wrong. I'm great at being humble, too. Growing up on a ranch with 4 brothers had meant she'd needed to prove herself from an early age, and she'd learned fast. Having darker coloring than most children in school had meant she'd had to deal with standing out, too. Some of her confidence was in her blood. Some of it she'd acquired out of necessity. I meant to ask you something. Your grandmother said I was kind and brave to marry you. Why? By the looks of it, you're a catch. Oh. Warmth swirled through her, leaving her all melty and mushy. She shouldn't have mentioned the catch part. His smile widened. A catch, huh? Busted. Did she just reveal her pesky attraction? First, she'd nearly married his brother, and now, she was flirting with him. It didn't matter that they were legally married for now. They were strangers. Strangers. For an inexplicable reason, she wanted to change that. Irritated with herself, she added, while you're not my type, I'm sure many women would love to marry a handsome, successful doctor. What's your type then? His smile dimmed, making her miss it. Oh, I forgot. My brother. She didn't say anything. For years, she dated easygoing musicians, partly because of their shared passion, partly because they were as far from the man who'd broken her heart as possible. But mostly, because she wasn't looking for anything permanent, and neither were they. That way, when she walked away, no one got hurt. And she always walked away. Something Carter might already know from his brother. His jaw set in a stubborn line. Anyway, to answer your question. I have surgery scheduled. It might have complications. My new wife might not only have to nurse me back to health, but also take care of my son. Or become a single parent in the worst-case scenario. My ex-wife died. My dad and mom aren't up to raising Jackson. While my grandmother and her sisters are eager and willing, it's too much to ask of them at their age. And no offense, but my brother isn't exactly a parental figure. Wow. Her jaw dropped while things softened inside her. And to think about it, she'd taken her health for granted her entire life. I'm so sorry to hear about it. From her siblings, she'd heard many times how God led them to the right person. But, she couldn't be that right person for Carter. Grandma said she'd been praying a lot for a woman just like you. He looked away over the green lawn. She doesn't even know me. Aurora's mind whirled. This was a lot to take in. Unlike me, she's a good judge of character. He leaned forward, his eyes searching hers. You know, I was thinking. Her phone rang, and she grimaced. I need to see who that is. Might be my family. Boy, did she have a lot to tell them? Of course. He got up as if to give her privacy. She fished the phone from her jeans pocket, glanced at the screen, and cringed. Ari. Oh brother. Literally. Chapter 4. That's your brother. Aurora let the call go to voicemail as she slipped it back into her pocket. Carter's expression became guarded. You should have answered it. I was going to step inside. So he did, like she needed privacy, to call Ari back. Instead, she stared at the large oak nearby, her thoughts whirling, her fingers tapping against the table. Nature, like music, helped her think. His relationship with Ari was different from her relationship with her siblings, and Ari had told her as much. He'd blamed Carter for it, but now when she was getting to know Carter better, she wondered whether there might be more to it. She rubbed shivers on her arms, rattled by Carter's confession about the upcoming surgery. Her unease must be compassion toward a fellow human and worry about an innocent child. She couldn't possibly get attached to someone in such a short time, and especially to someone who truly wasn't her type. She'd never thought about her mortality, hence that motorcycle accident. Sadness in Carter's eyes tugged at her, and she wasn't a person of emotions and empty words, but of actions. She was raised that way, though eventually, their dad showed them a double standard. She couldn't do anything about the surgery's outcome. She wasn't a doctor, and unlike her fun niece, Aurora never wanted to become one. Blood ties or not, the girl remained her niece, despite turning out to be Aurora's ex-husband Dean's illegitimate daughter. Aurora straightened her back and pushed away any thoughts of his infidelities. She'd avoided her niece for a while after the discovery, but a child shouldn't pay for adults' mistakes. Aurora's heart warmed. While she didn't get a chance to become a mother, she loved being an aunt, and every child in her large family of siblings and cousins was truly a character. So she could do something to cheer up Carter and his son while she was still here. Besides pizza and pets, every child in her family loved ice cream. She walked inside the house and found Carter folding laundry. That demanded respect, though she still couldn't wrap her mind around the fact that the man couldn't cook and rarely danced. He could probably just distinguish a cow from a horse and couldn't carry a tune. Normally, she wouldn't give such a person a second glance, much less spend time with him. Patience. 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 A word her mother used in Aurora's direction a lot while Aurora was growing up. Behind that attractive exterior, the man seemed like a cyborg, and she needed to infuse more human into him. It would be a shame if he didn't have as much fun as possible while he still could. She winced. Best not to think about it. What ice cream flavor is your favorite? She asked as she joined him in folding towels. Touching his clothes would feel a little too intimate. Towels should do for now. His forehead wrinkled. I don't think I have one. She nearly dropped the white towel in her hands. You're kidding me. Well, maybe she should have considered. You or Jackson aren't lactose intolerant, are you? No, he would have told her before letting her make cheesy pizzas for them. No on both counts. And I do like ice cream. She studied him. This was worse than she'd thought. When was the last time you had ice cream? I don't remember. His eyes became even sadder, and that was saying something. She gaped at him. Was there some scientific organization that she needed to call and inform them she'd just found an alien? I'll be back soon. She gave him the folded towel, turned on her heel, and strode outside, then drove off. Now, they didn't have authentic Italian gelato in Springfield, which was a shame. But something could still be done to remedy this dire situation. She made a turn, her thoughts drifting to her childhood. Aurora had grown up with the sense of tangy garlic, simmering tomato sauce, and yeasty fresh-baked bread. Sugary ice cream and gooey pies were a treat she'd looked forward to every Sunday. She'd made sure not to misbehave on Saturdays to avoid any risk of punishment by not getting that treat. Her mother had made homemade vanilla ice cream sometimes, to which they were welcome to add jams she'd canned herself, too. Aurora could still taste the creamy, yummy concoction. Everyone had their favorite flavor. Helping Mama make ice cream was considered an honor and not a chore. That tradition was a beautiful melody of Aurora's childhood, soothing to her even now. Since Carter didn't have a favorite flavor, which was ridiculous, Aurora was forced to buy a bunch of different options. The moment she showed up on his porch, he ushered her inside. "Let me help you with those bags." "Oh, please." She rolled her eyes, but surrendered a few bags to him as she stepped inside. "I lift way heavier things at the ranch." She pulled her weight there, literally, and was proud of that. The sudden wistfulness uncurling inside her, like a tender newborn calf or foal about to take its first steps, surprised her. As if she wanted something more. His eyes traveled over her muscled forearms. "I believe that." Huh. He wasn't intimidated by strong women, was he? She'd met a few men who were. No, confidence emanated from the roll of his broad shoulders, the tilt of his square chin. He looked inside the bags, before moving the ice cream tubs to the freezer. "Let me get Jackson." Was this because Carter didn't want to be alone with her? Or because he wanted to include his son in the activity, which was totally the right thing to do? Maybe she should have asked him first. Pizza, cake, and ice cream. From a medical point of view, is it wrong to feed a child all that? He paused. "Well, it's a special day." He winked. It touched a spot inside her. Maybe it was better for her heart when he was cold like the concoction she'd just bought. But first things first. She glanced over the spacious, sleek kitchen. With high-end brand appliances, including a stainless steel refrigerator from a famous Italian company that combined classic and chic with modern convenience, this was a chef's or a gourmand's wonderland. What a shame that most of the things in this kitchen didn't look used. Mama had often said the kitchen was the heart of a house. This heart seemed to have gone cold. High time to warm it up a little. Sure enough, there was an espresso maker on one of the gigantic granite counters. "Do you like cappuccino?" "I'm not much for those sugary drinks. I usually drink water." "Me, too. But sometimes we can make an exception, right?" Aurora turned on the espresso machine and minutes later placed a cappuccino cup in front of him. "Let me show you the best way to drink cappuccino." His eyes crinkled at their edges. "There's a special way?" "It's all about anticipation. First, enjoy the way it looks. Such beautiful, tender colors. Then smell it. Doesn't it have an amazing aroma?" She breathed it in as she leaned toward him. Besides the cappuccino scent, Carter's expensive cologne drifted to her. A melody played in her mind, as sweet as the drink she was holding. She ignored it. As she stared into eyes the color of coffee with her favorite amaretto cream, a different melody grew more insistent. Her heart fluttered. She should look away, really, she should. But it wasn't her way to avoid such sweet music. Every emotion could become music, and music could become emotion. In her life, they intertwined, inseparable. Her serious niece had once informed Aurora that a human heart didn't need a body to keep beating. But a body couldn't exist without a heart. In the same way, music could exist without Aurora, but she'd found it difficult to exist without music. He followed her example and breathed in the cappuccino's aroma. "Like that?" His large, masculine hands tightened around the fragile cup. For some inexplicable reason, she imagined them tightening around her hands. And she wasn't even one for hand-holding. "Yes," she squeaked. "Huh." She didn't do squeaking, either, so she added in a firmer voice, "Yes." Then you take a tiny sip and let it linger on your tongue. A combination of the foam and liquid. Something more than the taste lingered on her tongue. The words that she liked this guy. She coughed to stop them from rolling out. "Too hot?" His gaze became concerned. "Yes, you are." What was she thinking? She snorted, the liquid going into her nose and burning a little. She plunked the cup back on the table. "You're right. Let's call for Jackson." before she did something crazy and touched Carter. When Jackson walked into the kitchen, his friends having left already, she announced, "Guys, how do you feel about a banana split?" That was her favorite one to make on those Sundays. The boys' eyes lit up. "Wow. I'd love it." Yes. She could see a kindred spirit already. "It's super simple to make. I'll show you." She washed her hands, then unloaded the grocery bags onto the counter while Carter got elongated bowls she'd seen in his kitchen cabinet earlier. For a man who didn't spend much time in the kitchen, he sure had impressive china. Her family had impressive china, too, before she'd hurled a few of those dishes at her brothers. "The ice cream is store-bought, not made by Mama, but it'll have to do." They each selected their favorite ice cream flavors and placed a scoop of each in their bowls. Then she showed the guys how to cut bananas, add crushed pecans, other toppings, and of course, whipped cream. She squirted some whipped cream in her mouth. "It tastes great this way," she explained as the guys stared. Was she taking this a bit too far? "Dad, I want to do this." Jackson followed her actions. "Yup, it tastes awesome." Carter's gaze lingered on her lips, and her skin heated up. Did he think about kissing her? Did she want him to? Her pulse increased. She jumped from one romantic relationship to another one without much concern, enjoying the rush of fresh attraction, the distraction from stale regret. But this was a serious type of guy, so different from her flames who knew the rules of the game and didn't have a history of steady relationships themselves. She was confident they wouldn't be left hurting when her attraction fizzled out and she moved on. So it wasn't right to step closer to Carter, to want to feel his breath on her skin, to savor the deliciousness of that new feeling that had entered her body. No, the feeling wasn't new. She'd felt that way once when she'd been naive and believed in love. You have some cream on your face." His gaze shifted. "Right." She swallowed. He wasn't thinking about kissing her. Not that he'd do it in front of his child, anyway. He just needed her to wipe her face like she was a little kid. "Fantastic. Here." Jackson handed her a napkin helpfully. "Thanks." She brushed the napkin against her skin. "All gone?" Carter's gaze became heated. "Not exactly." She rolled her eyes. "Well, don't just stand there. Help me with it then." He seemed to visibly swallow, then took another pristine napkin, based on his choice of color on the walls, napkins, or shirts. He loved the color white, and stepped closer. He brushed against her skin. Did his breathing become shallow like hers? His gaze stayed on her lips, and he shifted more toward her. Her pulse spiked again. "Dad, I made the banana split." Jackson's voice jerked her out of the spell. What was she thinking? It took her a moment to find her voice. "Let's take our ice cream outside. It's a beautiful day." She gestured toward the terrace where sunlight poured like liquid gold. She welcomed the breeze on her heated skin as they settled at the outdoor table. She preferred open spaces where her heart could soar. A melody sounded in her ears, and this time she didn't ignore it. Though, frankly, this plot of land was too little to her liking. She never understood how in some suburbs people would build gigantic houses on a tiny piece of land. At least, here one couldn't shake hands with one's neighbor without leaving the house, just through a window. She took a deep breath of fresh air tinted with the sense of grilled meat. She didn't have synesthesia, a condition where she heard colors as sounds, but lots of experiences transformed into melodies in her mind. It was a natural part of her existence. Emerald green hills of her home produced a vibrant, cheerful melody, while the lake nearby offered a more melancholic one. The barbecue gave her country vibes, while ice cream sent softer notes to her mind, like an orchestra in a classic Italian opera. She didn't tell that to many people, but she blurted it out now. "Great." Her palm flew to her mouth. "You'll probably think I'm crazy." "No. I'm starting to think you're fascinating." Carter's gaze darkened. "I shouldn't have said that." It's just you're like no one I've ever met before. A pleasant wave rushed through her, creating a crescendo. She covered it with a careless wave of her hand. Yep. I'm unique. Jackson, who'd already finished most of his banana split, looked up. If you're my new mom now, why don't you live with us? Oh boy. She blinked, searching for the right words and not finding any. We're still figuring out some things and some changes, Carter said quietly. Aurora has, prior responsibilities. Aurora brightened as she swiped the last dollop of ice cream. Good enough reason. Yes, for example, I must check on the ranch animals. She pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans and showed the boy some pictures with the little ones. Then she told a story about every one of them. Jackson listened with an open mouth. I take it you've never seen one up close? Well, besides as a steak on his plate, but it'd be best not to add that. Jackson shook his head. That can be easily corrected. She thought a minute as a different idea occurred to her. How do you feel about a day at the lake tomorrow? Yay! Jackson clapped. Dad, can we? She suppressed a grimace. She should have asked Carter first. Jackson just got out of the hospital. That might be too much activity for him. Besides, she remembered her ex's busy work. And Carter looked like a man who breathed on a schedule, not to mention everything else. He might consider her wreaking havoc on his organized life. Thankfully, he nodded. That sounds great. I took a few days off anyway, thanks to our little family emergency. She brightened. Awesome. One of my cousins has a small lake house with a dock and a boat. I'm sure he won't mind us borrowing the boat. That was great. Jackson pushed away his empty plate. I like you. You're way better than the possible moms Dad brought home for dinners before. Did the tips of Carter's ears pink up? I didn't bring that many. A stab of jealousy surprised her. As a serial dater, she was no one to judge. Or to be jealous, for that matter. Ari's many female fans never bothered her. And despite some official papers, she didn't have any right to Carter. She wasn't in a relationship with him. She decided to bask in the compliment instead of getting irritated by jealousy and ruffled the boy's soft brown hair that he'd probably inherited from his mother. The woman Carter had once loved and lost. Aurora's rib cage constricted. Was he still heartbroken over that? And why did it matter so much to her? How about watching a movie? Carter picked up the plates. Aurora, we'd love for you to stay and watch it with us. She should leave. She really should. But it would look strange, as far as they were playing family now. She opened the terrace door and stepped through it. Thanks. On one condition, though. Yes? Carter raised an eyebrow as he followed her inside. Jackson chooses the movie. Jackson beamed as Carter handed him the remote control. Soon they settled on a plush sofa with Jackson between them, a buffer she should be thankful for. To her delight, he chose a movie about horses. Then one movie turned into two, and she still stayed, enjoying the flicks but hyper-aware of the man near her. She wanted to know the movie of his life, to know more about him, and her mind was already creating a soundtrack for it. Jackson's breathing evened out, so he might have fallen asleep. Carter's arm moved around her shoulder, barely touching it, and her breathing went shallow in response. Why was she having this ridiculous reaction? I'm going to put Jackson to bed, Carter whispered. See, he didn't even intend to touch her. She really should leave. Instead, she stayed glued to her place. Her gaze slipped to the leather-bound medical volumes on built-in bookshelves, reminding her of her ex. That should spur her to go. But she didn't get up until Carter came back. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Then he studied his son's drawings on the wall. When she decided it was her clue to leave, he breathed out. I'd like to try that cappuccino thing again. She didn't tell him it was a morning drink, just decided to make a smaller cup. Once they sat at the small table, sipped the delicious drink, and started talking, she found herself telling him about her family. Since she'd opened up, so did he. His parents were so different from hers, who'd loved all their children equally, or at least had treated them so. Ari was his mother's favorite, while Carter had leaned on his father, who'd been a doctor before retirement. His father seemed to be a hero for Carter, just like hers once was. But the bigger her admiration of her father had been in childhood, the more painful had been her disappointment in adulthood when he'd disappeared. So she'd found herself a new hero, one as hardworking and noble as she'd once considered her father to be. Dean. My ex-husband is a doctor. Oh, oops. A major rule of first dates was to avoid discussing exes. But it wasn't like they were on a date, anyway. Ouch. Carter's lips thinned a little. She cradled her fingers around a cup as empty as her heart had been since her ex had used it and thrown away. I admired him a lot, his dedication to work, his ethic. I mean, he seemed to work around the clock, saving lives. Her mind produced the sound of the nails against glass, and her nerves strung like guitar strings. It turned out he wasn't exactly saving lives in those nights outside the house. All the sleepless nights she'd spent praying for him and his patients. She'd later met a few of those patients with surgically enhanced busts her commendable husband had paid for. How naive could one be? Carter frowned. I can see where it's going, and I'm sorry for what you went through. But not all men or doctors are like that. Well, she never planned to find out. She remembered an orange she'd had as a child, perfect from outside, like a miniature bright sun. But once she'd peeled it, she'd found out it was rotten inside. Her father and her ex were like that. Anyway, after my divorce, I switched to dating musicians. At least, then what I see is what I get. After that orange, she'd never eaten another one unless it had already been peeled for her. She liked to know what she was getting into first. His eyes narrowed, and the fragile bond between them weakened as he moved away. Hence my brother. Yes. Except she'd been wrong about Ari, and him giving her narcotics had shown it. Why did she have a feeling Carter shut down any time his twin was mentioned? She didn't get it. She adored her brothers, would give up her life for them, or their children. Okay, fine, she could understand some of Carter's attitude toward his twin. Ari was far from perfect. She'd walked away from him without looking back. But he wasn't her family. As Carter's demeanor cooled down, she missed the former warmth between them. She missed the sweetness, too. If she couldn't get them both in a man, maybe she could get them in a liquid. Another caffeinated drink this late in the evening wouldn't be a great idea, though. How about a cup of cocoa? 2 sugary drinks in a row sounded like a nightmare for her waist, but she'd never put herself on a diet. She enjoyed food and needed lots of energy to work outdoors. She wasn't skinny by any means, but as long as the horses could carry her fine, she didn't complain. Neither did any guys she dated. Carter seemed to hesitate. Did he want her to leave? Her heart sank to the tiled floor. Then he nodded. I'll make it. Minutes later, he brought cups to the table. Hold on. You're forgetting the best part. She took out the whipped cream from the fridge. She added some to her cup. Then the urge to help reduce the emotional chill in the room got the better of her. She aimed the bottle in his direction and pressed the nozzle. It worked better than she'd anticipated because it landed on his face. He stared as if not believing what she'd just done. What are you doing? Just wanted to lighten the atmosphere. Guilt niggled. She might be taking this too far. She handed him napkins. On the other hand, it was a shame to waste a perfectly good cream. So, without much thought, she scooped it from his face with her fingers. It still tasted good. The cream, that was. His eyes widened. What are you doing? Didn't he ask that already? He still had a little bit of cream left on his cheek, so she reached for it. I'm asking the same question. Ari's voice made her whirl around. Chapter 5. Carter cringed as he stared at his twin, Ari's eyes sending daggers. Carter had done nothing wrong, well, not yet, so why did guilt slice his insides? Because of the way he felt. Because seconds ago, as Aurora's fingertips brushed against his cheek, he wanted nothing else but to scoop her into his arms and kiss her senseless. Sure, he was a red-blooded man, and Aurora was a vibrant, irresistible force of nature. But that didn't excuse him. She'd been heading to the chapel and dressed in wedding finery, ready to become his sister-in-law, before that mix-up. Unflappable, she held her head high. What am I doing? I'm having a good time with my husband. At least, I was. He looks like he swallowed a rod. Oh great. Was that what she'd thought of him? Stiff and uninteresting? Especially compared to his fun-loving brother. Except, right now, Ari didn't look like he had fun at all. His eyes narrowed. Your marriage is going to be annulled soon. And then you and I will pick up where we left off. Aurora's chin lifted. Who says? I do. Ari stepped to her. Oh. Ari had way more experience with women than Carter did, but it didn't seem he'd learned much from it. Based on the stubborn look in Aurora's eyes, Ari just made a big mistake, pushing her too far, trying to control her. And, as Carter's spirits lifted, he couldn't complain. Well, I happen to think differently. She slammed her hands on her hips, and her cute chin jerked up. For your information, you don't have any say in the matter. We broke up before I left Vegas, remember? What? Carter groped for the nearby countertop. Yes, he was a rotten brother. Still, his chest swelled over the second-best news he'd had in weeks, second only to finding out Jackson wasn't seriously injured. Come on. One little fib about the pills. It wasn't a big deal. You did feel better after taking them, didn't you? Despite Ari's cajoling tone, Aurora jammed her chin up higher. That's not the point. We're done. I hope we can go our separate ways without hard feelings. Right. So you can have an affair with my brother. Lava-hot anger flowed through Carter. Should he remind his darling twin he didn't have the right to call the shots after what he'd done? That's enough. He stepped forward. Don't you dare insult Aurora. Her eyes narrowed. First of all, I can do what I please. Second, Carter and I are married, so it wouldn't be an affair. Third, Ari, keep your voice down. The child is asleep. You'll regret this. You'll come begging me to take you back. China rattled as Ari stomped out of the house. At least he didn't slam the door. Carter rubbed his eyelids, pain writhing up his back. He should have taken that house key from his twin a long time ago. Aurora dropped back on her chair, Coco forgotten. I'm sorry if I ruined your relationship with your brother. Wow. In this moment, she worried about him. His first impression of her had been that of a selfish, spoiled woman who thought the world owed her. But he projected his thoughts about his brother on his brother's girlfriend. Correction. No longer a girlfriend. Carter wiped a smile from his face, because that would make him selfish. He had no right whatsoever to be glad about Ari's loss. I need to check on my son. That, and recompose himself with this new development. I'll be right back. He walked to Jackson's room, for the first time in years, nearly having a bounce in his step. He eased open the door, and tenderness unraveled inside him at the sight of Jackson snuggled in, a plush tiger toy nearby. Carter drew a deep breath, closed the door, and walked back, his step and heart heavier, this time. The fact that Aurora was no longer Ari's girlfriend shouldn't change the dynamics between her and Carter. His son was still his priority, and with the upcoming surgery and its iffy outcome, Carter couldn't start a new relationship. Besides, Aurora was a serial dater who didn't do serious relationships. The knowledge didn't stop his heart from beating faster when he entered the kitchen. Something about this woman with soulful chocolate-hued eyes, unruly dark curls, and an equally unruly attitude drew him like a magnet. Well, from what little he'd heard from his brother, she had the same effect on many men. He'd have to steel his heart against this untimely attraction. She looked up at him, and her lips quirked. "You still have a bit of cream on your face. Would you like me to help you with that?" His heart made a flip-flop while her gaze hovered over his lips. So much for his best intentions. Aurora couldn't ask for a better day. While she preferred having her feet firmly on the ground or at least in the stirrups, water sparkling in the sun calmed her nerves like a good piece of music. And she needed that after yesterday's prison visit with her brother Giovanni. While waiting for Carter and Jackson to arrive, she sat on the dock, dangling her feet over the water, and stared at the horizon where the turquoise sky met the cerulean lake with the spots of emerald forest shadowing the sides. Summer sun caressed her skin without burning it while the lake breeze played with her hair. The anticipation of seeing Carter soon made blood rush faster, and longer, louder notes played a crescendo in her mind. With an effort, she steered her thoughts to her brother, which was like a deafening heavy metal song. Despite the peaceful landscape, with many families having fun on the nearby public beach, her thoughts were far from peaceful. If she were on stage with Ari, she'd be the one smashing the guitar right now. She'd kept it all inside for a long time, but she couldn't let it go on like this any longer, she just couldn't. Shouldn't have agreed to Giovanni's ideas, to start with. Her hands fisted. Yesterday, he'd said he should be released soon. She needed to tell her family the truth about him, about the reason he kept pushing them all away. Even if he didn't want her to. But how to do it when her family, her wonderful family, had an unspoken agreement not to mention his name, so as not to cause Mama more pain? Fine, he'd refused to talk to them and see them, but shouldn't they have been more insistent like she'd been? How could they put him out of their minds and their lives like that? Their close-knit family treated the issue as if they were a sweater and Giovanni was a loose end of the thread. If the thread was pulled, the entire sweater would unravel. While she loved all her siblings, she'd been the closest to Giovanni since they were children, maybe because of their shared love of music, or maybe because they both had mischief in their blood. Now stubble covered Giovanni's gaunt face, and his empty eyes hurt every cell in her body. Even if he'd made a mistake, he'd paid too big a price. He wouldn't let her correct it for him either. She wanted him to come back to the ranch once he was out. But he wouldn't agree, and she hadn't yet found a solution to make it happen. He was so different from the cheerful man she'd once known, closed to the world now. Maybe she'd gone on all those dates or more recently come up with the ice cream and cappuccino treats with Carter and this lake trip to distract herself from her despair over Giovanni. She said a half-hearted prayer for her brother that switched to a prayer for Carter and his son. He didn't tell her what kind of surgery he needed, but any kind of surgery came with a risk. Her gut twisted. Would God hear her prayers when she didn't put all her heart into them? Her parents had raised her a devout Christian, but her faith wavered when her father had disappeared with all the ranch proceeds. All his words about God sounded hypocritical then. Dean had been a hypocrite, too, a well-respected citizen, a successful doctor who'd flaunted his faith. He'd prayed loudly at every opportunity he'd gotten. He'd cheated at every opportunity he'd gotten, too. She closed her eyes against the sun as a screeching, like metal against metal, sounded in her mind. Once upon a time, she'd considered her father and Dean to be God's masterpieces, perfect melodies from the greatest composer himself. Now all she could hear were their false notes. She hit the unsuspecting deck with her fist. "Good afternoon. Are you okay?" Carter's voice made her jump. She leaped to her feet. Yes. No. Somewhat. She'd taken an effort to choose the short-sleeved summer dress with sunflowers swaying over its hem and curling around the pockets, her mother's present and one of the few dresses Aurora still owned. Thankfully, her new sister-in-law had brought her sparkly sandals with tiny sunflowers from Italy, and Aurora was wearing those now. Like her once tomboyish cousin, Aurora thought heels were overrated at best and designed as torture devices for women at worst. Underneath her dress, Aurora had a one-piece swimsuit in case the boat capsized. That had happened a few times when she'd been a child, and one had to be prepared. A cowboy hat and sunglasses completed her ensemble. Even in casual clothes, Carter was a picture of elegance. He wore a white polo shirt and white chinos. It seemed, even in summer, he didn't grasp the concept of shorts. Based on the color, he probably missed his white coat. Or did he sense his life was a blank slate now? On the contrary, Jackson's lime green t-shirt lit up his face, the tiger prowling the front of his top matched his safari-style khaki shorts, and lime flip-flops slapped against his heels. Much better. Both guys wore caps, displaying what must be their favorite football team's logo. Carter's eyes narrowed. Anything I can do to take it from no and somewhat to yes? An inexplicable urge to tell him about her brother tightened her throat. Carter seemed like a man who could keep a secret. She'd never fully trusted any man after her divorce, but she was starting to trust this one. Was that because of his demeanor or because his presence in her life was temporary? She uncoiled her fingers one by one, then hugged the boy. It was best not to hug the man because her heart was beating too fast already. You already did. At the confusion in his eyes, she added, because you're here. His head tilted. And that's enough? She loved the way the breeze ruffled his combed hair, but oh, it made her want to run her hand through it. Often, it's all that's needed. He nodded as if he understood what she'd meant, and she had a feeling he did. Her gaze switched to a cooler near him. Good thing he came prepared because she hadn't. Spontaneity wasn't always her best friend. Do you want to stay here on the dock for a while? I can bring chairs. Or would you like to go out on the boat? Carter leaned to his son. What would you like? I want to go on a boat. Jackson grinned. She returned that grin. Sure. Let's take the cooler inside then, okay? She mentally thanked her cousin for giving her keys to the cottage. While inside, she poured everyone a tall glass of lemonade from the refrigerator and welcomed its cool, tangy taste. A few notes played in her mind, a light-hearted summer tune. Before her disastrous marriage, she used to write them down, make them into songs. Her marriage had suffocated her, deafening every tune. Then after her divorce, she'd felt free again and had written down many new songs. But then her brother had gotten arrested, and she'd made a decision, said a fervent prayer. She couldn't write down her songs now. Giving up that part of herself still hurt. But that was the entire point, wasn't it? She gave Carter and Jackson a critical look, then rated her cousin's collection of sunglasses and suntan lotion. Though she wanted to keep seeing Carter's eyes, she didn't want them to hurt their eyes or get sunburned. Here. You'll need this. She handed them a bottle of lotion and 2 pairs of sunglasses, a smaller one for the boy. Carter slapped his own forehead. As a doctor, I should have known this. It's okay. I take it you don't go on vacations often. Their hands touched when he took the sunglasses. Her pulse spiked from the innocent touch, and pleasant tingles rushed over her skin. Nope, Jackson said for his father. Sorry, son. Carter's shoulders inched up toward his ears as he raised his hands, palms forward. Chiding herself, she marched to the front door. Her job was to help Carter and his son have some fun and make great memories before their lives could be turned upside down. Not to fall for Carter. Once near the boat, he helped her untie it, then pushed it from the dock after she and his son were seated. For some time, Carter and Aurora argued over who was going to row, then came to an agreement that she'd use the left oar while he'd use the right one. It took them time to find their tempo and move forward instead of spinning in one place. But eventually, they progressed toward the middle of the lake and didn't collide with any other boats, and considering the circumstances, that was an accomplishment. Jackson traced the water with his fingers, pointed out the birds, and squealed when a school of tiny silvery fish slid by. Carter smiled when he looked at Jackson, and it warmed her heart together with the sun. She'd prefer the adrenaline rush of water skiing like some other people did today, but the idle rowing was good, too. Her frayed nerves, ready to snap this morning, calmed with each dip of the oar. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. However, rain was forecast for tomorrow, probably with lightning. That was the way she felt about Carter's impending surgery. Her heart constricted, and she tilted her face toward the sun. For now, she'd enjoy this sunshine, his smile, and his son's giggles as he spotted more fish. After all, a child's laughter was the best music in the world. It's amazing here. Thank you. Carter shifted her rebellious hair from her face, brushing his fingertips against her neck. My pleasure. And it truly was. Her treacherous heart fluttered while a pleasant wave rushed through her at his touch. She reminded herself that, while he wasn't exactly a dead man walking, there couldn't be a future with someone with, well, an uncertain future. Falling for him would be risking a broken heart again, though for a different reason. After one mistake, she'd never had difficulty walking away from men, but that wasn't going to be the case this time. Would you like to go back? She suggested earlier than she was going to. Some children are playing volleyball on the beach. Jackson, would you like to join them? Okay. He nodded and swiped a hand at his thick crop of brown hair. He was more obedient, more reserved than she'd expected. Maybe she should teach him how to climb trees and fences. Her gaze moved to Carter. Then again, maybe not. Once alongside the dock, Carter helped Jackson out of the boat. He tried to do the same with her, but she could climb out on her own, thank you very much. Then she helped tie the boat to the cleats. Jackson joined the group of children. Carter and Aurora brought over forest green plastic chairs, a multicolored umbrella stand, and the white cooler from the house. You look different today. He sipped water from the bottle as he watched the game and especially his boy. Like something is bothering you. It's not me and my son, is it? Oh no. Not at all. She reached for an iced tea can, popped it open, and took a long, cooling swig. Then she told him about her renegade brother. Carter listened with attention and without judgment, like she felt he would, and that spurred her on to share more. She finished with, "That's how my brother ended up making the biggest mistake of his life. One he's still paying for." She felt lighter, as if she'd finally dropped a feed sack she'd been carrying on her shoulders. She wasn't breaking her word to Giovanni. She'd only promised not to tell the family, and only because he'd stop talking to her if she didn't promise. Carter's fingers found hers. That's a big burden for you to carry. I wasn't looking for pity. I should have done more. In the end, he still lost his wife and daughter. Giovanni's wife divorced him, moved to a different state, and remarried. Took the girl with her. Stopped all communication with him and our family. Wouldn't even answer our calls. Anger roiled her with the crash of cymbals. Giovanni had told her to let it be, but how could she? Carter's fingers tightened around hers, and her anger subsided, becoming a dull backbeat like castanets. She had a temper, and she knew it. You've done what you could and more. I admire your loyalty, and even your stubbornness. Well, nobody told me that before. About admiring my stubbornness, I mean. She chuckled. It's going to turn out okay. It might take a while for your family to heal, but time really is a great doctor. She thought about his case. But not always. Not always. He nodded. For some time, they watched the children playing. Jackson was doing well, and pride glowed in Carter's smile. Until the beach ball flew into the water. The wind picked up at that moment and carried it further. Jackson, don't go. Carter screamed. But his son already rushed into the water after the ball as it floated further and further away. She felt, or rather heard, the drums of tension radiating from Carter as they ran to the lake. Her heart beating fast, she removed her cowboy hat fast, dropping it behind her. Can he swim? Not well. Worry in Carter's voice slammed into her. Oh, for crying out loud. They had their own indoor swimming pool. Was it for decoration only? Not the time to bring it up. Call 911, she said to one of the children's parents, a cowboy who worked at their ranch. In swift movements, she kicked off her flip-flops, shed her dress, and threw it on the sand, grateful she had the swimsuit on. Chapter 6. From the trajectory of where the wind was taking the ball and the direction the boy was swimming, it'd be best to jump from the dock. For a moment, Aurora considered taking the boat, but there wasn't time to untie it. But if Carter's swimming was as bad as his son's? Take the boat, please. She leaped, braced herself for the coolness, and propelled forward with wide strokes. Growing up near a pond and a lake with competitive brothers, she'd had to learn to swim early on or be left behind. And she wasn't the type of person to agree to be left behind. Cool water had often been a welcome reprieve after working long, hot summer days outdoors when she'd been a teen and years afterward. But, while she was a strong swimmer, that boy was clearly struggling. No boats were close to him, and the people in motorboats afar didn't seem to notice. Despite her rising worry, she kept her breathing even and strokes wide. Lord, I know I'm a sinner. You might not want to hear from me too much. But this is an innocent boy. Please help him. Jackson needed to give up catching up to the ball and rest on his back. He was obviously getting tired. He might not have enough strength to get back, and by now, he was in a deeper part of the lake. Worry intensified. Rest, she did her best to scream to him without getting water into her lungs. He didn't seem to hear. Alarm sounded in her head. She was swimming against the current now, which was a strain, but not much. Good thing all her physical work built up muscle mass. Where was Carter and the boat? She shifted her gaze over the lake. Getting closer, too. Good. She was close enough when Jackson went underwater. Oh no. He might have had a cramp. She took a lungful of air and dove in. She thanked God for that lime green t-shirt as she spotted him fairly easily. She was a much worse diver than she was a swimmer. Her lungs would soon beg for oxygen, and then the ringing in her ears would start. In fact, the pressure in her ears was increasing already. She reached Jackson fast. With her lungs screaming for air, she wrapped her arm around the boy and pulled him to the surface. Carter's strong hands heaved his son out while she gasped for air. Once Carter reached for her, she shook her head. Take care of your son. Her muscles quivering, she hefted herself into the boat. She knew how to do CPR, their parents had made sure everyone in the family did. But Carter was a doctor. Breathing heavily as she slumped in the boat, she'd let him start CPR or any other administrations if needed. Though it had seemed like an eternity, Jackson had probably only been underwater for seconds. Yet she'd been warned how dangerous it was for the brain to be without oxygen. Surely, Carter knew that, too, and her heart thudded. What seemed like a river was flowing from her hair onto her back, but she didn't pay much attention to it. He threw his polo shirt to her as she started shivering. Even under these dire circumstances, his spicy cologne emanating from the fabric made her pulse quicken. He said a prayer as he checked his boy, and a torturous moment ticked away. Jackson sputtered water and coughed while Carter leaned him to the side and helped gently. Here. Aurora tucked Carter's polo shirt under the boy's head. She shouldn't be looking at Carter's naked torso, much less noticing the six-pack abs or a little scar on his flat stomach. Despite the breeze cooling off her wet skin, heat rose inside her. This was a life-or-death situation, or close to it, and her hormones chose now to play up? How ridiculous. She refocused on the boy as she started rowing to the shore, despite her protesting muscles. Carter checked his son's pulse and nodded. Was this good news? Yes? Guilt plucked her strung nerves as though they truly were guitar strings. Jackson was in this predicament because of her. Inviting Carter and Jackson to the lake was a silly idea, but how was she to know they could barely swim? Her attraction to Carter had led her in the wrong direction, and it would be best to stay away from this small family. Hopefully, the ambulance was on the way for Jackson's sake. She must look like a wet rat by now, but she couldn't worry about that. She said another feverish prayer for the boy. She'd been wrong before. The most beautiful music in the world was of Jackson breathing again. 2 days later, Carter took Jackson out for lunch to his son's favorite pizzeria. Thankfully, the place had salads, too. Carter calmed his doctor's conscience by having Jackson eat a salad before switching to slices of pepperoni and Hawaiian. Jackson suffered through the salad stage as fast as he could and then piled up slices of pizza on his plate. To give a good example, Carter stayed in the salad stage. As his gaze kept returning to the slices, it was going about as well as him trying not to think about Aurora. The sense of marinara sauce and freshly baked dough reminded him of the yummy pizzas she'd made for Jackson. "My new mom made better pizza, but this is good, too." "Oh. Can we go out for ice cream tomorrow? How about a banana split?" Jackson grinned at him, sauce smudging his face. Carter winced from another reminder of Aurora. Instead of immediately cleaning the sauce up with a napkin, he did his best to think how adorable his son looked. Once upon a time, Carter had done his best to keep everything squeaky clean, organized, and in order, just like his father had done. It didn't matter as much anymore. Enjoying time with his son did. Time was precious indeed. Jackson misinterpreted his silence. "Well, a blizzard would be good, too. Maybe Miss Aurora could come with us? Or is she still making just mints?" Carter suppressed a sigh. "Yes, on the blizzard. Don't know about Aurora." Jackson didn't say anything, but his eyes dimmed. Carter felt the same way. Aurora didn't show up for 2 days after the near-tragic lake incident that had ended fine, thanks to her. She didn't call either. When he'd phoned her this morning after staring at the phone for way too long, the call had gone straight to voicemail. He didn't know what to say anyway, so he didn't say anything at all. He poked into lettuce leaves that seemed to be withering with every minute like his own heart. Longing stirred him. How was it possible that he missed her already? He glanced out the window. More leaden clouds gathered in the sky, and droplets hit the asphalt, first slow and soft, then fast and hard. He missed the sunshine in Aurora's eyes and in the sky even more now. Jackson pushed his plate toward Carter. "Dad, have some pizza. You look sad." Carter was about to say his issues couldn't be fixed with a slice of pizza, but, well, maybe it could help a little. He reached for a slice of pepperoni, bit into the perfect cheesy tip. "Oh, I know. Can we go to Aurora's ranch? She invited me. I want to see ponies." Jackson was so innocent and mischievous at the same time. Carter nearly choked on his pizza bite. He hurried to flush it down with iced tea, also buying himself time to answer. His heart swelling at the idea wasn't a good sign. Times ago, he had a lot to offer to a woman. Now, with an unclear prognosis, that might not be the case. And with Aurora's reputation, Carter couldn't risk falling in love only to have to rip it out of his heart again. I don't know the address." "That's what the internet is for." "Duh." Jackson rolled his eyes. "It's raining." Carter gestured to the window. "Dad. We aren't ice cream. We're not gonna melt." Carter chuckled as he looked at the best thing that had ever happened to him, far beyond his illustrious career. What would happen to Jackson in the slight chance Carter didn't make it? That question, and not his mortality, woke him in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. Grandma had hinted to Carter for months that he needed to get married in a hurry. Since his accidental marriage, she'd been all smiles. She said Aurora was the answer to her prayers. He swallowed hard and took another sip of his drink to push down the lump in his throat. He'd received the annulment papers. Grandma didn't realize his marriage would be annulled soon like it had never existed. His love for his son, however, was real and forever. Jackson was a great kid. Carter would take him to see ponies. And if it gave him a chance to see Aurora again, so be it. You told me I played too many video games. That fresh air would do me good. Plenty of fresh air on the ranch. Jackson's smile was more mischievous than innocent this time. Even the tiny dimple in his left cheek made an appearance, right near the speck of marinara. The up-to-no-good dimple. Ari and Carter had it too, but Ari was the one who flashed it whenever he was up to something. Jackson must have inherited negotiation skills from his uncle. Carter straightened. Finish your drink, clean your face, and we can go. Jackson's eyes widened. For real? Guilt-niggled Carter. It shouldn't have taken him a pending surgery to set his priorities straight, to give his son the time he deserved instead of his career. Grandma was getting up in age, and he'd missed her previous birthday because of a medical conference. He wasn't a good father or a grandson, all because he was trying to be the perfect son, to make his father proud, to earn his love. Once Carter and Jackson were on the way to Cowboy Crossing, the small town nearest the ranch, Carter's thoughts switched to his childhood. He'd basked in his father's love while his brother, their mother's pet, could do no wrong, though Ari had certainly tried. But while their mother's love for Ari was unconditional, in fact, the more he messed up, the more attention she'd lavished on him, Carter constantly had to earn his father's approval. Ari had gone through many ideas before settling on becoming a musician, while Carter knew early on he'd become a cardiologist like his father. There'd been no question, no doubt. Thankfully, he liked chemistry and anatomy and had a curious mind about how the body worked. He'd studied hard and gotten accepted by a prestigious university on a full scholarship. His father had this idea that Carter should pay his own way, just like he'd had to. Never mind that Ari had used a lot of their mother's funds while his musical career was taking off slowly. Carter's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. The issue was that Carter had craved his mother's approval, too. He'd thought that, by becoming a successful doctor, he'd finally get it. After all, she'd fallen in love with their father, a doctor. But nothing changed. Just like in childhood, he felt he was punished for being good and obedient by his mother, while Ari was rewarded for messing up. Carter wouldn't do that to his son. He'd encourage Jackson to spread his wings, would nurture his dreams. Carter just hoped he'd be given enough time to do it. A lump formed in his throat again at the unfairness of it all. People like Ari partied a lot and worked only when they felt like it. Carter had worked hard and walked on the right path his entire life, and all he had now was back pain and fear of dying. Lord, is it fair? At the sign announcing they were entering the small town, Carter slowed to obey the speed limit. He'd always followed the rules, while Ari had driven in the fast lane, crashed cars, and gotten new ones. Fine, Carter shouldn't be complaining. He had a great career, the respect and admiration of colleagues, and expensive material possessions, from a mansion with an indoor swimming pool to designer clothes. But he'd give it all up in a heartbeat to see his son grow up, get married, and let him help raise grandchildren. Turn to the right, Dad. Jackson directed from the back seat. Soon they were on a country road that split emerald hills and entered the gate. The office would be a good place to start looking for Aurora. He was a confident man, but his gut tightened as he walked to the building, his hand on his son's shoulder. What if Aurora staying away meant she was done with their family by mistake? What if she won't be glad to see us? He blurted out. Speak for yourself, Dad. I'm sure Miss Aurora will be glad to see me. The dimple appeared again. Oh, okay. His son was going to grow up to be a charmer. The building's front door was unlocked, and he opened it for his son. A 60-something woman with salt and pepper hair, olive skin, dark eyes, mobile lips, and full cheeks, unmistakably resembling Aurora, exited one of the office doors. A clean-shaven man in a pristine white shirt and black slacks followed her. The woman must be Aurora's mother and the guy possibly one of her brothers. I'll walk you to the door, Mama. Thanks for bringing tiramisu, the man said. Just make sure you share with my new figlia. The woman stopped and stared at the newcomers. How may we help you? Carter straightened under her scrutiny. I'm Carter McFarland. Should he use his title? He desperately wanted to impress Aurora's family. Dr. McFarland. We're looking for Aurora Moore. A green-haired woman in Wranglers entered the building and studied him and Jackson. Jackson gave his signature dimpled grin, and Carter found himself counting on his son's charm this time. Yeah. She's my new mom. My dad just married her. Carter cringed. This wasn't a good start. It was bad enough that his family thought their marriage was for real. He hurried to explain, as you've probably guessed, I'm Ari's brother, but they aren't dating any longer. He shouldn't be taking pleasure in that. He really shouldn't. Aurora and I got married in Las Vegas, but... He didn't have a chance to say anything else because all air was squeezed out of him. How was this even possible? The woman was much lower than he was and couldn't possibly have that kind of strength. Dios, grazie. You gave us a miracle. I didn't think I'd see a day when my daughter gets married again. And to a doctor, huh? Let me look at you. She let him breathe a little as she held him at arm's length and studied him. Benvenuto in famiglia. Carter hoped he didn't look too blue from lacking oxygen. Now he could see where Aurora got her exuberance from. Unlike Grandma, his mother wasn't a hugger when it came to Carter, so this was an adjustment. Welcome to the family, Mrs. Moore said again. The reprieve didn't last long because Mrs. Moore snatched him in a hug again. And to think I worried sick about her relationship with that no-good brother of yours. No offense, the guy in the white shirt hurried to add. He extended his hand when his mother released Carter. I'm Constanzo, Aurora's older brother. None taken. And a pleasure to meet you. Carter shook a calloused hand that showed Constanzo spent time not only in the office, but also in the field. Oh, and this is my son, Jackson. Happy to meet you all, Jackson gave a cheerful wave. The green-haired woman stepped forward. I'm Liberty, Aurora's cousin and a local veterinarian. My family owns the ranch bordering this one. Great to meet you. Carter extended his hand. I do need to say something. Harumph. Welcome to the family. Liberty turned out to be a hugger, too, giving him another hug like he'd never had before. If she ever tired of being a veterinarian, she'd make a great chiropractor, just like Mrs. Moore. Both could realign people's bones by just hugging them. More people filled the hall, and all of them were related to Aurora. News at the ranch obviously spread fast, and Aurora wasn't kidding when she'd talked about her large and noisy family. And they hadn't even met the children yet. Where's Aurora? Mrs. Moore looked around. Good question. I want to tell her how happy I am for her. She was on a tractor, Jenna, Aurora's cousin with electric blue eyes, said. She didn't slow down when I tried to flag her down. That sounds like my daughter. Mrs. Moore rolled her eyes, but pride rang in her voice. Let's go get her. People filed outside. Carter had no choice but to follow as he took his son's hand. With a skip in his step, Jackson looked way more enthusiastic than Carter felt. Maybe Miss Aurora will let me ride on a tractor with her if I ask her nicely. Carter squeezed his son's shoulder with his other hand. Jackson looked up. Maybe not. Oh. Carter shielded his eyes from the bright sun. He'd forgotten his sunglasses again. Aurora wasn't going to be happy with him blurting out their marriage mishap. To be fair, she'd done the same to him with his family, but she might not take it into account now, or worse, she might think he'd acted in revenge. Carter wasn't sure whether the sight of him and Jackson or the small crowd waving and yelling to Aurora to stop attracted her attention. But she did stop and climbed down from the large green tractor, her eyes bulging. Her family engulfed her. Congratulations on your marriage. Why didn't you tell us? He tensed. Now she was going to tell them their marriage was a mistake, that she'd already signed and sent the annulment papers. Disappointment would replace the euphoria from her family's warm welcome. His heart sank into the vibrant grass. A few children joined them. It was summer vacation, after all. They smiled, cheered, and welcomed his son as easily as the adults welcomed him and Jackson. A girl with pigtails tied off with ribbons, matching her pink overalls, crawled through the crowd to Aurora. The girl high-fived Aurora, who looked a bit shell-shocked. "Awesome, Auntie. Now you just need to make more babies so we can have our soccer teams." "Soccer teams?" He didn't realize he'd spoken aloud until Liberty explained. "Danica caught the bouquet at my cousin's wedding and gave that bouquet to Aurora. So she credits herself for your marriage, and she wants more cousins, fast." The girl moved away with the smug expression of someone whose job was done well. "This family is something else," he muttered. Liberty chuckled. "You can say that again. We do love our own, though, and now you and your son are part of us." Something shifted inside him. He'd never had that unconditional love and acceptance, except from his grandmother, and he and Jackson weren't even blood-related to Aurora's family. Interestingly, it wasn't raining at the ranch. There was no cloud above this family like there was one above his head in the city, or so it felt. "Let's give these lovebirds the time they need," Mrs. Moore announced. "Jackson, how do you feel about some cold lemonade with tiramisu?" "Yay. I'd love it." That answered the question of how his son felt about the treat. "What's tiramisu?" "A great Italian dessert." Aurora smiled, illuminating something inside Carter. Mrs. Moore nodded with the authority she seemed to be used to. "And then Liberty can take you, her son, and Danica to the ponies." "Yay." Jackson did a fist pump, then looked up to him. "Is it okay, Dad?" A new light shone in his son's eyes, and Carter loved it. Both he and Jackson were city boys through and through, but strangely enough, he didn't feel out of place here. Jackson seemed to be the same. The crowd dissipated, leaving Carter and Aurora alone, though some people stayed in the distance and threw curious glances their way. Their curiosity didn't surprise him. Aurora was an authentic cowgirl, and he was as far from a cowboy as it came. Neither was he a fun-loving musician, the type of guy Aurora had usually dated. "So this is your tractor, huh?" He leaned against the large machine. "Yup. Everyone in our family learned to drive one way before we were of legal age to drive cars." She flipped her long curls back. There was no discrimination. "The boys were supposed to help out in the kitchen just as much as I did. I was expected to pull my weight in the field." Impressive. He could understand more now about her physical and inner strength, her spunk. "Thank you for saving my son's life." His rib cage constricted at the memory of Jackson nearly drowning. He drew in a slow breath, breathed out the guilt. He'd have to get Jackson swimming lessons. He'd already had the talk about the current and staying near the shore with him. She grimaced. "It was my fault for dragging you both to the lake in the first place. We loved our day together. Not your fault about the ball floating away or my son swimming after it. Things happen." He knew it now. No matter how organized he was, how well he'd prepared, things still happened. Though in this case, he clearly wasn't prepared. When he'd gotten that indoor swimming pool, he'd intended to swim there with Jackson. But work always got in the way. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "You don't consider me reckless?" He blinked. "Of course not. There's no connection whatsoever. And if it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened to Jackson. I mean, you made it to him faster swimming than I did in a boat." Her lips curved up, and her expression relaxed. "Summer competitions with my brothers. But even they didn't dare make it to the other shore." His eyebrows shot up. "You swam across that lake?" "Yes. Once my date couldn't see me and worried that I drowned. My brothers told him I was already on the other shore." Wow. She was truly unique. She wasn't kidding about that. "Well, we should probably get out of the sun." She winked at him. "Unless you want to learn how to operate a tractor?" Chapter 7. To Aurora's utter surprise, Carter didn't do so bad on a tractor. She even considered showing him the ranch from horseback. But then she didn't know how bad his health was and didn't want to risk him falling or the jarring motion doing him some kind of damage. She'd wait before trying to make a cowboy out of him. Still, the ranch was way too large to show on foot, and one couldn't possibly reach it all from the roads. "How do you feel about ATVs?" she asked. "What's an ATV?" He quirked an eyebrow. Huh? He didn't know that? But then, she wouldn't have a clue if he started talking about heart chambers and valves. An all-terrain vehicle. Or a light utility vehicle. The ones we have are meant for single riders. You can follow me around the ranch, and I'll stop in some places. Sounds good to me. He nodded. Though I was rather thinking in the terms of a motorcycle. It was her turn to quirk an eyebrow as she led him to the building housing vehicles and serving as a workshop. "You've ridden a motorcycle before?" He smiled sheepishly. "Borrowed my brother's in my 20s a few times. Wanted to impress a girl. So he had more facets than strict and proper. Well, this girl is impressed then." She gestured to ATVs. "Pick one." He chose a green one of Class 1, and she picked a similar ATV in red. She gave both a check for wear or damage, though she knew all equipment was kept in top shape. Then she handed him a matching off-road helmet and plunked one over her hair instead of the cowboy hat, which she hung on the wall. Frowning, she eyed his shiny designer shoes. "Maybe this isn't such a great idea. Jackson and I will get cowboy boots sometime soon." She gestured to shelves with footwear and equipment. "They're not new, but they are clean. I'm sure you can find boots and gloves in your size. Don't forget the goggles." She pulled on a pair of gloves herself, then goggles. People considered her adventurous, and she was, but she thought about safety. Especially after that motorcycle accident where she'd gotten careless and made a sharp turn at too high a speed. She shuddered at the memory of her pain and the profound worry marking her family's dear faces. Okay, she and Carter weren't going on to rough terrain, and there shouldn't be any mud. Otherwise, she might require a chest protector and knee braces, too. Something about him trying to impress the girl bugged her, though. "Don't try to show off." She wanted to add "like your brother did," but it might be best to skip that part. These vehicles aren't designed for high speed. If you go too fast, especially when making a turn, you risk tipping over. Or if you hit the gas too fast, the front will jerk forward, and you might roll over. We'll avoid steep hills for that reason. Remember, there are no seat belts. Just like in love. He studied her. What? She couldn't see his eyes behind the goggles, and for some reason, she really wanted to. No seat belts in love. No safety nets. Right. His presence unnerved her, and that didn't happen often. Hopefully, the adrenaline spike would push out that strange feeling growing in her. "Oh, and I meant what I said about not showing off. Don't try to lift the ATV's front tires and things like that. That's a good way to lose control and end up under the heavy vehicle, and you don't want that." "No," he said thoughtfully. "I wouldn't want to lose control." Were they still talking about ATVs? Didn't matter. Soon they were under endless blue skies with the motor's roars as her current soundtrack. She showed him the fuel valve, the throttle, and all the works, and asked him to make a circle. Then they took off. At first, she'd been annoyed with him for blurting out their secret to her family. Her mother had seemed so thrilled. How was Aurora going to explain when their marriage was annulled? Mama believed marriage was for life, and her children's divorces saddened her immensely, even if said divorces weren't their faults. It had taken many years after Dad's disappearance for her to divorce by absence, and even then, Aurora had a feeling Mama sometimes regretted it. So how was Aurora going to say she'd not only failed to marry for life, she'd also married by mistake? But then, she couldn't be too mad at Carter. She'd done the same with his family and hadn't corrected it yet. And not only because he'd requested her silence. He'd started looking at her as if he cared about her. And that feeling was too precious to let it go easily. They stopped near the barns, then the stable, then the fields with cattle, plus calves. They went on forest trails that smelled of pine needles and freedom. She slowed near the mansion but decided against showing him her childhood home yet. Too many people there, and she didn't feel like fending off questions. Then they ended up in a small orchard that almost never happened. She stopped the vehicle and dismounted, and he did the same. When I was 7, Mama had all of us plant 3 apple trees each. We protested that it would take too long for trees to grow up and bear fruit. We might not even be here. She had us do it anyway. She said this should be for the generations after us. She walked to one of the trees and stroked its bark. As you can guess, this family is big on legacy. Mine, too, but more in terms of personal achievement and success. He strode forward and stood beside her. After a pause, he said, "They say every person in a lifetime should have a child, build a house, and plant a tree. You've got 2 out of 3. We can plant a tree here together. You, me, and Jackson. I mean, each of us could plant a tree. I'll make sure they always have enough water." "I'd like that." His voice softened. She felt as if his baritone caressed her like the breeze caressed her skin. What was she thinking? She needed to redirect her thoughts, and fast. "It's one of my favorite places. It's so peaceful here. I come here to think. To talk to God. Which didn't happen much lately. To sing to the trees." Oh. She'd never told that to anyone. Why him? Why now? He took off his goggles. While she was all for safety, and Constanzo had drilled the warnings about the liability issues into her, she wanted to see Carter's eyes. They twinkled now. "You sing to the trees?" That did sound crazy. Her heart sank a little, but she raised her chin. "Don't laugh. We have a better apple harvest when I sing to the trees. I think they like it when one talks to them, too. And they never judge. Unlike people. Do you think I'm crazy?" He wouldn't be the first. "No. I told you, I think you're fascinating." He took off his helmet and put it on the grass near the goggles. "And I can see how much you love this ranch." She loved his slightly rumpled look, as well. She removed her goggles and helmet and placed them on the ATV seat. Birds chirping in the trees provided a fun soundtrack. They probably had their own dates as lovebirds. Not that Carter and she were lovebirds, and neither was this a date. I think deep down we all want to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Something important. Something that matters. She placed her hand on the rough bark again, the tangible feel of her connection to the land and her ancestors. His hand covered hers, sending warm tingles up her arm. "I can relate. But I feel God meant you for something more. Not that I can speak for God, of course. You mentioned singing and that there's music always in your head. You do sing and dance beautifully. So what makes you the happiest? Being a cowgirl? Or being a songwriter?" With his eyes probing, with his hand touching hers, thinking straight became difficult. He created a turmoil she didn't want, couldn't understand. Notes played in her head. An Italian opera where the heroine gets stabbed at the end. Not good. Music is something beyond my control. I can't stop hearing it like I can't stop breathing. I just don't think my music can make much of a difference. But my work on the ranch. I see a clear result every day. He leaned closer. A bit more, and he'd be able to kiss her. And that thought was as exciting as it was disconcerting. "I'm not a music critic, but from what little I heard, I'm sure you have a talent. You don't know how many people your music can inspire. How many people it can comfort. You can't measure the joy you can bring to people, but it doesn't make it less valuable than feeding them." His words broke her defenses, and she needed to reconstruct them fast. "Is it less valuable than healing them?" "Excuse me?" His eyes clouded as his brow creased. Have you told your brother what you just told me? He said you looked down on him because you thought your career path was much more important than his. She paused. If Jackson chose to pursue music as his career, you wouldn't berate him for that, would you? His eyes narrowed as if he were affronted by the question. Of course, not. I want him to do what makes him happy. Then why do you use a double standard toward your brother? He shifted back, making her nearly regret her words. I didn't think of it that way. Maybe I was somewhat of a snob with him. He paused, closed his eyes, tipped his head back, and rubbed his neck. Seconds passed. Maybe minutes. I guess you make me understand things I didn't understand before. I do hope you'll remember my words. There's a special light in your eyes when you sing. Have you sent your songs anywhere? Yes. They were performed on stage. Small stages, and even a few large ones. But I haven't written any songs in a while. Longing cut her like a baton ending the orchestra's playing, and the sudden silence made her curl her arms around her middle as if she could hold the wound closed. Why? He moved closer, giving her an intoxicating whiff of his cologne. It was too personal to share. I can't say yet. It must be painful to destroy your own spirit. Her teeth set on edge. That's the point. She'd made a promise. She had to keep it. All this talk was too unsettling. So was the heated look in his eyes, the exciting feel of his hand on hers. She peeled herself away from the tree, away from that troubling feeling. Race me. She took off toward the end of the row. Oh, you rascal. You didn't give me a warning. Be spontaneous. She laughed as she glanced back. It was about time to introduce a light-hearted note here. He chased her. She loved the wind in her hair and the bit of breathlessness in her chest. She glanced back again, surprised to see him catching up. As a teen, she'd had to slow down, especially with city boys on vacation, or she left them too far behind. At that moment, she tripped over the tree root, and her arms flailed. She might have been able to regain her balance, but she was too distracted. He snatched her hand, and she pulled him with her to the grass. One saving grace was that he landed nearby. Oops. She tried to sound apologetic, but laughter bubbled free. The grassy carpet was soft, and in early July, it wasn't yet like an apple, or one of her brothers, could drop on them unexpectedly. Are you okay? Not hurt? Did that concern come from the doctor or from the man? Or both? I'm fine. You? Good, except I'm sorry I didn't catch you or cushion your fall. That latter part didn't sound right, did it? Laughter danced in his eyes, too. Except he did catch her. No, no, no. She needed to move her thoughts and their conversation into neutral territory. She plopped on her back and placed her arms under her head. She stared at the sky instead of his mesmerizing eyes. When I was little, my brothers and I used to have a competition who'd name more clouds. You know, different clouds have different shapes. Who usually won? She snorted, unladylike. Did he have to ask? I did, of course. My brothers thought all the clouds looked like horses. Well, it was going to be difficult to play that game today because the sky was cerulean blue, with barely a cloud in sight. And she was hardly the most patient person in the world. Finally, 3 clouds drifted overhead. About time. Do you want to go first? Or should I go first? She stole a glance at him and caught him, propped on an elbow, staring at her. Oh, come on. You're not paying attention. His gaze was intense. I'm paying attention, believe me. Right, attention to her face. I mean, you're not watching. She waved a hand to finish for her. I am. He shifted a strand of her disobedient hair away from her face. And she stiffened, every nerve on alert, a wave of something that couldn't be anticipation, apprehension, maybe, sluicing through her. Well, you're not watching the clouds. I'm watching them in your eyes. In his own eyes, emotion swirled. Suddenly, all the air in the universe wasn't enough to take the next breath. The back of his hand brushed against her cheek, making another delicious wave of anticipation. Yes, it was anticipation, rushed through her. Sure, they wouldn't go further than kissing, but even the idea of a kiss made her go liquid, created the most beautiful symphony inside her she'd ever heard. His lips were so close that his breath caressed her ear when he whispered, "So you wanted me to be more spontaneous, right?" She wanted to say she didn't mean this when she'd said it, but for the life of her, she couldn't figure out what she'd meant now. Her mind was like those clouds in the sky. The moment he claimed her lips, an explosion of sounds erupted in her head, and euphoria tingled in every cell in her body. She tilted her head and let the incredible feeling carry her away into the clouds, leaving her weightless, breathless, and completely, utterly happy. Until faraway neighing filtered through that mental fog. Then the neighing got closer. With a gigantic effort, she made herself pull away and leaped to her feet. Still in a haze, she waved to her brother. That's not what it looks like." Why was she apologizing? It wasn't like she was a teenage girl again, caught kissing a boy behind a barn. Guilt shadowed Constanzo's face as he dismounted. He spread his hands in apology. "I understand that, as newlyweds, you want to spend time alone. But Mama was afraid Carter tipped over an ATV like his brother did." Aurora cringed. Her family hadn't yet gotten over how they'd had to move the ATV and get Ari out from under it, thankfully, unharmed. Carter nodded, looking as flustered as she must. "Now I understand the lecture about all the safety rules with the vehicles." His fingers found hers and squeezed, like the kiss meant something to him. It meant a lot to her. Then his eyes widened. "My son. What sort of father am I not to ask about him sooner?" Constanzo chuckled. "A normal one. I just saw Jackson, and he looked happy to me. Not to claim to be the best babysitters in the world, but between my brothers and cousins, we could have a mini daycare." She asked herself the same questions again. Why Carter? Why now? And what was she going to do about it? Chapter 8. How did that kiss happen? Okay, Carter knew how the kiss happened, but how had he initiated it? He was a rational man, after all, whose life hadn't been guided by emotions so far. So, as soon as Constanzo left and Carter and Aurora walked to the ATVs, he did the rational thing. He invited her to a restaurant. Okay, maybe not so rational, because his pulse sped up at the idea of seeing her again soon. She lingered near her vehicle. "Are you asking me on a date?" He probably turned the color of her ATV red. Well, aren't husbands and wives supposed to have date nights? Never mind that he had annulment papers to sign at home. Besides, you've got to eat, right? Great. That didn't sound romantic at all. Those brown eyes glowed. Amusement? Yeah, I've got to eat. Was that a yes? Maybe? He was so rustic at this relationship stuff. He wouldn't take the first prize for the Dad of the Year either. He'd checked his phone before, and there were no texts from his son, which better mean Jackson was having fun. But what if Jackson was uncomfortable in the new environment and didn't want to bother Carter? Wincing, he jammed on the helmet and said a prayer for his son. Despite all the guilt and the pain in his back, he enjoyed riding the ATV back to the ranch. The powerful growl of the motor, the flapping of the wind, the vast openness of the spaces surrounding him. And of course, the amazing companion beside him. Even if temporary, a true blessing. He'd been so down when the chronic pain started. He'd been so concerned about the upcoming surgery. And he'd forgotten to count his blessings, to live one day at a time, to see the world around him. His son was one of those blessings. The biggest one. Somehow, Jackson had managed to adjust to the traumatic loss of his mom and life with one parent, and pulled Carter out of his slump, as well. His lungs filled with fresh air, carrying the scent of grass, fine, and a slight tinge of fumes. Unlike Carter, Jackson wasn't growing up a nerd, but he didn't have his father's love for studies and determination either. With a much more easygoing character, his sociable son was often surrounded by friends, reminding Carter more of his brother than himself. He suppressed a grimace. What had happened between him and Ari wasn't the child's fault. Besides video games, Jackson loved music. Again, just like his uncle. Carter had bought Jackson a violin and paid for music lessons, through which his son had suffered patiently enough. Until Jackson asked for a set of drums for last Christmas. Since then, despite Carter's apologies and multiple gifts he'd sent his neighbors, they'd given him dirty looks every time he'd encountered them. He didn't blame them. Sometimes, he didn't know what was worse, the pain in his back or the throbbing in his temples from those drums. He'd started to worry that their house would be burgled and the only thing taken would be Jackson's drums. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. He'd finally constructed a soundproof room in the house. Then his head stopped hurting so much, and the neighbors started talking to him again. Carter pulled up at the garage, following Aurora. They parked the ATVs inside, and he took off his gear. She did, too, and shook her head, probably to give some order to her unruly mane of curls. Even with messy hair, no makeup, and a simple outfit of Wrangler's shirt and jeans, she looked magnificent and made his heart race. He wanted to cup her face and draw her close, but he needed to go see his son. So he walked outside the garage. She closed the garage, then pulled her phone from her back pocket and checked something. When she looked up, a soft smile curved her lips. "I know where Jackson is. By the way, Mama said you and Jackson are staying for dinner." His stomach chose that moment to rumble, but he didn't want to overstay his welcome. "Thank you for the invitation, but..." Aurora laughed. "Who said it was an invitation? That was an order. You still have a lot to learn about Mama." He smiled. "Obviously." In the stable, Jackson met them with a wide grin and chattered about everything he'd seen so far. Air whooshed out of Carter's lungs. He needn't have worried. And just like Aurora had with him, her cousin had adhered to the safety rule with the kids. They'd found a cute helmet for Jackson and proper riding gear. Carter made a note to buy Jackson his own gear, in case they visited the ranch again soon. A man could hope. Jackson seemed to get along well with the children in Aurora's family, and she was right, there were a lot of them. But then, Jackson had never had difficulty fitting in. Again, just like his uncle. Carter cringed. Why did that thought keep popping into his head? He'd tried to hand over his resentment to God years ago. Well, the emphasis was on tried. His back pain worsened as always toward the end of the day, but he kept up his smile. Jackson introduced him to several ponies. The boy already had favorites. Keep smiling. It was time to take his painkillers. A painful, literally, reminder about another reason to sign those annulment papers. An adventurous, spirited woman like Aurora deserved better than a cranky husband who needed a cold compress in the evening and sometimes could barely move. He'd done his best to keep the dosage low, had seen enough people get addicted to pain pills. But then pain often kept him awake at night, and by the morning, he was moody and far from the regular sunshine Aurora deserved. He let the ponies adjust to his scent, then patted the one with the star on his forehead. The sense of leather drifted to him while Jackson showed him how to comb the pony's mane. Carter's mind started getting cloudy while the pain worsened. He really needed those pills now, but he didn't want his son and Aurora see him taking them. Maybe it was just bravado, wanting to appear manly in front of her, though he was glad she didn't suggest horse riding now. He didn't think he could survive it at this point. They walked outside, and she closed the stable. A fresh breeze did nothing to soothe him. Pills. Now. But he still needed to drive back to Springfield, and he needed a clear head for that. Did this small town have a hotel? And it was better to take these pills with food. He'd waited too long already. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead despite the breeze. A migraine started brewing, too, a sister of the back pain that showed up often when her brother did. Carter resisted the urge to grind his teeth. He wanted to see admiration in Aurora's eyes when she looked at him, not pity. She led them to the mansion, once again gesturing wildly. It's getting late. We have a fully furnished guest house that is currently vacant. You and Jackson are welcome to stay overnight there if you'd like to. Aurora's attentive eyes studied him. Of course, the accommodations might not be as luxurious as you're used to. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. I don't need luxurious accommodations. And thank you. He turned to Jackson. What do you think? Awesome. Jackson clapped. I'll see the ponies in the morning then. Carter's heart warmed at such an enthusiastic response. This would also give him an opportunity to take those pain pills without worrying about a clear head for driving. Did she suspect something? He didn't tell her about the reason for his surgery. But he must look as if he swallowed a chainsaw and someone turned it on inside him. Definitely, he felt like that. He followed her to the massive house, where overflowing geranium baskets welcomed people from the wraparound porch. As he trailed his fingers over the scarred doorjamb, he recognized the place had a lot of history. Then the aroma of steak, potatoes, and vegetables greeted them as they entered, and in its undertones, he could sense thousands of family meals, hear the laughter and teasing, even the heartache and healing. And Mrs. Moore bustled forward with plenty of tight hugs. Benvenuto. Just in time for dinner. There's a guest bathroom to the right. Aurora gestured in that direction. Jackson and I will wash our hands in the kitchen meanwhile. Okay, Jackson? Great. Did he look constipated? I mean, in case you want to wash up. She pointed at the grass stains on his slacks. Okay, that was a better reason. He headed to the bathroom. The last time he had grass stains was, well, never. He washed his hands with some vanilla-scented soap, but he didn't bother drying them. Every second pain pulsed through him. His hands shook when he opened the smooth plastic bottle. He tried to stop them from shaking and managed to swallow one pill, but then dropped the second one. Arg. He closed the lid before he had all of them on the tiled floor and slipped the bottle into the safety of his pocket. He poured water into his cupped hands and gulped it to flush the pill down. The effect wouldn't be immediate. It would take time for the chemicals to get into his bloodstream, for blessed relief to sweep through him. He straightened out and looked at himself in the mirror. Just the way he wanted Aurora and her family to see him. Sallow skin. Haunted eyes. A tight pain-twisted mouth. Not. What an irony. He was a doctor, but he couldn't heal himself. No time for a pity party. He needed to find the missing pill so a child, or a dog for that matter, didn't get it. Thankfully, his eyesight was still excellent, but it didn't help that they had a charming clawfoot tub. No way could he crawl underneath there. He leaned down and swept the floor with his gaze. Please, Lord. A knock on the door made him wince. Dad, are you okay? Jackson's worried voice filtered through the white door. Carter's heart nearly joined the pill. Could this get any more embarrassing? He'd better not ask, or he might get his answer. I'm fine, buddy. I'll be right there. Good. His voice sounded strong enough. Finally, he spotted the pill and picked it up. It was too valuable to flush away, so he just rinsed it and swallowed like that, for the first time in his life, not worrying about hygiene. Why did he think something between him and Aurora was possible? Why had he kissed her, asked her out? He wouldn't be able to keep up with her lifestyle, not the way he was now. He was in the company of the most fascinating woman in the world and the best son in the world, and he couldn't even enjoy them. How could he hope to have a real relationship with Aurora? Chapter 9. Aurora didn't consider herself the most observant person in the world, but yesterday, Carter had clearly been in pain. Serious pain, as much as he'd tried to hide it and weather it out. Her heart went out to him, and she racked her brain on how to help him as she did her morning ranch chores. What was it with the men in her life that they had to carry hurt like nothing was happening? Just like her brother Giovanni. The routine comforted her inner turmoil as she groomed the horses. The strokes of the brush were calming to both the giver and the recipient. The familiar sense of childhood were soothing her raw nerves, but they didn't dull the worry. For both Carter and Giovanni. She changed brushes. They were so very different. Giovanni reminded her of Ari a bit, the same energy bursting overboard, the easygoing attitude, and yes, the traits of a player. Just like Ari, Giovanni could charm his way out of many troubles. She washed and refilled the water buckets, then started taking horses out to pasture. She loved this process, unlike Giovanni. He'd had some restlessness he could scarcely keep inside him since he'd been a little boy. Sometimes, as they'd stared at the stars, he'd tell her about all the countries he was going to visit, maybe even fly to the stars. While Carter was a realist, Giovanni had been a dreamer. Well, maybe not any longer. Her gut clenched as she left the horses to graze. Every time she'd visited Giovanni, she'd seen more and more life disappear from his eyes. He was a broken man now, and in some ways, it had broken her, too. She stared at the open spaces and the endless sky, everything he'd been deprived of for years. He didn't say anything, never complained, but he must miss it all. His frame was as large as before, clearly, he'd continued to work out, probably more so, but his personality wasn't larger than life any longer. With their bond so strong, she felt she'd lost part of herself. Her heart grew heavy despite the surroundings she loved. The fact that none of them in the family could see their niece added to the loss. His ex-wife, Tatiana, still didn't answer calls from Giovanni's lawyer or anyone from their family, despite Mama insisting on paying a large child support and sending generous birthday and Christmas gifts for her granddaughter, and then for Tatiana's daughter from her second marriage, as well. That didn't change after Tatiana had divorced, and her ex-husband left for overseas. It was a one-sided contact. Tatiana had cashed the checks, but didn't answer calls or emails. Mama had to hire a private investigator to make sure that the children were okay. Aurora's hands fisted, and she uncoiled her fingers one by one. One shouldn't be angry, or emotional for that matter, near horses. She'd fly to Tatiana and make that woman change her mind, but Giovanni insisted she promise not to. The unfairness of it all had her fuming. What was Tatiana thinking? How could she do this to Giovanni and his family? At least, Aurora had something to look forward to today. Her heartbeat increased. A date with Carter. She told one of her favorites, a thoroughbred stallion, all about it. She'd dated often, but usually, she wasn't as excited. She even considered a trip to a hairdresser, but then seriously, brushing her hair would be challenging enough. She'd take her guitar with her to show Jackson a few chords afterward. Carter had told her about his son's experience with the drums, so teaching Jackson to play the guitar would benefit the father as much as the son. Jackson had seemed excited yesterday when she'd suggested it at dinner. At the end of the day, she returned to her small ranch house and showered. Then, wearing a bathrobe and exhaustion, she walked to her closet and gave her clothes a critical look. She grimaced at the jeans and slacks, the shirts and t-shirts with very few dresses in between. Dean had insisted on buying her a formal wardrobe suitable for a surgeon's wife. But Aurora had donated all of those fancy suits and dresses soon after her divorce. Well, the inventory of her jewelry box revealed the same results. It was time to ask a professional. And by that, she meant her fashionista cousin. If Jenna could make a wedding dress in an hour, she could come up with a date outfit. Her pregnancy had become more difficult again, so the family and especially her husband insisted on Jenna taking it slow and staying home. As it was summer vacation and school was out, Jenna's mother, Aurora's aunt, had volunteered to watch the menagerie of children and pets, and often one of the siblings or cousins stepped in to help. So most likely Jenna's adopted son was at the family mansion with his cousins and grandmother while Jenna was at home. Aurora was on the way to her cousin's newly constructed ranch house when she realized she should have called. But then, their family had an open-door policy. Unless someone threatened one of its members, of course. Then all doors were locked, and security measures increased. Aurora rang the doorbell and, when there was no answer, tried the door handle. It gave in easily, and Aurora strode forward. Before Aurora could call out for her cousin, a sound from the bathroom gave Jenna's location away. Aurora frowned as she hurried there. Her cousin must be having morning sickness again, which technically was a misnomer because it showed up at any time of the day. The memory of Giovanni holding Aurora's hair when she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her appeared in her mind. They'd shared so many memories, good and bad, and he'd always been there for her. Well, at least while he was at the ranch. She entered a bathroom far more modern and fancy than her own farm-style one. Without saying a word, she watered a towel and handed it to Jenna. Unlike Aurora, Jenna wore her raven black hair cut short, with long stylish bangs reaching her eyes, so no need to hold her hair. But like Aurora, her cousin was too independent to ask for support and compassion. Aurora never waited to be asked. "Do you want me to help you to the bedroom?" Jenna wiped sweat beading on her forehead and then her mouth. "No. There's more coming. Then you'll need to rest here." Aurora moved the small turquoise rug that matched the walls to the nearest wall. Then she helped her cousin lean against the wall. "You should have called one of us or your husband. We'd be here in seconds." A weak smile touched Jenna's lips. Her stunning blue eyes stood out against her chalk-pale face. "I know. I'll get you a pillow. It should help your back." Her cousin nodded. Aurora rushed to a bedroom, almost overwhelmed by the magnificent paintings, then averted her gaze and returned with a pillow. She fluffed it to make Jenna as comfortable as she could. Compassion unraveled as Aurora blotted a few more droplets of sweat on her cousin's forehead with a new soft towel of a bright turquoise color. It seemed that Jenna didn't just wear clothes that often matched her eyes, she'd chosen the interior pieces to match her eyes, too. Then Jenna's eyelids fluttered downward, hiding her bright eyes. Aurora lingered. Asking her cousin for help when she was in this condition would be selfish. Should Aurora let her sleep? She'd stay with her for a while, of course, but without bothering her. "You need help getting ready for your date night with your husband, right?" Jenna's voice was stronger now. "Huh. No wonder this woman worked as a private investigator." Aurora chuckled. "I admire your deduction skills." Jenna opened her eyes. "No deduction skills necessary here. The grapevine in this family and town works great. And no offense, but you don't have the best fashion sense in the world." Aurora raised her chin. "Hey. I never tried. But never mind about date advice. You need to rest. Visiting a doctor might not be a bad idea, either." She tensed. She still didn't give up on the idea of becoming a mother, but worry twisted her gut. Yes, she was only approaching 40 while Jenna had already passed that mark, but Aurora's clock ticked louder than ever right now. Would Carter want another child? Not that it should matter, considering their marriage should be annulled soon. Aurora swallowed hard. Maybe she should have waited instead of sending in those papers. Jenna shifted. "Help me up. I think my stomach will cooperate for some time." Aurora eyed her. "Only if you're going straight to bed and not the closet." Her cousin rolled her eyes. "Fine." Aurora helped Jenna lie down and went to close the curtains to make it easier for her to fall asleep. Jenna stirred. "No, leave them open. Now, go to my closet." "Seriously." "It's okay. I have a few dresses I can choose from. Should I bring you some tea? Or cold water, maybe? Crackers?" "Shush. Haven't you heard it's useless to argue with a pregnant woman? Especially this pregnant woman?" That was a rhetorical question, by the way. What place are you going to? Aurora sat on the edge of the bed. A French restaurant in Springfield. Turns out, he's already been to an Italian restaurant, and I want him to try something new. Me, too, for that matter. Okay, we'll look up the menu, and I'll translate it. You know, so you don't end up with snails or raw steak. Aurora shuddered. I'd appreciate that. Huh. So it's a fancy place. Go to my closet and find the blue sequin dress. Aurora grimaced. Do you really think I can fit into your dress? Aurora was a little shorter and not just a little, well, wider than her cousin. The fabric stretches. Try it on, then come back. Huffing, just to prove her cousin wrong, Aurora marched to a walk-in closet almost the size of the bedroom and about 3 times larger than Aurora's. Unlike Aurora, Jenna had endless rows of dresses, so finding the blue sequined one took a while. When Aurora emerged, she realized her cousin was right. The fabric stretched, and the dress hugged her nicely. Do not say it. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so, Jenna sing-songed. She clearly felt better, so grateful. Aurora kept it to herself that Jenna sang off-key. Now, go to the vanity. Find my makeup kit in the top drawer. You'll see blue eyeshadows that complement this dress. Aurora blinked. But my eyes are brown. Huh. Jenna pushed herself up higher on her pillows. My cosmetic collection is fairly extensive. However, what you won't see, there is some silly rule written in stone that says the eyeshadow palette should match eyes. And once you're done, I can sing I Told You So again. I'm the one who's usually singing, Aurora muttered but obeyed. Then she stared at the makeup kit with a myriad of eyeshadows. In several rows. Aurora's makeup consisted of eyeliner and, well, that was it. Mascara sometimes. She should have a lipstick somewhere. Though at this point, Aurora wasn't sure it was still safe to use due to its age. Just bring it to me and close your eyes. I'll do your makeup. Thanks. Aurora sent her cousin a grateful glance. Several minutes later, Aurora heard all done and opened her eyes. Jenna smiled. Go look in the mirror. Aurora did and gasped. Wow. You missed your calling as a makeup artist. No thanks. I'm fine where I am. Except when I'm on the bathroom floor. Okay, there's a second drawer in the makeup desk. You'll find a jewelry box there. Unearth a few blue pieces to go with this dress. Once again, Jenna was right. Regaining some color, she sat up on the bed. Now we just need to find you shoes. Laughter rumbled in Aurora's chest. You should have come home from Europe sooner. Nope. I needed to learn some lessons first. It all happens in God's timing, and His timing is perfect. Jenna wagged a makeup wand, then slid it back into its place. And something tells me now is your time to shine. Carter's heart was beating fast as he waited for Aurora in the French restaurant. The aroma of croissants, coffee, and braised meat swirled around him, mixing with the scent of fresh flowers on the table. Paintings in gilded frames decorated the walls, and in keeping with their blue and purple colors, irises adorned the linen-draped tables. With one finger, he idly traced the tablecloth's subtle embossing. He'd done enough online research to know that the iris was an official flower of Paris and the paintings were copies of famous Impressionist artists. Patrons wore expensive attire, and even the subtle music added to an ambience of tasteful luxury. When he'd called, he was told first that the reservations were booked weeks ahead, then, just as disappointment had squeezed his heart, he'd been informed there was a cancellation. He hadn't been here before, but he'd once liked to dine in this kind of place where everything from tablecloths and linen napkins to polite waitstaff screamed of good taste. Would Aurora like it, though? It seemed so different from her personality. On the other hand, she'd chosen it. She'd wanted them to try new things. Like a bucket list? He grimaced. Best not to think that. He reached into his pocket for the small plastic bottle and shook out 2 pills. It was getting more difficult to control his facial expressions when he was in pain. He didn't want Aurora to think he grimaced because of her. And he wanted to enjoy every moment of her company without clasping the edges of his seat. He'd taken a taxi here and was going to take a taxi home. He sent a text to his grandmother to check on her and Jackson and to thank her once again for babysitting. He received an admonition not to worry and an order to enjoy himself. That made him smile. Grandma might be getting older, but she was as feisty as ever. He brought his goblet of water, it was important to stay hydrated, to his lips and took a few sips to flush down the pills. Then he looked up and nearly dropped the goblet. Liquid sloshed over the rim as he plunked the goblet on the table. Was it really Aurora? Her hair, pulled up into a sophisticated updo, exposed her elegant neck, and aquamarine earrings shimmered as she moved. She was stunning in a spaghetti-strapped sequin dress, and as she walked, a slit gave a tease of her slender legs. The dress's deep blue, indigo hue drew attention, but even more so her eyes. While usually she only used an eyeliner, today a fascinating palette of blue shadows made her already large eyes bigger and brighter. He got up, slumped on his seat, and got up again. He wasn't the only one stunned because a waiter nearly crashed into her. Another patron got a hissing reprimand from his date for staring at Aurora too long. Carter hurried to her before she could cause any more foot traffic delays or possible divorces. Besides, he didn't want her to wear one of the fancy dishes with even a fancier sauce after a collision. You look amazing. He brought her hand to his lips, then led her to their table. I know. She chuckled. But thank you. Jenna helped. One had to admire her confidence. He pulled out a chair for her, then sat after she did. The waiter appeared, and Aurora ordered a glass of sparkling water, then opened a menu. She teased him about ordering a steak tartare. He already knew it was raw steak, and he wasn't going to be that adventurous. He chose beef bourguignon while she decided on confit de canard, or duck with a rich sauce containing cherries and orange. He decided to skip dessert while she pointed to creme brulee, a vanilla-flavored custard topped with caramel. Once the food arrived and he said grace, they ate a few moments in silence. You've met my family, so you've seen how we are. But it's not difficult to notice there's no love lost between you and your brother. I figure it's more than sibling rivalry. She let the sentence linger while she paid attention to her dish. He flinched. He'd hoped for a pleasant evening, not this. Why had she come out with it, now, of all times? But then he owed her honesty. You didn't ask my brother about that? He sipped his water, buying time. I know his version of the story. I want to know yours. She studied him over the rim of her glass. I made my peace with it now. Or so he wanted to believe. But for a long time I hated my brother. Her eyes widened as she cut her duck. Why? Because he killed my wife. Chapter 10. Was this too much honesty? And probably the wrong choice of words. But he'd said what he'd said. Regret sliced through him. Her utensils clattered to the plate. Well, not literally, he hurried to explain. She pushed away her half-full plate, all attention on him. He swallowed hard. As you know, many women find my twin irresistible. As his former girlfriend, Aurora was most likely one of them. My ex-wife fell under his charm. Aurora closed her eyes, then opened them slowly. I'm sorry to hear that. Maddie left me and Jackson for my brother. The pain was duller by now. What had hurt the most wasn't his loss, but Jackson's, though his son had bounced back well. The saddest part? My brother didn't really want her. His interest had already switched to someone else by then. He laughed at her and said she was too fat for him. Aurora straightened, her gaze sharper than the knife in front of her. Oh, I'd slap him silly if he dared to say something like that to me. Or in front of me. Carter believed that. He took another sip of his cold water in its expensive tall glass to push the hard lump in his throat. Even thinking about all this was still difficult. She was so desperate to win back his attention that she decided to have liposuction. He paused, unable to say anything else for a while, lost in the feeling of helplessness. Could he have prevented what had happened next? If he'd tried harder to get her back. Did she? Aurora's voice pulled him out of his devastating trip down memory lane. He blinked. Did she what? Win his attention again? Even for a little time? Maddie died during the surgery. She was told it was a routine procedure, even for the amount of liposuction she asked for. But there are never guarantees when it comes to surgery. Or anything else in life. It didn't take a genius to figure out that his panicky fear of the back surgery stemmed from that horrific loss. His fingers tightened around his fork, and he jabbed it into his beef. I should have stopped her. I should have done more. Aurora reached for his free hand. Let me tell you something. When a woman makes a decision, it's very difficult to stop her. You did what you could. And now you're raising a great son. He drank her support in thirstily. He'd held all that regret and anger inside him so long that it had festered like an infected wound. A bond formed between them. No, it had already been there. Now it just grew stronger. A soft melody started playing. The song was in French, and he found the language beautiful though he couldn't understand it. Or maybe precisely because he couldn't understand it. Aurora perked up, listening to the music. She was like a song herself, beautiful, melodic, fluid, and also in a language he couldn't understand, Italian this time. But unlike all other songs, he wanted her to be present in his life forever. Wishful thinking. More softness tempered her brown eyes now. Would you like to dance? He dropped the spoon on his plate. Dance? This moment? Then he knew what she was going to say even before she said it because it reflected their conversation like the crystal goblet reflected part of her lovely face. They said in unison, sometimes this moment is all we have. The next day, Aurora woke up still hearing music from her dream. The dream where she danced with Carter in a field of wildflowers. And just like from the evening before, she could feel the gentleness of his embrace as it contradicted the heat in his eyes. Joy filled her chest, and she wanted the moment to last forever. But she'd never stayed in bed for long, one of the first rules of life on the ranch. The lovely melody didn't disappear as she went through the mundane tasks of brushing her teeth and putting her hair into some semblance of order. She rarely bothered with makeup, but coffee was a must. She danced salsa as she munched on a slice of buttered toast with peach jam while waiting for the coffee to brew. Everything in her longed to see Carter again, but she'd never shirk her ranch responsibilities. How did a man so opposite from her manage to crawl under her skin? Besides him being a good kisser, though that didn't hurt. It wasn't because he was a doctor. On the contrary, that was a drawback. An enticing aroma spread in the kitchen, and she breathed it in. She added an amaretto creamer and savored her first slow sip. Good. No, good. Kindness and hurt. She'd gotten attracted to Carter's kindness, but had stayed because she guessed he hurt, both physically and emotionally. If she had a weakness, and that was a very big if, it was that she needed to be needed. That was one of the main reasons she'd stayed at the ranch instead of trying for a songwriting career. She was needed at the ranch. With her songs, she wasn't so sure. But Carter's words spread through her like coffee now, warmed her up. Was she disrespectful to her biggest gift from God? To the talent that made her heart sing, literally? Sunlight filtered through the window, cast the small room in a soft glow. Her kitchen was so different from the ultramodern kitchen she'd had while married. She didn't miss stainless steel appliances, granite counters, and expensive gold inlaid backsplashes at all. She stroked a slightly uneven counter. This kitchen, with its repurposed counters, garlic cloves hanging above them, a long row of spices on the stove, an old refrigerator she painted as yellow as sunflower petals, and many knickknacks and towels and flower-imprinted aprons, sang to a part of her soul. Towels were important because when Aurora cooked, she could get messy. She didn't get to cook much on those granite counters, though. Her ex had a private chef, an attractive slim young blonde who didn't look like she'd ever sampled her own dishes. Later, Aurora had learned the chef gave Dean way more than meals in that kitchen. Aurora grimaced and finished her toast. Carter had a mansion with an ultramodern kitchen, too. The thought shouldn't have bothered her, but it did. Well, just because he was a doctor with a luxurious house didn't mean he was like her ex. But she was used to her ranch house, small by design, and couldn't imagine herself living in his house. Too many large empty rooms for that house to ever be filled with love. Shouldn't matter. It wasn't like Carter and Aurora were married for real and he'd invite her to live with him and Jackson. Despite the sweet rich creamer, the coffee turned bitter in her mouth, but she drained her cup and washed it in the sink. Mama brought them up to clean up after themselves. So rarely did dishes pile up in the sink even before they'd gotten a dishwasher. Aurora had dressed in her regular uniform of jeans and Wrangler's shirt when the doorbell rang. A bit too early for visitors. She opened the door and smiled when Mama entered her house. Would you like some coffee? Cookies? Mama marched to the dining table, but she shook her head. No. Mia Figlia, we need to talk. Aurora's heart sank as she pulled out the chair for Mama, then sat on one nearby. What happened? That's not right. Mama shook her head again, although more emphatically this time. What you're doing is not right. Aurora's mind whirled like in times when she'd been a teen and gotten into mischief. What could it be? But she didn't get into any mischief lately. Except getting married to the wrong guy. Or the right guy, after all? Aurora looked down, hoping to pull off the innocent look that helped her sometimes in her teens. I'm sorry. Then she watched her mother from the corner of her eye. You should be. Why are you sleeping in this house? Why are you here getting ready for work when you should be with your marido? Carter felt like he'd entered a different world. First, Aurora took them to her friend's private recording studio. Jackson was more excited than when Carter had taken him to Disneyland, which frankly, had hurt a little. They spent the biggest part of the day in the studio, to Jackson's utter delight, where Jackson had recorded a song while Aurora played the guitar. At least, his son didn't try the drums. Looking at Jackson's beaming face, Carter knew his boy would never forget this day. And because of that, Carter would treasure it in his memory forever, too. After all, happiness could often be bringing happiness to others, especially to those one loved. Afterward, as the three of them walked into brightly shining sunlight outside, he took her hand. Thank you. He wanted to say so much more, how much she'd come to mean to him, but he couldn't find the right words. He needed to remember he was a damaged man and she was a luminous woman who never stayed around for long. The rings on their fingers caught the proverbial sunshine, and he looked away. In their case, the wedding rings weren't a symbol of the eternal commitment because they'd have to come off once he signed the annulment papers and handed them to her. Truly my pleasure. She smiled, looking like eternal sunshine herself in a dress where a field of sunflowers bloomed. Even her sneakers were of a canary yellow, and her cowboy hat was yellow straw. She didn't seem to notice his turmoil, so he tried not to be the cloud on her horizon. This was awesome. Jackson walked to the car, a skip in his step. I'm hungry. Can we go eat? She grinned. Amazing how easily and how often she smiled. I know a great place where they have live music today. Acoustic guitars. They have steak, barbecue. She scrunched her face a little, tons of salads, too, in the salad bar. Those salads probably don't weigh a ton, right? Great. Jackson did a fist pump. Most likely, not over the salads. All he needed to hear was acoustic guitars. Carter opened the door for his son, then the front passenger door for her. Do you think just because I'm a doctor, I'm only into super healthy food? She quirked an eyebrow, her eyes laughing. Aren't you? He closed the door and strode around the car, then slid into the driver's seat. Fine, I am, but a steak once in a while won't do any harm. She sked as she clicked her seatbelt. Let me remember what you said when you saw steak tartare on the menu in the French restaurant. He groaned as he turned the key in the ignition. That was a raw steak. With a raw egg. Haven't people heard about salmonella? And here I was thinking of going to the sushi place. Aurora's chuckle as he drove off told him she was joking. Hopefully. He slanted a glance at her to be sure. Still, he should be more adventurous. Sushi should be safe. I heard about some raw fish that, if it's prepared wrong, then it's super poisonous, she whispered, probably so Jackson wouldn't overhear. Turn to the left here, please. For you, I'd try that fish. He realized he meant it. Every word. Nah. I wouldn't ask you to do that. I want you to live a long and happy life. For a few minutes, he drove in silence. Unspoken words hung in the air. They both couldn't be sure how long his life was going to be. He told himself the surgery was going to be a standard procedure. Exactly the same words Maddie had been told. Only in her case, the result had turned out tragic and not standard at all. Aurora's fingers found his. Whatever happens, I'll be with you through it all. His heart warmed, then sank a little. Would she, really? Do you mean sharing that possibly poisonous fish plate? He made an awkward joke as he turned to the left again under her direction. Her fingers wrapped around his tighter. We both will skip that. I meant everything else. For how long? He was a practical man, but for right now, he wanted a beautiful illusion, fleeting like the sweet melody she'd played at the music studio. The restaurant's barbecue and potato aroma was enticing, and thankfully, he didn't notice any bleeding steaks on plates as a young waitress took them to a booth. They passed the salad bar, and she was right about the salads. But besides a variety of ingredients for make-your-own Caesar and garden salads, they included a potato salad and a macaroni salad with heaps of mayonnaise. Not exactly the healthiest choice. He'd keep that thought to himself. This place with wildflowers on rustic tables, open beams along the ceiling, and barnwood walls decorated with ranch gear seemed more like her kind of place than the chic French restaurant they'd visited. Did she choose the French restaurant for his sake? The live music hadn't started yet, but the musicians were setting up. They smiled at Aurora and waved at her. An unexpected stab of jealousy made him flinch. Seriously? He wasn't a jealous man. He let Jackson slide inside the booth, then followed him. Then his gaze settled on Aurora. You know those musicians, right? Talk about the obvious. Well, he wanted to hear something like, yeah, we're just friends. She shrugged nonchalantly as she took the bench opposite them. I used to play with them and date the lead guitarist. Another stab told him maybe he was a jealous man, after all. With this woman. What do they say? If you don't want to know the answer, don't ask the question. His experience with Maddie had left him with a wound in his heart too deep to heal completely even now. He'd trusted her as much as he'd trusted himself. He'd never questioned her when she'd started coming home late, never asked her when someone had called her on the phone, never doubted her when she'd said she'd gone shopping with a friend and looked away. What a fool he'd been. One could have knocked him down with a feather when she'd told him she was leaving him. Well, that wasn't scientifically correct. One could knock him down with a brick, not a feather. They ordered drinks, iced tea for Carter and Aurora and chocolate milk for Jackson. Strangely enough, their choice of food was similar, too, a T-bone steak with a baked potato for Carter and a prime rib with roasted potatoes for Aurora. Jackson went for chicken fingers and then, after a sigh, grilled vegetables, while Aurora and Carter built heaping garden salads from the salad buffet. The sunflower seeds she added to hers looked interesting, so Carter sprinkled some over his. The rest of the food arrived soon and smelled, as Jackson immediately said, "Yummy." "Tasted yummy, too," Aurora said grace. When they started eating, one of the musicians sauntered over. He didn't resemble Ari enough to be, his twin, but there were similarities: an arrogant gaze and eyes outlined with a charcoal-hued pencil, then multiple piercings, and those leather pants Ari favored a lot, even in summer. Based on the glint in the guy's eyes, the split between him and Aurora must have been amicable. "Hey, Aurora. We'd love you to join us. For old time's sake." What a feral grin. Carter tensed and shifted forward. Aurora smiled sweetly as she sipped her iced tea. "Thanks, but I'd rather enjoy dinner with my family. Let me introduce you to my husband." Carter preened under the pride in her voice. The guy's jaw slackened. "What? You're kidding me. You got married again?" He muttered something under his breath, "Thanks a lot." Aurora's eyes narrowed. "Congratulations would have been nice." "Yeah, congratulations. But I just lost $20. My buddy heard the rumor you got married." I said no way. "We had a bet." Carter reached into his wallet and gave the man a 20. "I hope that will help you feel better. I'm Dr. McFarland." The guy snatched the greenback, but his eyes widened. "A doctor, too? Huh. Lightning does strike twice." Then he stomped away. As Carter enjoyed his food with more enthusiasm than before, he said, "I'm not sure about live music tonight. It might take the guy a while to remember how to play the guitar after this." Jackson's eyes went big. "No music?" Aurora smiled at him. "Your dad is joking." But after a few chords and a few bites, Carter's heart shifted. Longing gleamed in Aurora's eyes, and a melancholic expression tautened her features. Her entire body turned toward the stage. He was no longer glad she'd refused to play. Jackson looked just as mesmerized, though he managed to finish his chicken fingers and even the grilled vegetables. Carter touched her hand, grateful for the physical connection. Grateful for her existence. You should go play. Music mattered to her, and to his son for that matter. And what mattered to the people Carter loved mattered to him. Even if it made more men look at her with admiration. She'd never given him a reason to distrust her. She simply had a bright, vibrant personality that attracted people like stars attracted planets. One wouldn't begrudge the sun attracting the earth. She shook her head and moved a lettuce leaf around the plate. "That's fine. I want to hear you play again." Jackson gulped some chocolate milk, streaking his upper lip with a dull mustache. "Me, too," Carter said. "I want to hear you play again. You truly have a talent." Her music soothed him, even distracted him from the pain morphing in his back. Her eyes brightened. "Okay. But on one condition. That you, Jackson, will sing the song we learned today." A mustached grin blossomed on the boy's face. Yeah. He didn't have stage fright at all. Then he looked up at Carter. "Is it okay, Dad?" Some of the excitement thrumming through him seemed to escape as he bounced forward in his seat. Gratitude to her for making his son so happy swelled Carter's chest. "Sure. But one thing first." He wiped the chocolate milk mustache. "Now, go. I mean, if the restaurant owner doesn't have this objection to change of repertoire." Jackson blinked. What?" Aurora smiled. "He's my friend. He won't." Carter did his best not to wonder whether Aurora used to date that guy, too. If so, she must have another talent, staying on good terms with her exes. Ari usually left broken hearts in his wake. She took Jackson's hand and walked to the stage. For a moment, Carter felt left out. But then she smiled at him from the stage. And the warmth in that smile and her gaze wrapped him in a circle of love, connecting him to her no matter where she was. No matter where he was. Chapter 11. Aurora had always loved how music made her feel, how her heart soared with every note, rising higher and higher. And jamming with Jackson was exactly like what she'd imagined jamming with her own son would be. Even better. Except for Giovanni, who'd played a guitar, none of her siblings had shared her passion. So it was all the more precious that Jackson did. It was like she'd be able to pass along what she'd learned to a new generation. She also loved seeing people's expressions as she played. Joy expanded her heart at the joy on their faces, as well. But if she was totally honest with herself, and she always was, tonight she played only for Carter. She tried to say with her music what she couldn't say with her words. As a girl with unruly dark curls, generous eyebrows, and skin darker than most kids in her school had and even her siblings, she'd learned early on that she'd stood out. She wasn't a beauty, but she was different and attracted attention whether she wanted it or not. Her mama, who'd given her the coloring in the first place, had explained that she could either own her uniqueness or suffer from it. Little Aurora had decided to do her best to own it. Mama had also recognized Aurora's musical talent early on and gone plenty of extra miles to get Aurora to music lessons, no matter how busy ranch life was, for which Aurora would be forever grateful. Aurora had started performing in school musicals, family gatherings, farmers' markets and town festivals, and anywhere she had a chance. She rarely stayed still, except when with her guitar. But then, when she was playing, her mind moved instead of her body. When Aurora first had stage fright, Mama had told her to find one person in the audience and perform for that one person. That was so much easier than pleasing a crowd. Most of the time, that one person was Mama, who'd smiled encouragingly, and sometimes Giovanni, who'd gone to all Aurora's performances to support her. Later, as she'd started doing gigs at different restaurants and a few festivals in other states, she'd needed to find a kind-looking stranger among the other strangers. This evening, it was the person who once was a stranger and now meant the world to her. After a few songs, the group asked her to play a solo since they needed to take a break. Jackson went back to his father because she didn't want him to strain his vocal cords too much. Her heart fluttered as she decided to play a different song. At first, she wanted to play the one that sounded in her head whenever she thought about Carter, every time their gazes met, every time their hands touched. But she couldn't. So she chose something else, an old folkloric Italian song that brides sang to their bridegrooms. She put all her feeling into it and wanted him to understand her while fearing he'd be able to at the same time. In her vision, she was taken away to a sunlit Italian shore with turquoise water as far as the eye could see, where she and Carter were alone. Where he'd ask her to marry him and promise her eternal love. She blinked as applause deafened her, light blinded her, reality overtook her. She gripped the guitar while people clapped. It had been such a beautiful dream, but unlike the guitar strings, it was going to slip through her fingers. "You're stealing our limelight." Grinning, her friend nudged her once applause quieted. "The owner says he'd love to offer you a permanent job." "Tell him thanks, but I'm happy at the ranch," she whispered. Wasn't she? Carter stared at the annulment papers as he sat behind his desk in his home office, while Jackson played video games with his buddies in his room. Memories flooded Carter's mind, taking him far back. When Maddie had asked for a divorce so she could be free to be with his brother, Carter had been speechless. They'd been high school sweethearts. Maddie was the only woman he'd ever loved. He couldn't even imagine being with someone else then. He'd been raised to believe in marriage for life, the way his parents had lived. When he'd given his vows, he'd meant every word. He'd felt every word with his entire being. The memory of that last conversation still sent a shiver through him. Once he'd found his voice, then, he'd asked Maddie to reconsider. He'd said she'd only be a toy to Ari who'd discard her soon. She'd stomped out, furious, he'd badmouthed the man she'd fallen for. "I hate you." Those were her parting words. He shuddered, despite the warm summer air. His heart still ached. If he'd let Maddie go, then instead of trying to make her see reason, maybe those wouldn't be the last words he'd heard from her. Maybe she would have still taken his calls, and he'd have been able to talk her out of the plastic surgery that had turned fatal. His gut twisted, distracting from lingering pain in his back. He didn't want to let Aurora go, either. The more he got to know her, the less he could imagine his life without her. But was he doing the wrong thing for the second time by trying to keep the woman dear to him? He looked at the annulment papers again. Several days passed in a blur. The three of them played volleyball in the front yard, went to see the new movies, visited all of the nearby parks, and spent a lot of time in the indoor swimming pool. There, Carter relished watching Jackson learn breathing techniques and swimming techniques from Aurora. Carter learned some as well, and delighted squeals filled once silent walls. And every day, he felt himself falling more and more for Aurora, her laughter, her spunk, her kindness toward his son, and a myriad of other things. Today, as Aurora and Jackson jammed with guitars in the living room, Carter simply sat, enjoying the melody of their tunes and the medley of joy on their faces. When they finished a song, Aurora high-fived Jackson. "You're doing great. Even I can see that you're improving." Carter handed them water bottles, cool, but not cold enough to affect their vocal cords. Hydration was important. Jackson beamed as he accepted the bottle. "Thanks. These have been the best days ever." A pleasant wave spread through Carter. "Because Aurora is here." "Thank you," Aurora mouthed to him before she drained the bottle in large thirsty gulps, and he wasn't sure whether she'd thanked him for the drink, his words, or both. Either way, he'd take it. For the first time in his life, he understood the expression his heart sang, because his did. Jackson took a long sip. "Because you're both here." "What?" It took Carter a moment for the words to register. "But I was always here." "You were always working." Jackson drank more, then placed the half-empty bottle on the floor. "Let's play again." Aurora's captivating brown eyes grew concerned as she placed a hand on Carter's forearm. Her fingertips, just like her songs, seemed to touch his heart. Her hand lingered, and then she removed it, leaving him missing her warmth. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but Jackson beat her to it. "Love you, Dad." "Love you, too." A lump formed in Carter's throat as he returned to the sofa. His mind whirled while he listened to two of his favorite people playing. He thought he'd been doing the right thing by studying hard, then working hard all his life. Well, until the moment he'd scheduled that surgery and then had gotten married to Aurora by mistake. He'd been sure he'd thrown his life into chaos that fateful day. But maybe God thought otherwise. Yes, Carter had wanted to earn his father's love by following in his footsteps and then becoming successful in the field, a well-thought-of cardiologist. He'd also wanted to be a good provider, to give the woman he loved and their children the lifestyle they deserved, to open paths for them. His father had done that, hadn't he? And before him, his grandfather. That was how Carter had been raised. Heat rose in him, and he took a sip of cooling water. That was also how he'd ended up in a large house where most rooms stood as empty as the indoor swimming pool he'd barely ever used before Aurora barraged into his life. Always deep in his work, he hadn't enjoyed the luxuries he'd paid for. Family meals had been rushed because a new appointment waited for him, or he'd needed to leave for an important conference to be a key speaker. After all, he was in such high demand and proud of it. His son had the best toys, the newest video games, but apparently, all he'd wanted was to spend time with his dad. Jackson grinned as he struck another chord. "Fine, that and to learn to play the guitar." Carter took another sip around the lump in his throat, then rubbed his temples. He never had to earn his son's love. It was unconditional. All he had to do was be there. Maybe it was the same with Maddie. Regret bit his insides, but its teeth weren't as sharp now. His gaze moved to her photo on the wall, a photo forever capturing the times she'd still been happy, and her smile beamed at him. She wore a simple sleeveless summer dress with red flowers to their impromptu picnic at the lake, and her long hair of the same shade of brown as their son's flowed over her shoulders. She'd laughed the moment after he'd taken the photo because he'd tried to kiss her and spilled orange juice all over the blanket in the process. He'd left that photo on the wall for Jackson's sake, no matter how painful it was, and had avoided looking at it for years. Sunlight filtered through the large window hugged by silvery silk curtains, highlighting more truth he'd refused to see. Or maybe the soft music, the kind Maddie would love to hear, had made him look at that photo with new eyes. One of the things Carter couldn't understand at the time, the one that had hurt him so much, was what he'd considered Maddie's ingratitude. The fact that she didn't seem to value his sacrifices for the family's sake. After all, he'd done so much for her. Bought her anything she'd asked for, from a luxurious car to an expensive house and dazzling diamonds. Was it too much to ask her to appreciate all those long tiring hours he'd worked? As if that could compensate for him paying less and less attention to her. A lump in his throat grew larger, and he couldn't drink any longer. He placed the bottle on the spotless coffee table on a coaster, of course. Could he be somewhat to blame for her falling out of love with him and turning to his twin? Ari had given Maddie nothing, promised her nothing, except maybe fleeting attention. But that was apparently enough. Had Carter's neglect, besides Ari's scoffing words, fed Maddie's insecurities, prompted her to seek out plastic surgery? His heart sank into the plush carpet. Wasn't his relationship with God similar? He'd donated to numerous charities, including religious ones, as if he could compensate for lacking prayers and rarely giving his time to God in reflection. Ironic that it took an upcoming surgery and Aurora's appearance in his life to make him realize it. What he'd thought brought chaos and confusion instead put his priorities in the right order and gave him clarity. He still didn't know all the answers to the many questions swirling in his mind like angry bees, but if this was the new melody of his life, he'd heard the first chord. Carter resisted the urge to hide his face and instead managed to smile encouragingly at his son. If only he could turn back time. But, while he couldn't correct past mistakes, he could do something about the present. His papers were in order, but he needed to let his grudge against Ari go. He had to talk to his brother. Make amends. Let him know he didn't think Ari's career path less valuable than the one Carter had followed. In a way, he should be grateful to his twin. If not for Ari, Carter would never have met Aurora. Oh, and he needed to plant a tree, after all. He needed to spend as much time as possible with Jackson. As for Aurora, he had no clue what to do about his growing affection for this infuriating and fascinating woman. Aurora wasn't into material possessions. Diamonds and cars wouldn't impress her. The only thing he could give her was her freedom. His heart shattered as he looked at her beautiful face, her luminous eyes as she sang. No matter how much it hurt, he'd have to sign those annulment papers. He'd have to let her go. Chapter 12. While Grandma stayed with Jackson and his friends, Carter went to check on his parents' house. They'd gone on a trip but given their sons the keys, and Carter and Ari had promised to stop by the house from time to make sure everything was okay. A trusted maid who'd worked for their parents for years was supposed to come to clean on a regular basis. The lawn was well taken care of, with manicured grass as immaculately kept as the large stucco house and its white porch columns. Carter wouldn't be surprised if someone washed those cappuccino-hued sidewalks constantly, too. Ari's flashy red sports car, parked at the curb in front of the house, made Carter cringe. In other times, he'd turn around and come later. Now, he squared his shoulders and marched forward. He wanted to talk to his brother, anyway, and God was giving him that chance. Lord, please help me find the right words. He found Ari in the most unusual, for his twin place, the library room. As Carter entered the place where Carter had spent many hours in his childhood and his twin never seemed to put a foot in, he nearly said, "I didn't know you knew how to read." A shaming heat flowed through him. He really was a snob. That phrase was uncalled for and mean. He'd always blamed the rift between them on Ari's careless character and later on Ari's betrayal and cruel treatment of Maddie. But just like with Maddie, was some of it Carter's fault, too? With all the years of studying the human body, he'd neglected to study souls. He knew well how the heart operated, but remained clueless about matters of the heart. Ari looked up from a music magazine, one leg draped over the arm of a cream-colored armchair, a chair sadly different from the cozy one Carter had once burrowed into. Nothing lasted forever. His brother grimaced. "What, you came to rub it into my face?" Not the beginning Carter had hoped for. "Huh?" Carter's eyes widened. "Rub what?" Usually, it was the other way around. Ari seemed to love to rub into Carter's face that Carter had all work and no fun while Ari enjoyed his life. "You got the only girl I ever cared about." His brother's bitterness rasped over him like a discordant chord. Carter took the armchair opposite his brother's, or rather, sank into it. This was news to him. Ari always moved from one relationship to another with no hard feelings, at least, on his side. Aurora said she'd agreed to marry Ari so he could clean up his image and start a new career, sort of a business arrangement between friends. Carter frowned. He didn't even know Ari had wanted to start a new career. Apparently, he didn't know his twin, not really. More heat shamed him. "I didn't realize it. But I didn't get Aurora." He paused, let out a breath, surrendered the sadness. "I signed the annulment papers." Something unreadable flashed in Ari's eyes, the magazine slinked to his lap, and he leaned forward, dropping both feet to the floor. "Did you give them to her?" "No," Carter hurried to correct himself as the magazine floated to the floor as well. "Not yet." "I see." Ari slouched into the armchair again. "Well, I guess you got your revenge." Carter cringed. Making amends hadn't gone well so far. Ari looked out the window nearby at the lawn where they used to play as children. "You always had too much pride to apologize." "I'm not the one who should apologize." Carter's blood boiled. His hands fisted. "Do you remember what you did to Maddie? What you told her?" "It was a bit harsh, but it was supposed to clear her infatuation with me. For the record, I never flirted with her. I didn't lead her on. I just paid a little attention to her." Paid attention to her. What Carter had neglected to do, at least in the latter years of their marriage. Ari didn't say that, but he didn't need to. Carter's stomach clenched, and his back started nagging again. "So you didn't." Carter couldn't say the words, couldn't even voice his suspicions. But Jackson had reminded him of his brother so much in character that an ugly thought niggled Carter from time to time. "Of course not." Sparks flashed in Ari's eyes. "There was never anything physical between me and your wife." "What kind of person do you think I am?" That was the thing. Carter wasn't sure what kind of person his twin was any longer. What was worse, Carter wasn't sure what kind of person he was himself any longer, either. He'd considered himself accomplished, successful, hardworking, and that still held true. But was he too prideful, as well? In that fateful last conversation, he'd thrown at Maddie that he'd never cheated on her, that it had never even occurred to him, though he'd had multiple offers. Maddie had stayed silent, then replied, "Of course. You wouldn't have time for cheating. And you wouldn't cheat on your real wife." He'd frozen then, shocked. "What are you talking about? You're the only wife I have." She'd responded so quietly, he'd barely heard her, but her words still resounded in his head. "You've always been married to your career." He'd been too angry, too heartbroken to understand her words then. He felt them now, with a newly acquired pain. He didn't regret his career choice, still loved his job, but he wasn't blinded by that love anymore. What a pity someone hadn't invented an X-rays for souls. But then, even if they had, he'd probably have been too busy to use it. Attending to people's hearts, priding himself on saving lives, had he grown the proverbial heart of stone at the same time? "You look strange." Ari studied him. I've realized I might have been unfair to you. Ari's lips kicked up slightly. I might have not been the best brother in the world either. Carter suppressed a chuckle. That was probably as good as it was going to get with Ari. Glad we had this conversation. Ari's dark eyes took on an unusual for him thoughtfulness. I guess if Aurora had to leave me for someone, it's best that it was you. Carter's heart shifted. That's the thing. She didn't leave you for me. That marriage was an accident. Or God trying to tell you something. Carter's brows shot up. Since when did Ari talk about God? Carter looked around, and his gaze stopped on the oil-painted portrait of his father in a tuxedo and a tie, among many framed diplomas and awards. Carter used to be so proud that his own diplomas and awards were added to the row, though no portrait yet. The artist had captured the confidence in his father's eyes, the slightly arrogant tilt of his chin, the firm lips with no hint of a smile. Averting his gaze, Carter spun the antique globe of the world where thumb pins annotated places his father had given lectures. From a practicing cardiologist, he'd become a professor to spread the knowledge. Like in other rooms of the house, the library was a combination of pricey antiques and modern high-end items, and no speck of dust was allowed to settle anywhere. All the books were in alphabetical order, and as a child, Carter had received a harsh reprimand and banning from the library for weeks if he put a book back in the wrong place. His eyes widened as something shifted inside him. This library was no longer a magic kingdom with floor-to-ceiling shelves filled with books that had taken him into different worlds. It was a celebration of one man's achievements. And his father was no longer a hero. He was a human being who'd neglected his sons and wife. Remember how Grandma used to read us children's books? Ari gestured to the lower shelf. Carter nodded. Fondly. But he couldn't remember a single time his father read a book to them or they had dinner together, for that matter. He'd wanted so much to become like his father. His stomach churned. Be careful what you wish for. He did his best to hold on to good memories, to continue in the labyrinth of their childhood where Ari had started. Remember how we played basketball? Yeah. Ari nodded. But Dad didn't like the noise. He told me to play somewhere else. So I went to the neighbors. Carter winced. And here he'd thought his brother stopped playing with him because he'd found more popular friends. Ari had spent less and less time in the house, and Carter had resented it, thinking Ari hadn't cared for his nerd brother. That was an interesting thing about memories. They could be colored in different hues, depending through which glass one looked at them. Currently, Ari rose from the chair and was looking through the streak-free glass at the yard. I always admired that you have a direction, a purpose in life. On the contrary, I was just floating like that frog in the fountain. Carter blinked. There's a frog in the fountain? Dad had never liked animals in his yard, except ones made from stone. He didn't like animals in the house either, saying pets were too messy. Not a real one. Ari laughed. The artificial one on the edge of the fountain fell in. So it's more drowning than floating, I guess, not that I'm drowning. I'm fine. Huh. Maybe Carter needed to ask more on that fine thing, but now didn't seem the time. A chuckle rose to the surface. Dad will have a fit when he sees it. He seeks everything to be perfect. Yes, he will. A mischievous grin, so familiar since childhood, appeared on Ari's face that mirrored Carter's. Ari's gaze switched to the window. Like last gasps from the drowning frog, bubbles rose to the water's surface, below the fountain. Another memory rose to the surface, too. Several, actually. Carter had taken the blame for Ari's misdeed once and reminded his brother about it constantly. But then, when Dad assumed it had been Ari who'd broken his favorite cup and Ari had let him think that way. Have I ever thanked you for taking the blame for Dad's favorite cup? Ari shrugged. It's okay. Care to play a round of basketball? Shooting pain in Carter's back as he got up screamed at him to say no. But how could he refuse this olive branch? With Carter's looming surgery date and Ari's nomadic lifestyle, who knew when they'd see each other next? If the surgery didn't. No, best not to think about it. Carter nodded. Sure. Soon they were outside, and Carter took off his shirt. The summer air was warm and humid, but the evening gave a welcome breeze. The basket didn't seem so high now, but it was soon clear that Ari's sports skills still surpassed Carter's. Still, he gave it his all. He dribbled, he jumped, and he did his best to outmaneuver his brother. Sweat beaded on Carter's forehead, and more pull wrenched on his back. But this unexpected camaraderie with his twin felt so good. The way they used to be once upon a time. Before vanity and sibling rivalry, consciously or unconsciously encouraged by their parents, built a ravine between them. Then trust issues eroded the sides of that ravine and widened it. Ari pushed him out of the way as he scored the basket. Sharp pain shot through Carter, and he slumped to the asphalt. Come on. Get up and play. Teasing notes laced Ari's voice. Carter tried to but saw stars, and not in a good way. His entire body protested. In a minute. His voice was hoarse. He'd hate to have anyone see him like that, much less his overconfident, healthy twin. Hey, bro, are you okay? Teasing changed to worry as Ari leaned toward him. Brush it off or answer honestly? Gnashing his teeth, Carter managed to get into a sitting position. He'd always told everyone he was okay, even himself. Not exactly, he admitted. What can I do to help? Ari sat near him, right there on the asphalt. Carter forgot how to speak. When he remembered, he croaked, "You never offered me your help before." A chuckle burst from Ari. That's because I was always a screw-up who needed help. The only thing I excelled at, the only thing I was comfortable with, was music, which you and Dad considered useless. And you were this perfect brother who always had everything together. I never had it all together, Carter whispered when pain allowed him. Much less now. Good to know you're a simple mortal, too. You didn't answer my question, though. Then Carter told him. About the pain, the surgery, the worries about his son if things went wrong, like they'd gone horribly wrong when Maddie had her surgery. Ari didn't hesitate. I may not be the best role model. He probably saw Carter quirking an eyebrow because Ari corrected, fine, not even a good role model. But if you need me to, I'll do whatever I can to help raise Jackson. Carter's jaw hit the asphalt. Chapter 13. What do you want? Aurora stilled when Carter asked her that as they put dishes away after lunch at his house. For you to love me. The thought popped up, but she wasn't going to voice it. Her lips tightened as she placed the last dish in the dishwasher. What do you mean, what do I want? Something unrecognizable flashed in his dark eyes. Well, you've done so much to make our lives fun. I'd love to do something for you. He appeared to think a moment as he turned on the dishwasher. It's not going to be cooking, though. She laughed, immensely pleased, and straightened out the quirky sunflower towel, one of the things she'd brought to liven up his kitchen. Yeah, that might endanger me instead. How about going to Cowboy Crossing Summer Festival with me today? His lips curved up as he leaned against the granite counter. That's it? I was thinking you might at least ask for a trip to Italy. Different images appeared in her head as she straightened the spice rack. Not that it needed tidying up, but she needed something to do with her hands. Enjoying gelato, throwing coins in the fountain, kissing at the cerulean shore. It sounded appealing, very appealing. She'd love to take him to the many fascinating places Giovanni and she had visited in Europe, too, after Giovanni had graduated from high school. But a long trip might take a toll on Carter. Maybe after the surgery. Best not to get her hopes up. Then it's decided. Pick me up in 2 hours. Okay. He reached out to tuck a wayward wisp escaping her ponytail behind her ear, eliciting a sharp gasp. I didn't agree to something weird right now, like to man a kissing booth or something, did I? She'd be the first customer. Just the memory of his lips touching hers, exploring, tasting, treasuring. A delicious shiver rushed through her. It didn't help that he was so close that, if she leaned forward and angled her head just right, if he met her halfway, it would be so easy, so tempting to kiss him again. A joyful, lovely melody sounded in her head. She did her best to hush the melody and her desires. No. I already volunteered for that. When his eyes widened, she hurried to add, I'm kidding. Besides, I did my part with the kissing booth when I was 18 and 19. It was the most popular booth at the festival. His smile widened. I can easily believe that. Kiss me. Her pulse quickened. It was all for a good cause, you know. His spicy cologne tinged the air still filled with the aromas of bread and tomatoes, making her head spin. His breathing became raspy. I know. Wait a minute, what do I know? Laughing again, she traced the outline of his face with her fingertips, then leaned in. You're too intoxicating for your own good. Emotion gleamed in his dark eyes. That I didn't know, but please keep talking. She leaned in, disappearing in those sweet chocolatey pools. Talking isn't exactly the thing I'm thinking about doing right now. Dad, can I have a popsicle? Jackson sauntered into the kitchen. She jerked back. Carter cleared his throat. No. Yes. Sure. Jackson looked from his father to her and back. So what's that gonna be? No? Yes? Or sure? I'll go for sure. He retrieved one from the freezer, giving them all a wave of cold air. That seemed to cool off Carter's mind if not hers. Son, how do you feel about going to the Cowboy Crossing Summer Festival today? Aurora found her voice, too, as she reluctantly shifted back. There'll be tons of yummy food, a Ferris wheel, some fun performances. Sure. See, Dad? No hesitation there. Jackson bit into his popsicle. Oh, and I'm cool with you kissing. I mean, I'm not a kid. I know parents kiss. Yuck, of course. Well, that was encouraging. She walked toward the exit. See you both soon. Carter sent her a warm smile. I can't wait. Neither could she. In 2 hours, Carter and Jackson showed up at her door. They were dressed a bit too fancy for a small-town festival, but she wasn't surprised. Well, the boy wore dressy slacks with a designer polo t-shirt, which wasn't too bad. But Carter had expensive iron slacks on and a white shirt that with dust and humid heat might not look so crispy white soon. She didn't roll her eyes and went with it. Well, my 2 favorite men. Don't you look fabulous? And you look stunning. Carter lifted an imaginary hat as they walked to his luxurious car. Admiration lit his eyes indeed, touching a sensitive spot in her. This time she did roll her eyes. I'm just wearing worn-out jeans, a t-shirt, and a cowboy hat. And you still look stunning. He opened the door for Jackson, who climbed in, then for her. That's true, Jackson chimed in from the back seat. She shouldn't be this pleased, but she was. She guided Carter on how to get to the festival parking grounds, and then they bought tickets and walked to the entrance. Crowds already filled the aisles between colorful booths, and excitement and sense of fried food and sweet pies thickened the air. The humming conversations and the laughter offered a familiar comfort. Spotting the brown booth with cowboy hats, she beelined to it. Carter and Jackson would need protection from the hot sun, anyway. How do you feel about me buying you cowboy hats? He followed her. Today was about me treating you, not the other way around. She smiled, but it wobbled since she didn't like something in his voice. He'd told her about his marriage and how he'd given Maddie everything she'd ever asked for, which Maddie didn't seem to appreciate. While compassion moved Aurora then, she'd also sensed something she didn't like. Did it stroke his male ego to buy expensive things for others? Did it rub against it when it was in reverse? She admired confidence in people, but pride, not so much. She'd also established her independence early in life. She'd only allowed one man to infringe on it, and she'd deeply regretted letting Dean diminish her. "Humor me," she said, her eyes narrowing. Jackson didn't seem to have the same issue. She helped him choose the right size, and he plunked the brown hat on his head and grinned up at her. "Thanks." It took Carter longer to choose a cowboy hat, but he finally did and sure enough, insisted on paying for it. She suppressed a sigh. This wasn't an ego competition. They were both strong-willed people, and when such stone-hard wills collided on something more important than hats, there could be damage. For now, she'd let herself and her favorite guys enjoy the event. She'd always loved sharing her favorite experiences with the people she cared about. Like Giovanni, who'd been out of her life for years. Would she be able to hold on to what she had with Carter, or would it become a memory, too? They bought corn on the cob, then turkey legs, then watermelon slices. She waved and greeted the many people she knew as they carried plates to the table. They'd added a new booth with Russian pastries this year, thanks to one of Aurora's cousins-in-law and the woman's Russian grandmother. Aurora had often helped out at the booths, just like her family members. Sometimes, she'd sung on the stage. And yes, there had been that kissing booth 2 decades ago. But most often she'd helped at the steak and olive pizza booth that at first Mama had manned, and now Constanzo and his wife. Aurora skipped this year, though. Her life was in turmoil this summer, and since her brothers had decided to fall in love and marry this year, there were lots of extra hands. Carter, Aurora, and Jackson settled at a rustic wooden table. Carter said grace, and Aurora and Jackson echoed with an amen. Her mood improved as Jackson raved about his food. Arg. Carter was trying to shave the cob with his plastic knife. "It tastes much better if you dig in with your teeth." She showed him just how it was done. Did he have to be so prim and proper all the time? He hesitated, then followed her example. To her relief, he laughed. "You're right. It does taste much better." His shoulders and entire posture relaxed. Then he took off his cowboy hat and placed it on the bench since they were under a sunshade. He rolled up his sleeves, probably because the table wasn't pristinely clean. Or maybe because heat lingered in the air. Or most likely because of both. Wind ruffled his hair, giving him a slightly roguish look. Something relaxed inside her, too. A fun country song played in her mind, adding to the music the breeze carried from the distant makeshift stage. These were the simple moments she loved, the moments she'd cherish. But then life consisted of such simple and yet oh so precious moments. She didn't want to blink and miss them. She stared at Carter and got caught when their gazes mingled. Maybe she took it too literally. An announcement came over the speakers that the Wild West show was about to start. Jackson perked up, his plate empty already. "Can we go see it?" "Sounds great to me." Aurora's plate was about to be empty, too. Carter's plate, not so much. Did he try to chew everything 100 times to assure proper digestion? Clearly, he hadn't grown up with ravenous brothers. The ranch didn't bring as much profit during her childhood as it did now. She'd never gone hungry, but she'd learned fast that children who ate slowly could end up with way less food. But then Carter grinned at his son, hugged him, and said, "Sure. Let's go. I mean, if Aurora is okay with it." He smiled at her. And just like that, her heart melted like gelato in July. "I'd love to." They placed their paper plates, plastic utensils, and juice boxes in the appropriate recycle bins, then walked toward the stage for the performance. Every year, her brothers and cousins had put the stages and wooden benches together. A few of them sponsored booths, too, with proceeds going to the town council. A lot of other people helped. As they settled on the benches, she marveled over how her family always came together when needed, how the town came together. She couldn't imagine living anywhere away from this place. Even in Carter's mansion in Springfield, not that he'd asked her, of course. After the Wild West performance, all the gunslinging on stage seemed to inspire Carter to try to win a prize for her at the sharpshooter booth. "I'll see if I can get the teddy bear." Sure enough, he had to go for the biggest prize. "I'm too old for a teddy bear." Jackson waved away the idea with an air of importance. Carter's cheeks pinked a bit. I meant it for Aurora." Aurora chuckled. "I happen to love teddy bears." She held her breath as he pulled the trigger. She had a feeling he didn't take a failure easily, and anything he shared about his upbringing confirmed it. "Yes." She did a mental fist pump when he hit the target, then high-fived him. "Great job." He smiled, worked the dart air gun again and again, hitting his target each time as he built up to the big prize. "Dad made sure to teach me to shoot when I was 17. It was sort of a rite of passage." Something shadowed his eyes. "Took me a bunch of sessions, but I learned." She hid her face in the teddy bear so he wouldn't see her expression as prickles stung her heart. Always trying to be perfect must have been exhausting. In her family, people were allowed to make mistakes, though there were boundaries, of course, and just be good enough. To this day, Aurora considered the right for a mistake one of the most important human rights. She'd taken it for granted. Until now. Jackson decided he wasn't too old for a toy tiger, so Carter got him that one. As they strolled near the booths again, he bought himself and his son cowboy boots. Aurora refused his offer to buy her boots, given she already had a collection at home. Yes, even ones like the red and white ones he pointed at. Then Carter gestured toward a booth with colorful handmade scarves. "Would you like one? They just remind me of you so much. Vibrant. Beautiful." She laughed, pleased, very pleased. "You should be a salesman for this booth." "Go on." He stumbled. "I wasn't trying to be a salesman. It's just. I can see the world in your eyes." Her heart dipped, then soared. She could say the same about him, as illogical as it was. She could see the world in his eyes. "I'm gonna look at those cowboy belt buckles." As Jackson's voice brought her out of her thoughts, the boy pointed toward a booth nearby. Carter nodded. "Okay, but don't walk anywhere further, please." When she chose a scarf with orange and golden hues and wrapped it around her waist, he gave her an appreciative glance, but his eyebrows rose slightly. "I thought most people wore scarves around their necks." She batted a hand at the air. "The air is still too warm. Besides, I'm not most people." "You most certainly are not." His admiring gaze made heat rise inside her, made her blush, which didn't happen often. His gaze moved to his son, then to her again. Yes, she could see her world in his eyes. But eventually, he'd look away, and she wasn't ready for it. She'd never be ready for it. Jackson's gaze traveled after a pretty blonde girl twirling a large pink concoction. Did he like the girl? His next words cleared that question. "Can I have some cotton candy?" Carter hesitated. Pretty please?" Jackson stuck out his lower lip. "He must have hung out with my niece." Aurora waved both hands as though she could speed up her explanation. "That expression is popular among the children in my family." Carter winked at her, then gave Jackson some coins. "So I'm going to blame them if my son gets a sugar rush." "I'm not gonna have a sugar rash, Dad. My skin's gonna be fine." Jackson took off with the coins. She breathed in the sweetly sticky scent and could practically taste cotton candy. "This brings happy memories. We all loved going to town festivals while growing up." She spread out her arms and spun around, relishing the images of her and her brothers that warmed her heart. "What about you?" His lips tightened as he gave an equally tight headshake. "I never went to a festival while growing up. Just a few school fairs." Her eyebrows shot up. "Really?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "Dad thought studies came first and fun later." Or, never." She was about to say she was sorry to hear it, but Jackson traipsed back with 3 clouds of puffy pink candy. "You're definitely going to have a sugar rush after that." Carter shook his head, but he didn't attempt to take the treat away. "They aren't all for me. 2 are for you and Miss Aurora." "Duh." Jackson, a gentleman in training, handed them the heavenly clouds. She smiled at the boy as she tasted the sweet goodness and nostalgia. "Thank you kindly." Chocolate-covered strawberries were next, which Aurora classified as plants and therefore, good for you. The chocolate melted fast in the warm air, and Carter handed Jackson napkins to wipe his hands and face. Carter mustn't have been allowed to create any messes while growing up. She couldn't imagine him jumping into puddles during the rain like she and Giovanni had. "It's messy, but life is messy." She wiped her own hands. "And beautiful, too, in all its messiness." Sterile environments belonged in the surgical room, but she stopped herself before those words rolled from her tongue. It brought up the thought of his upcoming surgery, and a tight fist squeezed her heart. His eyes thoughtful, Carter tilted his head back and peered at the sky above them, while breathing in deep as if savoring the moment. "I'm starting to understand that." Images of the photos in his house flashed before her eyes, all framed in expensive frames. Except for one photo of Maddie, each must have been taken in a portrait studio, because they looked staged. It was like that in Dean's mansion, too, but then she'd felt her entire life there had been staged. They'd also had a renowned photographer for their wedding, and the guy had done a great job. But as Aurora had walked out of that gigantic house for the last time, she'd realized that even the most talented photographer couldn't put an expression of love in Dean's eyes. On the contrary, photos in her mother's house and then in Aurora's own were goofy and amateur, framed in wooden frames the boys had made themselves in high school. For some of them, they'd competed to see who'd come up with the goofiest expression. Aurora had won a few times. A few times, Mama had captured them all laughing, and Aurora still could hear those joyous notes when she looked at the photos. Real life didn't have to be picture perfect. In fact, it couldn't be, and she was grateful for that. How about a few photos? If she couldn't have this little family forever, then at least she'd have photos, even if she'd already imprinted the images on the film of her heart. Carter raked his fingers through his ruffled hair and pointed at the stain on his white shirt and the chocolate on Jackson's cheeks. "Right now? Just like that?" She pulled her cell phone from her jeans pocket. "Right now. Just like that." She expected him to protest. To her relief, he nodded. "Okay. Ready?" "No." Carter and Jackson screamed together. "Good." She took a photo of her guys. Then her brother Roberto, who was passing by with his wife and adorable daughter, offered to take photos of Aurora with Carter and Jackson. When Carter wrapped his arm around her shoulders and Jackson leaned into her, beaming, something changed inside her. This was her own family. Carter wasn't a stand-in husband any longer, but a real one. And despite not having given birth to Jackson, despite all the logic, Jackson was her son. But did Carter feel the same way? So simple and yet so complicated. The festival was winding down with fewer people and several booths closing, but she lingered, reluctant to let this evening end. If she could freeze this moment in time, she would have. Jackson, his face chocolate-free now, pointed to the Ferris wheel, his eager grin making her perk up. "Can we go there?" He scrunched his face for a moment. "Pretty please?" She rose from the table. "I'd love to." "Are they perfectly safe?" Carter's eyes narrowed slightly. Nothing was perfectly safe. Especially her heart since he entered her life. She held up her hands, palms forward. "They've never had an accident here." "Dayawad." "All right." Carter got up, his lips tighter. Was he irritated? She looked closer. Did he suppress a grimace? This wasn't about the Ferris wheel. He must be in pain. Her rib cage constricted. Did he take the pain pills? She had a feeling he wouldn't welcome the question. Hopefully, it was just her imagination, because the next moment he smiled at her. Jackson ran to the Ferris wheel while Carter's fingers wrapped around hers, and they followed the boy. I loved the Ferris wheel as a kid, she said as tingles traveled over her skin at Carter's touch. My brothers and I used to take multiple rides until our heads were spinning. When Giovanni and I went on our backpacking trip through Europe, we climbed a few mountains. When you can see miles around, the view is breathtaking. He squeezed her fingers. My view is breathtaking already. Her cheeks probably turned as pink as that scrumptious cotton candy. Thank you. Once they were in the air, her pulse became a staccato. Jackson squealed in delight, echoing her sentiments. Carter glanced around in awe, but then his gaze returned to her face. I love this. But, when we train ourselves to look too far ahead, we forget to notice what's right in front of us. Did he mean Maddie? His brother? His son? Her? Or everything? That's so true, she whispered. Did she do the same? She'd trained herself to look at the vast, vibrant beauty of the ranch, the tangible fruits of her family's labor, but she'd failed to notice all the songs inside her. No, not failed to, done her best not to notice. And once, she'd envisioned her life with Dean so far ahead that she didn't notice the real man in front of her whose gaze had been trained not on her, but on other women. Wistfulness tapped on the walls of her heart. Or maybe love was knocking on that door, asking to be invited inside. Chapter 14. Would you and Jackson like to go camping? Carter stared at Aurora. You know you don't have to create some bucket list for me and then help me fulfill it. Just because I've never gone camping as a kid, his voice trailed off. He'd probably said too much. He'd persuaded himself that his childhood had been just fine. Many people had it way worse. Fill the list or the bucket? And I had no clue you'd never gone camping. It's just Constanzo and his wife wanted to take their 3 boys camping, and they needed someone to make the best fish in the world while there. So they invited us. You mean they invited you? He didn't mean to be this grouchy, much less take it out on her. But the surgery was so close his nerves were strung. Plus, back pain had kept him from sleeping a good part of the night. You forget the 3 of us are sort of inseparable in my family's eyes. Plus, everyone adores Jackson. But not me. He cringed. Had he just said that? Seriously, what was wrong with him? Someone is determined to take over the family title of Mr. Grouch. Constanzo gave that one up after getting married, Aurora muttered under her breath. Fine, I'll just ask Jackson. Mischief twinkled in her eyes. You're not going to. Watch me. She smiled, but then her smile dimmed. Or are you in pain again? Again? Did she know? She rolled her eyes. What is it with you men that you have to be all strong and macho and act like you're made from steel? I'm not made of steel. If he had been, it would be rusty and creaky. Not a thought a man wants to have in front of a vibrant, vivacious woman. Obviously. So you know. He looked away. So I know. Do you want to talk about it? She placed her hands on her hips. Probably, his pain pills explained why he'd married her. What I want is, to kiss you. He grasped at a less dangerous proposition. To go camping. Are you sure? Wasn't she trying to persuade him to go camping just minutes ago? Which supplies are you bringing? Okay, that didn't sound right. I mean, so I don't double up. Would he even have enough time to buy all those things? Oh, between my brother and myself, we've got it covered. You just bring yourself and Jackson. He frowned. No. I want to do my part. Her exasperated sigh ruffled her hair. We're just going to the creek near my property. We don't need much. And you'll be doing your part. We need a doctor in case someone sprains an ankle. Or something. I'll bring a tent. Which he'd need to buy first. She rolled her eyes. We've got tents. Bring things for hot dogs and packs of marshmallows. And water. Which I think you're going to bring anyway. Hey, one has to stay hydrated. Jackson skipped to him. Dad, we're gonna have so much fun. Carter froze. What was wrong with him? This was supposed to be fun, not a competition of who brings more items or the most expensive and heaviest ones. When did he become so competitive that he'd lost the inner child who could see joy in everything? Way too early, he'd become too serious, too ambitious. He'd never thought that way, but he could learn a thing or two from his son and even his brother. And he could learn a lot of things from Aurora. He and Jackson left her place to get supplies, but anticipation of seeing her soon spread through him. He wanted to impress her, to look strong in front of her. But what if all she'd wanted was just for him to be there? The same way he'd thought he'd needed to impress God. But maybe all Carter needed to do was just to be there and to listen to God's guidance. God had never asked him to be perfect. Only God could be perfect. Aurora had flaws, yes, but her flaws had attracted Carter to her the most. As he drove to the store, Carter decided to write letters for Jackson, to be given to his son on every birthday. But then he said a prayer he'd be able to say those words in person. In the evening, Carter knew they were relatively close to Aurora's ranch house. But with wind rustling in the trees, birds chirping, the firewood crackling, and the lovely view of the creek, he felt as if they were in the middle of the wilderness. Maybe because he was as far from civilization as he'd been in his life. Constanzo and his wife had wandered off under the pretense to find more wood for the fire, but Carter had a feeling they'd wanted to sneak in a few kisses, as well. The love with which Constanzo looked at his new wife was, wow. Carter knew exactly how the man felt. You're burning your marshmallow. Constanzo's son, Mason, screamed at Jackson. Oops. Jackson smiled sheepishly. No biggie. Aurora dug into the bag and handed Jackson a new portion of soft white cubes. Here we go. Then she nudged Carter. Yours is about to be burned, too. Did she mean his heart? Oh, she was talking about the marshmallow. He hurried to shift the marshmallow stick, which resulted in the gooey concoction sliding into the grass. Look and learn, Mason said with an air of authority as he showed off his perfectly smoked marshmallow, the dessert after they'd had hot dogs and a fish soup. Here. You can have mine. Thanks. Jackson grinned, and that dimple made an appearance. Once upon a time, it had hurt Carter to see that dimple because it created ugly suspicions in his mind about Ari and Maddie's affair. And yes, it made Carter jealous that his son seemed to be more like his brother than him. Hot embarrassment rose inside Carter, mingling with the heat from the bonfire. After he'd talked to Ari, those thoughts shamed him. And now, when Carter looked at his smiling son, Carter saw the best of himself and Maddie, and even the best of Ari. Jackson had Maddie's easy laughter and smile, the color of her hair that Carter had once loved to run his fingers through. Like Ari, Jackson adored music and made friends easily, and Carter shouldn't have begrudged it to the boy but admired it. Carter hoped Jackson had his drive and tenacity, but only time would tell. Auntie Aurora, do you think we might see a wolf in the woods tonight? Surprisingly, a lot of hopefulness perked up Mason's voice. What? Carter went into protective mode as he moved closer to the children. Jackson's eyes went big. There can be wolves in these woods? Aurora shook her head, which sent her curls flying. She smelled of wood and smoke, and he found it fascinating. No. I mean, I don't think so. The one your parents saw once was a runaway wolf hybrid. A long sigh of disappointment left Mason's lungs. I see. Then he perked up. My parents are giving me a trip to Yellowstone for my next birthday. I'm gonna see lots of real wolves. I want to work with wolves when I grow up. I want to be a doctor when I grow up. Jackson munched on the marshmallow. When the words registered, the world stood still. Carter blinked as tears prickled. He'd said it didn't matter what path his son would choose as long as it made Jackson happy. But as joy swelled his chest, he could understand why his father had wanted Carter to follow in his footsteps, why he'd wanted for his grandson to do the same. There was something fulfilling hearing those words, even if Carter knew his son could change his mind 100 times before it was time to really decide. A smile touched Aurora's lips as understanding softened her dark eyes. Carter tried to find the right words. I admire your decision, son, but you don't have to become a doctor just because I am. Dad, I want to be like you when I grow up. But my new friend, Gianna, she's Mason's cousin, showed me some cool apps about human organs. Aurora leaned to him and whispered in his ear, my ex-husband's daughter. To see the living proof of her husband's infidelity and still speak about the girl with such tenderness. The level of Aurora's acceptance astounded him. She was a remarkable woman indeed. Jackson continued, it's actually fun. But I don't want to be a a heart doctor like you, Dad. I want to be a surgeon. Carter wanted to say something but feared his voice would betray him. Then I could help people like you. And I like cutting things. Jackson grinned again. Well, that was an interesting perspective. Constanzo and his wife returned, and all of them set up the tents. Well, Carter struggled as he tried to help Aurora set up theirs, and the tent fell several times, but Aurora just laughed it off. Jackson did the same. Finally, Carter and Aurora managed to keep the tent upright under Jackson's guidance. Later, Carter and Aurora were the last ones by the bonfire, keeping it going as the air got cooler and a myriad of stars twinkled in the night. Well, keeping the fire going wasn't the only reason he stayed. As he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and a pleasant feeling spread inside him, he committed this evening to his memory. When we were children, my brothers and I used to make up constellations. She looked up at the sky. I usually made up most of them and named the stars. He wasn't surprised. She had a vivid imagination and her own way to see the world. He looked up, too, amazed at the beauty God had created. His heart squeezed a little as he realized there was a whole universe he hadn't paid attention to. Then he looked at Aurora. I was wrong when I said I could see the world in your eyes. Oh? She quirked an eyebrow. I can see the universe in your eyes. Aurora's phone buzzed while she was in the stable, and she glanced at the screen, frowning. Though she had it on vibrate, the sound could spook horses, and besides, she didn't like to be interrupted. Her frown deepened at an unfamiliar number. A telemarketer? More than likely. But she stepped outside and swiped the screen to answer in case it wasn't. May I speak with Aurora Moore? Whoever it was sounded annoyingly officious. Aurora narrowed her eyes. Speaking. My name is Nora Taylor. I'm the social worker handling the case of Ellen DeVries and Rocky Moore. I'm calling you because we're unable to locate their parents. What? Aurora's jaw dropped as she resisted the urge to lean against the stable wall. Well, we know where Giovanni Moore is, and he's about to be released. A pause hung in the air, heavy and leaden like the clouds above. Then Nora Taylor continued, under the circumstances, I'm not sure he can be granted custody. So unfair. They had no right to judge Giovanni, much less deprive him of the opportunity to raise his daughter. Yes, he might be a changed man now, but he'd never leave his child willingly. A small voice told her, didn't he push away his family? Well, this was different. This was about children. Aurora sighed and drew a deep breath of fresh, humid air. I can give you his ex-wife's phone and address. Tatiana has never answered our family's calls, but she might answer yours. Tatiana DeVries has disappeared. Nobody's seen her for 3 days. She quit her job and made a large withdrawal from her bank account. Aurora did her best to process the news. While she wasn't Tatiana's greatest fan, Aurora didn't think the woman would leave her children like this. Would she? What about Tatiana's second ex-husband? He hasn't paid child support in a while, and he's not at the address Rocky gave us for him. Aurora's mind whirled as her stomach dropped into the grass. Tatiana had grown up as a foster child, so she had no relatives Aurora knew of. Which had made Tatiana's cutting off their family all the more shocking. The second ex-husband was Dutch, hence his return to his home country. Compassion squeezed Aurora's heart. Those poor, poor children. Our family will discuss this question, but I'm sure we'll all volunteer to take care of the children. If I need to fly there to pick them up, I will. I was hoping you'd say that. A whoosh of breath accentuated the social worker's obvious relief. We do try to place children with family unless we exhaust all options. May I email you the information? And wasn't Giovanni family as close as it gets? Aurora reined in her temper. She needed the social worker on her side. Of course. Please. She rattled off her email address. Once Nora Taylor disconnected, Aurora was still shaken up as she ran to the family home to let Mama know the news. She didn't pay attention when the first droplets pelted her. Huh. Didn't she need to discuss this with her husband? Not to mention her family? She was quick to make decisions, but spontaneity might not be her friend in this case. How would Carter take this development? Would he be fine with the added responsibility? Or would this prompt him to sign those annulment papers faster? Chapter 15. We're having an emergency family meeting in 2 hours, and because you're my husband, your presence is required. Aurora's voice on the phone sounded official instead of her cheerful tone. Feel free to bring Jackson. We'll have one of our cousins take care of the children. There will be ice cream, pets, and games. She paused a moment. Not necessarily in that order. Carter blinked as he stared at his office white wall and tried to process the information. What? There was another pause on his phone. Then Aurora started again, we're having. She must be thinking he was dense. I understood. We'll be there. Smiling, he disconnected and strode to Jackson's room. As Jackson had thankfully switched from playing the drums to the guitar, the boy didn't need to practice in the soundproof room anymore. Carter had found himself smiling more often than ever, and he was grinning right now. Maybe it helped that his pain wasn't too bad yet as it was early in the day. Jackson, get ready. We're going to the ranch. Yay. Jackson settled the guitar nearby and jumped from his chair. Carter's grin stretched at his son's beaming smile. I'll have to attend a family meeting. Saying that felt so good. But you and the other children will have ice cream, pets. I mean, ice cream as treats, pets to play with. Why did he feel the need to explain? Why was he babbling? I'll get ready fast, Dad. Thanks. Carter hurried from Jackson's room and into his closet. What did one wear to a ranch family meeting? A suit and a tie would be too formal. He wasn't a fan of shorts, but that would be too informal, anyway. He'd made the mistake of wearing light-colored slacks to the ranch before, and grass stains weren't the best decoration on a person's attire. Should he wear a white shirt? A Wrangler's shirt should suit better, but he had none in his closet. Why did it matter so much? Because he wanted to fit in. The realization struck as he was holding one of his dressier shirts. He'd never felt he belonged with his twin. His mother had lavished all her attention on Ari and none on Carter. As for his father, at this age, Carter allowed himself to question, when fatherly love had to be earned, was it love at all? It didn't matter to Carter whether Jackson followed in his footsteps and became a doctor. He loved his son simply because Jackson existed. Like Grandma loved them all. Dad, I'm ready, Jackson called out from the hall. In a minute. Or several. Carter wanted to belong with Aurora's family, to have them accept him and his son. The reminder that he'd have to walk away from it all sliced through him razor sharp. Maybe there could be a way. He'd never been one to entertain false hopes. Until now. Which was why those signed annulment papers remained hidden in a drawer. Dad, it's been a lot of minutes." Jackson's insistent voice jerked Carter from his thoughts. "I'll be right there." He settled on black slacks that didn't need to be ironed and a dark blue shirt. No tie. No fancy cufflinks. He added his new cowboy boots and the cowboy hat to his outfit, hoping it would help him to fit in. Of course, it took more than cowboy boots and a cowboy hat to make a man a cowboy. He dressed before he could change his mind. Once he joined his son in the hall, Jackson sighed overdramatically. Finally. Jackson looked adorable in a little brown cowboy hat and matching boots, his cowboy buckle being a bit oversized. Carter ruffled his son's soft hair. "You must really want that ice cream." A dimple made an appearance. "Nah. I just really like it there." Carter's heart skipped a beat. When he had to walk away from Aurora, his heart might not be the only one to be broken. Was he making the biggest mistake of his life by letting Jackson get attached to Aurora and her family? He did his best to keep his foot from pressing too heavy on the gas pedal on the way to the ranch, but it wasn't easy. Once they arrived, he sent a text to Aurora. She met him with one of her cousins, who carried a cat in her hands and jostled with several children around her. Aurora wore her traditional outfit, Wrangler's shirt with rolled-up sleeves, jeans, and cowboy boots. Her curls, gathered into a ponytail, spilled from under a brown cowboy hat. She made the outfit look fabulous, and his heart beat faster. Okay, so the attire for meetings was casual. While he took a breath of fresh air with a strong taste of grass and a hint of her clean scent, he decided he could become a fan of casual. It took him a while to tear his gaze away from her. After the greetings, he leaned to Jackson. "Will you be okay if—" "Bye, Dad." Jackson rushed to the children who greeted him with enthusiasm. Like his uncle, Jackson had the gift of fitting in easily anywhere he went. "Right," Carter whispered and swallowed hard. Aurora chuckled. "He still loves you, you know. You did a great job raising a well-adjusted kid." Carter wasn't sure he deserved the praise. But once she took his hand, sending pleasant tingles over his skin, the world became a better place. Even if back pain started to creep up on him, ready to tear apart his flesh like a saber-toothed tiger. "You've already met a few of my siblings and their wives at the family dinner. Now you'll meet the rest." Aurora squeezed his hand. Oh boy. His gut tightened, like at a medical school exam. But Aurora smiled reassuringly as she led him to the family home where he and Jackson had been for dinner, and the tightness loosened. "I have pretty cool siblings," she said as he opened the front door for her. Then she added, protective, too. Okay, so that didn't help much. 3 men and 4 women, one of the women the family matriarch, were already in the dining room when Carter and Aurora entered it. Carter greeted Mrs. Moore first, reaching his hand out to shake, but she had none of it. She snatched him into a bear hug and realigned a few of his bones, making the pain disappear. She'd truly missed her calling as a chiropractor. He started breathing again when she released him and turned his attention to the couples. He already knew 2 couples and gave backslaps to Constanzo and Roberto, then greeted their spouses. 2 men wore t-shirts and jeans, but thankfully, Constanzo wore a beige shirt and black slacks. Carter already felt Constanzo was a kindred spirit, both in appearance and character. No surprise, friendliness came in waves from the guy. Roberto looked at Carter with much more caution. Carter guessed that, being easygoing and spontaneous like Aurora, Roberto was probably closer to her than her other brothers, and therefore more protective. Yet Roberto smiled and gave Carter a backslapping man hug, too. Aurora introduced him to the remaining couple, Giorgio and Maggie, and then everyone took their seats. Carter hesitated until Aurora gestured to a chair near her. He pulled out the chair for her and noted the other men had done the same for their wives. One chair remained empty. Was it reserved for their brother Giovanni, who was supposed to be released tomorrow morning? He'd never been in a meeting like this, and not just because it was held in a dining room. The loving vibes in the air, From the tender looks the spouses gave each other, to the intertwined hands and gentle voices, to the relaxed atmosphere, welcomed him, made him ache for more in his life, from his wife. Mrs. Moore clasped her hands. Today, we have 2 questions on the agenda of this emergency meeting. Roberto frowned. I can guess the first. Giovanni. Mrs. Moore's eyes narrowed, but she nodded. We need to figure out how to get him home. He's done his best to push us all away, yes, even you, Aurora, but this mother's heart can't take it anymore. Crossing his arms over his chest, Roberto sat up straighter. Well, between the 5 of us, we can bring him here by force. He'll see what's best for him eventually. Carter blinked. The man was joking, right? And by the 5th person, did the guy mean Carter? Thankfully, Mrs. Moore shook her head. While everyone thinks of a better solution, we'll discuss the second issue. Something unexpected happened. Aurora, your turn to speak. Aurora got up and relayed her conversation with the social worker. He'd already heard this from her, so he wasn't surprised, but a few gasps erupted around the table. Constanzo rubbed his chin. He was the most clean-shaven of the men. I believe I can speak for all of us when I say any one of us would be glad to take the children in. Provided we can get custody. An impressive chorus of yes erupted. Carter didn't know many people who, with no questions asked, would take in children they didn't father or give birth to. Suddenly, he had an idea. He raised a hand, then cringed. They weren't in school. I have a suggestion. All eyes were on him. He squared his shoulders. He should have run it by Aurora first, but it was too late now. How about one solution for both issues? If Giovanni gets temporary custody of the children, he'd need help raising them. As a single dad, he knew too well it took a village to raise a child. He didn't know what he'd do without grandma. I second my husband. Yes, I'm still getting used to saying that. Aurora sliced the air near him with her palm. Used to saying my husband? Or to seconding someone? Either way, he sent her a grateful gaze, thankful for her support. Aurora continued, Giovanni is the father of one of the children. He should be the first choice. And he'd never shirk his parental responsibility. We know him. Roberto raked his fingers through his hair. Or we thought we did. What? Aurora leaped to her feet. Do you have any idea? Roberto's wife leaned forward. The children should be our priority. How can we be sure? Carter was ready to jump to defend his wife. He couldn't get used to thinking that, either, when Mrs. Moore said, quiet. Everyone stopped talking, and Aurora plunked back on her seat. The matriarch's thoughtful gaze traveled over their faces. I like this idea. I'm going to put it to the vote. Aurora beamed as if she came up with it. However, Roberto and Kat have a point, too. Constanzo thrummed his fingers on the table. We'll need an insurance of sorts, to make sure the children will be fine. Carter's eyes widened. How could someone have any insurance in a case like this? They weren't talking about renting a car. They were talking about taking care of children, and he knew firsthand there were no safety nets then. Mrs. Moore brightened. We do. Roberto and Kat, you'll find a place to live near Giovanni. You'll watch him and the children from afar to make sure everyone is okay until we can persuade him to come here. Carter enjoyed the shock on Roberto's face. The matriarch continued amid complete silence. Kat, if you manage to survive on the streets as a teen runaway, I'm sure you'll manage to stay unnoticed by Giovanni. And if your husband comes up with any wrong ideas. Kat smiled sweetly. I'll punch him. Was she joking? Or not? Carter hoped the former, but he wasn't sure. One thing he was sure about. This was an extraordinary family. No, 2 things. He was glad to be part of it. It would be difficult to walk away from it all when the time came. Aurora grinned. I like it. On my side, I'll work on persuading Giovanni to come home. At this point, Carter didn't want to know what kind of methods she was going to use for Giovanni's persuasion. He mulled the situation over. Giovanni will need a lawyer, most likely. No offense, but getting custody with his history won't be easy. Aurora perked up. I know just the person. Giovanni's childhood friend. They almost became more than friends, but anyway. She's an excellent lawyer. Constanzo blinked fast. You mean, the same lawyer who let him be put behind bars? Chapter 16. As Aurora sat in the driver's seat of her vehicle in the parking lot, she closed her eyes and opened them again, heartbroken to see the change in her brother. While her heart soared that he was finally free, something inside her wept at his empty eyes and hollow cheeks. He was still muscular, yes, but the frame of the cheerful, confident man he'd once been had been broken. Carter, in the passenger seat, squeezed her hand in support, making her grateful he'd come with her. Her entire family would have been here, too, but Giovanni had insisted he didn't want to see them, in no uncertain terms. It's time. Carter gave her an encouraging nod. She stumbled rather than stepped out of the car. Giovanni's guarded eyes widened as he saw her rushing to him. Then his gaze moved to Carter. She'd already told Giovanni about her husband, sharing the whole messed up story, so Giovanni was the only one from her family who knew the truth. Just like in childhood, they didn't have secrets from each other. She wished she didn't have to keep his secret from her family, either. She hurried to introduce Carter, and the men shook hands. There were no smiles, no hugs like she'd hoped. Part of her understood Giovanni's state. She couldn't even imagine what he'd gone through. But a bigger part of her wanted to pummel her fists against the nearest wall, fighting the unfairness of it all. She gestured to the car. How about I take you somewhere to eat and then to your apartment? Unless you've changed your mind and would like to go to the ranch. Everyone will be glad to see you. We missed you. He didn't reply, just shook his head and dragged himself to her vehicle, his broad shoulders hunched as if he tried to fold into himself. Carter wrapped his arm around her shoulders as, lost and bewildered, she followed her brother. What did he say no to? Restaurant? Apartment? Ranch? All of the above? In a nice Springfield neighborhood, she'd rented him a furnished apartment in her name when he'd adamantly refused to return to their family home. She swallowed hard as she clicked on the fob, and Giovanni climbed onto the back seat. Then she started the engine and cleared her throat. I guess we can order takeout, right? How about I take you to your apartment now? No response except for some kind of grunt. Was it yes? No? It used to be so easy to talk to Giovanni, to understand what he thought. Now there was no longer a visible wall between them, but an invisible one still fenced her out. She drove off. Carter touched her fingers as if trying to comfort her. Finally, a few words came from the back seat. It's not my apartment. She blinked. Excuse me? Well, at least he was talking to her. It's your apartment. You rented it. And had given an absurdly large deposit since she'd told the manager her ex-convict brother was going to live there. Giovanni didn't need to know that part. She huffed her hair away from her forehead and struggled for the teasing notes that had come so easily once in her conversations with Giovanni. Hey, be grateful I didn't buy a house and deed it to you. She thought a moment as she made a turn. I still can if you'd like me to. Care to go house shopping right now? No. All right then. Good thing he hadn't taken her up on her impulsive offer. Mama would have been furious. Everyone wanted him home at the ranch, not stuck in a house in the city. Would you like some music? She reached toward the radio. No. Was it this suffocating in the car for everyone? She drew in a ragged breath. More air conditioner? I don't care. Well, at least that gave some variety from no. Carter's fingers touched hers again, giving her much-needed strength. How had Giovanni survived all those years being locked up? He'd loved open spaces even more than she had. He'd been the one who'd initiated their backpacking trip through Europe after he'd graduated high school the year after her. His stint at the rodeo, all his jobs, had been outdoors. He'd been restless in school, couldn't last long in the office when Constanzo had asked for help with paperwork. Everything Giovanni had gone through the last years was against his nature. Her brother as she'd known him was gone, and this man was a stranger. Her heart crumpled, and only Carter's silent support prevented her from screaming, howling, and doing something totally crazy. The rest of the way, silence hung like a cloud heavy with tears of the rain. "It's going to be all right," Carter mouthed to her when she looked his way at a stoplight. Not so sure, she still gave him a wobbly smile. His lips moved, and she realized he was praying. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel as she sent up a fervent prayer herself. She doubted Giovanni's relationship with the Lord had stayed the way it once was, and his faith hadn't been much stronger than hers to start with. She swallowed hard. She'd told him about Tatiana's disappearance and Ellen and Rocky needing him, but he hadn't given her any response on that either. If something was still alive in him, wouldn't it have awakened in response to children in need, one of whom was his flesh and blood? Aurora would step in to take care of them in a heartbeat, and maybe she should. Despite her brother and his wife surveilling the place, would it be dangerous to leave the girls in Giovanni's care, even if he'd decided to do it and by some miracle got custody? They couldn't gamble with their well-being. What to do? Lord, please help us. Did we make the right decision? The entire family had prayed a lot about this decision, and everyone seemed to have the same answer. But was it God speaking or their wishful thinking? A few days ago, Carter and Aurora had talked about Maddie. She'd told him then the words she'd heard from Mama when Dad had disappeared. "We have to embrace sadness and emotional pain in order to move on. I know it sounds as illogical as hugging a cactus. But we have to do it if we want to move on. Embrace the pain, let it fill you, not hug the cactus, I mean." But could she do the same with Dean and now Giovanni? Thoughts, like pesky flies, hummed in her mind as she made a turn. And what about the elephant in the room nobody in the family seemed to want to talk about? Where was Tatiana? What kind of mother would leave her children and disappear like that? The missing person report had been filed, but the police didn't have any leads yet. With Jenna's pregnancy being difficult, Aurora didn't want to ask her cousin to start the search. But, even though Aurora didn't know her well, she could have asked her cousin-in-law, Vera. Or the family could have hired a different private investigator. Why hadn't they? Probably the same reason Aurora hadn't brought it up. They didn't want to find Tatiana. Yes, Aurora was biased because she hated the woman with every fiber of her being and loved her brother. But, in her gut, she'd felt Rocky and Ellen would be better off with Giovanni. Now, glancing back at him, she wasn't so sure. Was she following God's leading, or was she relying on her own unstable emotions? Maybe once Jenna felt better, Aurora would ask her to look into Tatiana's disappearance. Maybe she'd even ask Vera, though the woman had a toddler to care for. Not because she'd want to reunite Giovanni and Tatiana. Aurora's blood boiled just at the thought about the woman. But for the innocent girls. Lord, please help me help Giovanni, Ellen, and Rocky. One day, she might even pray for Tatiana, but that day hadn't come yet and frankly wasn't too close on the horizon. Aurora stopped at another traffic light and looked back at the shell of the man she'd once known. Her mother's words rang in her ears. God didn't create the world to be empty. God didn't create us to be empty. We shouldn't be hollow. We should be filled with faith, love, and hope. After Aurora's disastrous marriage, Aurora had tried to fill her life with faith, love, and hope. But all her infatuations were only imitations of love, never even coming close to what she felt for Carter. She moved forward at the green light and soon turned to the gate. While punching in the code into the gate, then driving near the burgundy brick apartment buildings with large oval windows and white roses climbing the walls, she glanced back, doing her best to gauge Giovanni's reaction. His gaze remained blank. Her heart broke all over again, but she plastered on a smile as she parked. Maybe she should have just gotten him a hotel room, but this felt slightly more homey. And he'd need a permanent address if he had a chance to get the children. Once in the apartment, Giovanni slumped onto the couch. For the first time since being released, he held her gaze. The children, you know it's a crazy idea for me to take them. Her heart dropped. You would abandon them? Come on. Look at me. What can I give them? When my life is a mess? Carter stepped forward. Everything. You're Rocky's father, and you love her. Aurora looked from her brother to her husband. I'll let you single fathers talk. I'll go pick up something to eat. A muscle moved in Giovanni's jaw. I'm not hungry. She shrugged. Who said that it was for you? I'm starving. She whirled around and hurried outside the apartment, gulping fresh air. She hoped it was God and not her cowardice guiding her to leave and let Carter talk to and persuade Giovanni. Lord, please let Carter find the right words. She believed in her brother, but he didn't seem to believe in himself any longer. By the time she made it back with containers of lasagna, beef fajitas with rice and beans, and General Tso chicken, she heard Giovanni say, "Nobody is going to give me custody anyway." She unloaded the bags with the containers into Carter's and Giovanni's hands. What if they did? I don't even have a job. Giovanni's jaw tightened. Her heart squeezed painfully. He'd lost so much. His family, his house, his career, his happiness. His life was destroyed. But she'd do everything to help him rebuild it. Our family knows plenty of business owners in Springfield. Mama already reached out to a few, and they told her they'd give you a job despite your record because we'd vouch for you. Then there's always a lot of work at the ranch. No ranch. His eyes remained guarded, but something alive flickered in them. Fine. I wouldn't walk out on my child. And I wouldn't separate two sisters. Her heart soared, and she threw her arms around her brother. He didn't return her hug, but his words were something already. So you'll take them and bring them here. Then she stared at Carter. How did you make this miracle happen? He feigned offense as he placed the bags on the dining table. It hurts my feelings that you doubted me. Giovanni interrupted them. Are you trying to take me on a world culinary tour or give me indigestion? She shrugged. I didn't know what you'd like. Now, say thank you, shut up, and eat. You'd make a good guard, Giovanni muttered, but he took the paper boxes with Chinese food. Okay, so Italian food hit too close to home for him, literally. She happily took the lasagna and left Carter with fajitas. He didn't complain but ate with gusto. In fact, he seemed to do many things with gusto now. Her heart swelled as she devoured tender triple cheese lasagna with a tomato sauce bursting with flavor. She'd never asked God for this man in her life, had resented Carter when they'd met. But now a pleasant feeling spread through her, despite her worry for Giovanni. She'd thought she'd been teaching Carter to experience life to the fullest. But in return, he'd helped her experience her own life to the fullest, giving her pieces of herself and her life she didn't realize she'd been missing. Even if he hadn't talked to her brother, the simple fact that he'd showed up to support her at this difficult meeting meant a lot. How much a person could help by simply being there, by caring. She had attachment issues, and she knew it. Since the betrayal of two men she'd loved the most, though in a different way, she'd avoided close relationships, not because she didn't get attached easily, but because she did. She'd let Carter close, because the arrangement was supposed to be temporary, but a profound longing told her she wanted it to be forever. The way marriage should be. She hushed her silly heart. With the surgery looming, he couldn't promise her forever, and she'd never ask. Her gaze hovered over the features she'd liked way before she'd come to appreciate the guarded soul, gratitude, and something way deeper, and scarier, crowding at the borders of her heart. Then she forced herself to look at the man who caused her much more worried feelings. Giovanni scarfed down the contents of the large container, and she wished she'd bought seconds. I have food in the fridge. I mean, you have food in the fridge, she corrected herself fast, but not before a vein started pulsing in her brother's forehead. I can make something real quick. Nah. Thanks. You're too messy in the kitchen. A hint of a smile appeared, but it disappeared so quickly she wasn't sure whether she'd imagined it. Well, you've got plenty of items when you decide to cook. Because I'm not going to stay here forever and cook for you. She hoped for the teasing that had come so easily when they'd been children. But he gathered empty containers, disposed of them, and said, I'd like to be alone now. Hurt, she started, Giovanni. But Carter took her hand and led her away. She'd bought toiletries for Giovanni, clothes, and shoes. She'd also left cash she'd needed to tell him about. Well, he'd find it all on his own. But the most important thing she couldn't give him. When she glanced back, tears prickled her eyes. Giovanni sat with his face in his hands. Then she couldn't stop herself. That's just it, Giovanni, she said loud and clear. You're not alone. You'll never be. Then Carter whispered in her ears, his breath warm on her skin, neither are you. The next day, Carter eyed the string of balloons he'd just hung in Giovanni's apartment. Are you sure your brother will be okay with this? Aurora, who was pinning a child's artwork to the wall, glanced back at him and grinned. I'm sure of the opposite. But he'll have to live with it. Huh. Well, at least, she'd kept her promise to Giovanni not to let anyone else from the family into this apartment. Otherwise, most likely all her siblings, cousins, and their significant others would be here, getting it ready for Ellen and Rocky's arrival. Roberto and his wife, Kat, were supposed to follow Giovanni in the distance when he picked up Ellen and Rocky, so they wouldn't kill each other. Aurora saying that made Carter worry his suggestion at the meeting wasn't so bright. Or he simply didn't understand the Moore family dynamics. What can I do? Jackson asked. You have the most important job. You can tell me whether I'm hanging things crookedly. Aurora gave the boy a warm smile over her shoulder. Jackson squinted. You're hanging the things crookedly. Move it higher on the left. No, my left. We both have the same left, Aurora muttered, but she did as told. Right. Jackson tilted his head. Maybe it was a good thing he loved music so much, because becoming, let's say, an architect was clearly not in his future. Move it to the right? Aurora asked. Jackson shook his head. No, that's it, right there. Carter suppressed a chuckle. A different woman might be exasperated, but Aurora stepped back, nodded to herself, and high-fived Jackson. Great job. While Jackson beamed again, Carter followed his son's example and tilted his head. Nope, the artwork looked as primitive as before. No matter what angle he looked at it from, the drawings didn't show any promise of a future genius. Or was it his father's voice in his head again? The concept of hanging his son's drawings on the refrigerator or much less on the walls was foreign to the man. When their mother once pinned Ari's drawing to the refrigerator, their dad had ripped it off, saying it was too primitive. Carter could remember the hurt in Ari's eyes. Only original pricey paintings went on the walls, and well, the man's portrait. It's a pity I merely have Rocky's drawings from when she was a child. If I had Ellen's, I'd put them up, too, Aurora said when she and Carter hung the handmade welcome sign up under Jackson's wise guidance. I have no doubt you would. Carter stepped back. The welcome sign they'd made together, and it showed in a few letters that leaned a bit as if they were tipsy, was taped to the wall now. Just like I have no doubt that, if this was a house you owned instead of an apartment you'd rented, you'd have painted these gray walls already. Correction. We would have painted the walls a cheery yellow. The little one's room should have been pink. She laughed, such a beautiful sound. Then everything about her was appealing. Some people possessed such magnetism, they attracted others without trying. Maybe because she didn't do things with half tries, she gave it all to everything she did. Aurora was one of those people. His heart somersaulted as his gaze slid to her lips, and he made an effort to move it to her eyes. Was it any wonder he was falling for her? He'd considered himself a person who gave it all, too. Only he'd given it to a career, and she'd given to people. She seemed oblivious to the whirlwind inside him as she spread marmalade and canary-hued pillows over the couch, humming a tune without words. Oh, how he loved her singing. Her voice was enthralling, soothing something inside him he didn't realize needed healing. He glanced around. They'd already placed a few accent rugs of the same colors throughout the rooms. Fresh flowers decorated the tables, spreading fragrant aromas. The younger girl's room had a giant dollhouse, pink, of course, and a bunch of plush toys. Jackson had even donated his favorite tiger. Well, that should be enough for now. She turned to Carter and Jackson. Okay, we'll need to cook up a storm. They'll have tons of food waiting for them. Jackson wrinkled his nose. Miss Aurora, you don't want my dad to cook. I don't? Aurora quirked an eyebrow as she moved to the small kitchen, a fraction of the size Carter had in his house. He reminded himself not to be a snob. What good did a large kitchen with lots of appliances do him if he'd rarely used it? He'd treated people's hearts with care and attention. Seeing his patients suffer from different diseases underscored his gratitude for having a healthy heart. But what good did a healthy heart do if one didn't use it? I can learn to cook. He reached for the towel to use it as an apron. I just never really tried. Never had to. Jackson sighed as he followed both of them. Oh, okay. Then he perked up. Uncle Ari says cooking is music for the taste buds. In other times, Carter would have bristled at Jackson's obvious admiration of Ari. Now he just nodded. Then regret twisted his heart that it had taken him several decades and a life-changing event, two such events, to start getting to know his twin. Aurora checked something under the sink. Good. As I expected, they have a fire extinguisher. Carter rolled his eyes. Come on. I can't be that bad. You forget I grew up with 4 brothers. One has to learn quickly where a fire extinguisher and a first aid kit are and how to use them. As nostalgia softened her smile and tenderness glazed her brown eyes, he couldn't help marveling. Her family dynamics were so different from his. Until now, irritation tinged with a slight superiority accompanied his memories of the times Ari had messed up. Guilt took his breath away for a moment. Carter didn't just need surgery for his back. He needed help with his vision, too. Never mind that he already had 20/20. Aurora opened the refrigerator, then the kitchen cabinets she'd stuffed with his help. What to cook? I don't think we have a lot of time before they show up. And frankly, he couldn't imagine himself cooking a 6-course meal. Well, not yet. She lifted her chin. You underestimate how much time it takes to complete all the paperwork. Pizza. Jackson tilted his head again. The one you made for my welcome party. That was awesome. Everyone loves pizza. Good idea. She leaned down and kissed the top of the boy's head, eliciting a happy smile. Then she glanced at Carter. We'll make some veggie salads, too. Plenty of vegetables for that. As they divided duties and started working, a pleasant wave spread through him. He'd never imagined such a mundane task could be so rewarding. His father always said the kitchen was the woman's place, and subconsciously that affected Carter's lifestyle. But he could see now just how wrong his father was. Cooking with Aurora was an experience out of this world, a reward in itself even before they could try the food. Aurora sang and danced as she moved, such a contagious smile on her face that he couldn't help smiling himself. Jackson grinned all the time as he helped measure things and brought products from the pantry and refrigerator. In other times, that adorable smile pricked Carter with jealousy because it reminded him of Ari's smile. but now Carter knew Jackson had Carter's smile. The smile Carter hadn't realized he had before he met Aurora. She used ready-made pizza dough, but for the marinara sauce, she added spices he didn't even know existed. Their aroma filled the air while his heart filled with feelings he'd tried to run away from for a long time. He could easily imagine her as a hostess of an Italian food cooking show on TV. Lots of male viewers would tune in just to watch her and at the same time would learn some valuable skills. Lots of female viewers would tune in, too, because the food would be magnificent. She was as real, as authentic as they came. While he was just a successful version of his father. Carter frowned but then ironed it out. This was a moment to cherish, not to ruin with remorse. They made an Italian soup from scratch. Minestrone simmered on the stove now, spreading incredible aromas, while the pizza cooked in the oven. Thankfully, they didn't have to make dessert. A cousin, or was it cousin-in-law of Aurora's, had provided some Russian pastries, pierogi, which Aurora added to her mama's famous tiramisu. He was given the important job of cutting vegetables, and he thought he was doing it pretty well. But then Aurora stepped closer, that made him slightly dizzy. The way she cut vegetables. Her hands didn't just move. They danced in the air. No, it was the symphony of hands. She'd talked with her hands, too, and he couldn't believe he'd found it irritating when they'd met. "Dad, you're bleeding." Jackson's shriek brought Carter out of his reverie. As Carter stared at the trickle of blood running from his finger, the sting grew stronger. Apparently, he'd been so entranced with Aurora's movements he'd cut his finger instead of the tomatoes. Aurora didn't skip a beat. "Good thing I know where the first aid kit is. Because I bought it." She dashed to the bathroom. "It's just a cut," he told Jackson as he glimpsed worry in his boy's eyes. "Dad, and you told me I should stay away from the knives." Jackson shook his head, acting too grown-up for his age. Aurora returned with antiseptic and a bandage. "Wash your hands in the sink." "Just who is the doctor here?" he grumbled, then followed her advice. Really, a band-aid would have been enough. She pursed her lips. "That's what Giovanni said once, and then his hand got infected. It had pus oozing, and," she glanced at the food, then at Jackson's widened eyes. "Never mind. Just let me do it my way." A part of him was pleased that she cared, and frankly, he wasn't all that disappointed to be banned from cooking for the rest of the day. As she expertly bandaged his finger, clearly, Giovanni wasn't the only brother who'd injured himself on a regular basis. His heart swelled. "Wait a moment." Her voice caught a little when she'd said her brother's name. She probably wished band-aids could fix soul wounds, too. Didn't they all? "Well, I think your dad will live through this." She winked at Jackson and took Carter's place at the cutting board. Her hands started moving in an amazing harmony again as she hummed a melody. He couldn't look away. How was he going to walk away from her when he was already in love with the symphony of her hands? With the symphony of her. Chapter 17. "You've done a great job." Aurora surveyed the little apple trees Carter and Jackson just planted and nodded her approval. Jackson high-fived his father, then Aurora. "How soon will we have apples from them?" Aurora smiled. "It might take a while. But for now, how about some applesauce and homemade bread with apple jam?" She glanced at Carter. "I'm sure we can dig up some salad and celery sticks." Jackson's grimace squinched his eyebrows up into his thick tousled hair. "Do we have to?" "Celery sticks, I mean?" Carter laughed, the sound music to her ears. "Not at all." He looked more carefree, more relaxed today, as if he'd made an important decision or had a closure of sorts. "What was it?" She did her best to subdue her curiosity, which wasn't easy, as she took them to the family mansion, where they always had a large supply of homemade bread and jams. Fruit and vegetables, as well, to think about it. Mama met them with her usual tight hugs and grins and put the kitchen at their disposal. The three of them made their snacks and took the plates outside. Aurora invited Mama to join them, but she waved them off. With the cerulean sky spreading above them and the birds chirping carried on a light breeze, the day would be perfect if not for the lingering sadness in Carter's eyes. Well, worry for Giovanni and the children also skulked at the borders of her heart, biting it from time to time. He'd refused her help again and again, so she'd used a disguise and watched from afar until Roberto knocked on her car window and asked her to go home before she ruined everything. Roberto's parting words that so far everyone was alive and the apartment was still standing weren't too reassuring. She wanted so badly to fix it all, and she couldn't. The fact that Aurora wasn't allowed to help nearly made her burst at the seams, so planting trees with Carter and Jackson should be a good distraction. Okay, fine, Carter was going to be an even better distraction. Yet something wasn't right. It was as if he was trying to let go not only of something that pressured him, but also of something that mattered very much to him. What was going on? Once more children arrived and Mama took them all, including Jackson, to play volleyball in the front yard. Aurora gestured to the chairs in the backyard, then leaned to Carter when they sat. She wasn't the type to stay curious for long. Do you have something on your mind? Yes. You. She chuckled. I like this answer. His mesmerizing eyes turned thoughtful. I realized lots of things these last days. One of the most difficult and the most important things in life is to figure when to let go and when to hold on. And then to be able to do it. She nodded, then tensed. I agree. But you're telling this to me because I didn't have the right to hold on to someone who didn't belong to me. I signed the annulment papers. I shouldn't have delayed it this long. Her heart grew heavy, then fell to her feet like a stone. Whatever she'd expected, this wasn't it. I don't like this answer at all. She searched for the right words while 1,000 hammers seemed to hit on her skull. I thought you started caring about me. Because I care about you, I need to set you free. Her mind latched on the first part of the sentence, her heart grateful. Still, at the second, furious heat surged through her veins, and the rush sent her jumping to her feet. Do you know anything about me at all? If I wanted you to sign those papers, I'd put a pen in your hands and breathe down your neck until I had your signature. He snatched her hand, then let it go. So you changed your mind? Did she have to spell out everything for him? Maybe propose to him, too? If I didn't, would I kiss you back? Would I go on a date with you? The time we spent together was so special to me. But I heard you dated a lot. Which looked like it backfired now. She forced herself to sit down again. I did, but that was different. This is different. For a songwriter, she suddenly had difficulty putting her thoughts into words. Ugh. She stomped her foot. The plates rattled on the terrace table. She could so relate. He was the one to leap to his feet now. He started pacing. I talked to my brother. He has true feelings for you. You would have been married to him if I didn't interfere. If those extra painkillers I took didn't make me so woozy, I had no idea what I was doing. Seriously? She got up and planted her palms on her hips. That's not relevant any longer. Do you have feelings for me? Of course, I do. But she wanted him to stop. So she cupped his face and looked into his mesmerizing eyes. Excitement and pleasure zapped her as he wrapped his hands around her, drawing her close, holding on. Then she captured his lips in a kiss that was just as sweet as it was desperate. As Aurora took a shower and then changed at the end of the day, she smiled. Dressed in a silk buttery yellow blouse and blue jeans, she placed her sunflower-decorated headband to pull her unruly hair back from her face. She had proverbial butterflies in her stomach, just from anticipating her date with Carter. A new melody played in her head, and she barely suppressed an urge to write it down. Treasuring both the butterflies and the new song, she whirled in front of the mirror. She was falling hard for Carter, and she didn't even care. Some regret tinged her good mood. She shouldn't have sent him those annulment papers. But then, at that moment, it seemed like the right thing to do. Thoughts about Giovanni dimmed her mood, but she pushed them aside for now. As soon as she got any sign from Roberto or Giovanni, she'd sweep in to help. The doorbell made her hurry to the front door, stirring curiosity. She and Carter had agreed to meet in a Springfield restaurant, and the family knew she often left the door unlocked while home in the evenings. So this must be someone else. She flung the door open and stared at the guy dressed in a courier uniform. Aurora Moore? She nodded. I have an envelope for you. Please sign here. She did as asked and accepted the large envelope. Her stomach clenched, evicting butterflies, as she made it back into the living room. Intuition told her that she'd better sit down for it. She was grateful she did as she ripped the envelope open and glanced at the papers inside because her knees went weak. Carter had signed the annulment papers, just like he'd said. A wave of heat churned through her, and she resisted the urge to shred the papers in tiny little pieces, the way her first husband once shredded her heart. She leaped to her feet and paced. She thought better when she moved. Hold on. The signature didn't mean Carter didn't love her. It simply meant he was giving her freedom, and despite the gesture being misguided, it didn't have to mean the end of their relationship. She might be a serial dater, but she'd never give up easily on something that mattered to her, on someone who mattered. She needed to call him, to have that lifeline if only with his voice. The moment she reached her cell phone on the rustic coffee table, it started ringing. Her heart jumped, then dropped when she saw Jenna's name on the screen. Not Carter. She swiped to answer. Hello, cuz. What's up? After a pause, Jenna's voice came through, strained, forceful. Are you busy? Aurora glanced at her watch. She still had some time before her date, and Carter had better show up, signed and delivered annulment papers or not. Then the forced nature of Jenna's voice put her on guard. I've got time. I might not feel too great right now. And my husband and son are at some space workshop at the Children's Museum. I don't want to ruin their fun. The boy was into spaceships and astronautics. Aurora slipped on her flip-flops with her favorite sunflowers. I'm coming over. You don't have to. Aurora snorted as she was out the door already. Did I sound like I was making a suggestion? I'll be there in a few minutes. Thanks. Jenna's voice wobbled. The door is unlocked. Jenna's place was relatively close, so Aurora sprinted up the porch in no time. She found Jenna in the bathroom again, on the rug, slumped against the wall. Her cousin looked worse this time, and Aurora's heart dropped onto the sparkling tiled floor. Jenna's face was ashen. Her dark hair matted to her forehead, and her fingers, with beautifully manicured nails, decorated with little stars, clutched the edges of the rug. Her jaw was set tight, her lipstick and eyeliner smeared. I've got some bleeding. Oh no. This was more serious than her all-day morning sickness. Aurora reached for her phone. I'm calling an ambulance. Raising a weak hand, Jenna shook her head. I don't want to worry our family. Seriously? Aurora clenched her teeth and unclenched them. Well, then I'm taking you to the doctor. Aurora took a washcloth and dabbed Jenna's forehead. Do you need to change? No. But my doctor, she's in Springfield. Aurora froze before putting the washcloth aside. She'd have to cancel her date. Then she winced. What was she thinking? Jenna needed her help, and Aurora always stood by her family. The image of Carter's signature on the annulment sliced through her. He wasn't her family any longer. That only made her long for him and Jackson to be part of her life more. Once again, her feelings were more tangled than her hair, and that was saying something. She pulled her shoulders back. Call your doctor and tell her you have an emergency and you're on the way. Do you think you can walk? Or I can find someone to carry you. The corners of Jenna's mouth lifted a little. I can walk. Aurora helped her cousin up, thankful for all the years of physical labor. Then she gave Jenna privacy to make that phone call and get ready. Minutes later, Aurora helped Jenna into her passenger seat. Amazingly, even in this condition, her cousin managed to look chic in her stylish black capris with side slits and an indigo blue off-the-shoulder top that made her eyes even more spectacular. Matching dangling earrings complemented the outfit. Aurora clicked her cousin's seat belt. "Can I get you something before we go? Water? A snack?" She wanted to add, "Your husband?" But she thought better of it. "I'm fine." Aurora rolled her eyes as she ran around the vehicle. Her cousin was far from fine. Her heart squeezed as she called Carter. He didn't answer, so she sent him a text. "I can't make it today." She wanted to write more, but she needed to take off. She turned the key in the ignition, and the motor revved. She was used to driving fast, but she'd learned to be careful after her motorcycle accident. Yet she needed to get Jenna to her doctor soon. After some time on the road, it became clear that soon wasn't happening. The traffic was excruciatingly and unusually slow. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. "What's going on here?" Jenna's fingers gripped the door handle. "I guess there was an accident." Aurora groaned. "Really? Again? Like on the day your sister-in-law went into labor?" "I'm not going into labor yet." Thankful for that, Aurora tightened her fingers around the steering wheel's smooth surface. Still, people should have had the courtesy to have an accident on a different day. There was a pause. "Do you realize what you just said?" "Oh. Oops." To cover her faux pas, Aurora reached for the radio button. "Would you like some music?" "Yes." Jenna's head leaned against her headrest. Aurora found the station with the French songs her cousin seemed to favor after her years of living in Europe. But a few painstaking miles down the road, Jenna's phone rang. She pulled it from the pocket of her capris and swiped to answer. "Hello." Aurora cringed at how weak her cousin's voice sounded. She resisted the urge to tap the horn. It wasn't like the people in front of her could move any faster. Jenna finished the call and placed the phone on her lap, staring straight ahead, her face surprisingly blank. "That was my gynecologist. She isn't going to wait for me any longer." She sighed. "Might as well go back. I feel better anyway." Was she feeling better or being brave? "You need a new doctor." Aurora's fingers fisted, but she uncoiled them one by one. Her mind whirled. They were going to be stuck in traffic for a while. They really could use more doctors in their small town. With a heavy heart, she managed to turn around. The way back was a little less congested, and frankly, they hadn't made it far from the ranch yet. If she could make it to Springfield and pick up a gynecologist. She brightened and called Constanzo on the hands-free phone. "Go through all the connections our families have. Involve our cousins, if needed. We need to find a gynecologist for Jenna who'll agree to come to our ranch right now." She thought a moment. "On a motorcycle with me." To his credit, he didn't ask any questions. "On it." When Aurora disconnected, Jenna whispered, "You don't have to do that." Aurora dismissed the words with a wave of her hand. "It's going to be okay. It's in my best interests to bring the gynecologist to you alive." By the time Aurora delivered Jenna to her house, where a worried husband waited for her, Aurora had a name and an address of the person who agreed to her crazy idea. She glanced at Jenna as she parked. The gynecologist is a man." Jenna groaned. "Do you think I care at this point?" Her cousin-in-law hurried from the house and lifted Jenna from the front seat. "Why didn't you tell me?" So much for not worrying him." "I didn't want to ruin your evening with our son," Jenna whispered, the pain in her eyes changing to tenderness. "How can you even say that?" He carried her inside. Minutes later, she looked up from the pillows at Aurora. "Promise me you'll be careful." Aurora huffed. If I die on the road, it won't do anyone any good. So yeah, I'll be careful. Jenna leaned against the pillows again. Maybe you shouldn't do this. I'll be fine. Compassion stirred Aurora. Yes, you will be. And your baby will be, too. By the time her cousin-in-law started thanking her, Aurora was already out the door. She put on a faux leather jacket and made sure to have a spare helmet for the doctor. Urgency spurred her on as she took off on her motorcycle, burning rubber. She used to love riding the motorcycle, the growl of the motor reverberating inside her, the song of the wind in her ears, the pull of her hair flowing behind her. As she wove between cars, ignoring angry honks, she still loved it, but without the former euphoria. Maybe it was because of her hurting heart over Carter letting her go. Or maybe because of worry about Jenna. Or maybe, just maybe, Aurora was at a different stage in life where a minivan or a family-size SUV could be in her future. She already considered it because of her many nephews and nieces, but what if? She passed several more cars, this time over the shoulder, not caring if she got a ticket, as long as they didn't suspend her license today. When she'd married Dean, she hadn't been ready for marriage, especially his idea of it. Even before she'd discovered his many infidelities, she'd been suffocating in the huge mansion he'd insisted on buying. Some birds sang in cages, but she couldn't. She'd given up such a large, essential part of herself then because she'd loved that man. And every day she died a little more inside. As heartbreaking as it was to learn about his betrayals and his ultimately leaving her for one of his mistresses, Aurora hadn't asked him to stay like he'd seemed to expect her to. Something deep inside her had been relieved when she'd walked out of that mansion. It had been so liberating. The trip back to the ranch after divorce hadn't been a step back, but a journey to herself. Finally, the traffic eased up, and she didn't have to aggravate drivers any longer. They didn't realize that, for her family, she'd leave her motorcycle on the side of the road and run barefoot over the cars and slide over the windshields if she needed to. She'd had the same kind of loyalty for Dean, and he'd thrown it away like garbage. Her rib cage constricted as she entered the city limits. Was she wrong about Carter? Did his signature on the annulment papers mean the same thing? That he didn't need her any longer and discarded everything they had? What was it that they'd had exactly? They had nothing in common. And she'd never give up who she was a second time. Her gut twisted as she had to slow down to obey speed limits. She couldn't say goodbye to him, couldn't let go. She just couldn't. Ironically, Dr. Parker's practice was opposite the restaurant where she and Carter were supposed to meet. As she parked, she hesitated, her entire being wanting to run into the restaurant to see if maybe, just maybe, he'd shown up despite her text. Her nerve endings woke up to life, eager to have his touch, to see him even for a second. She needed to hear his baritone more than she needed to breathe. But a man was already running down the stairs to her, a backpack, probably a medical kit, over his back. The guy was doing them a tremendous favor, so she hushed the silly longing and extended her hand. "I'm Aurora Moore. Pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is all mine." He smiled. "Dr. Parker." Overwhelmed with gratitude, she dismissed the formalities and gave the man an impulsive, quick hug. "Thank you for agreeing to help." He seemed surprised. Not all families in the world were huggers like hers, but returned it. "Glad to help." She shifted back and handed him a helmet. In a gray suit, Dr. Parker wasn't exactly dressed for this mode of transportation, but it would have to do. "Have you ridden motorcycles before?" "My first time." He smiled sheepishly. "Oh, for crying out loud. What planet was he from?" "Well, just hold on to me and do your best not to fall off. The good news is that the traffic back is getting better and I might not have to drive between cars most of the way." If she'd done traditional thinking, it could have been easier to give him an address and have him drive to the ranch. But she'd rarely done traditional thinking. His eyes widened as he took the helmet. Drive between cars? Probably not the best time to mention that she'd once driven a motorcycle over a car on a bet, or he wouldn't go with her. He already started looking at her like she was certifiably crazy. "Let's go." She started the engine before the good doctor could change his mind. To the guy's credit, he joined her, and they took off. She was proud of herself for giving the restaurant only one glance and not going back when she spotted a luxurious car that looked exactly like Carter's near the entrance. No matter how much she'd wanted to. Chapter 18. Carter lifted a cup of cappuccino as he looked out the window to the street. His jaw slackened even as his heart seemed to stop, though he knew with certainty his heart kept on beating. That couldn't be Aurora hugging some guy? The porcelain cup slipped from Carter's fingers and landed on the floor. Liquid splashed over his slacks, but it didn't matter. The history of their second meeting repeated itself in a way, only now the damages were much worse than stains on fabric. He stared helplessly as Aurora handed the tall, muscular man a helmet, and they took off on her motorcycle. The waitress rushed to him, and he heard himself apologize for dropping the cup, his voice foreign to his own ears. She promised a new cup, but he wasn't sure he'd ever be able to look at cappuccino again. Even the scent rising from the floor nauseated him. He read the text from Aurora again, and his heart shattered. Was it her way to say goodbye? He'd called her after receiving the text to ask if she was okay, but she hadn't answered or replied. Now he knew why. She'd moved on. He'd checked, and she'd already received the annulment papers. Their marriage wasn't officially annulled yet before their court appearance, but maybe to her, it was. He asked for cold water and received it. His throat felt parched, as dry as his eyes. The worst kind of tears were the ones cried inside. He took a hurried sip of cold liquid. All his benevolent thoughts about giving her freedom from a marriage in error felt like hypocrisy now, making his mouth bitter. Just when he'd lost her, he realized he loved her. He didn't want to let her go. Ever. But he wouldn't tie her to himself, because of a mistake or because of pity. She'd help him through the surgery and, afterward, might even stay with him. That was the kind of person she was. It wouldn't be the kind of relationship he'd wanted, though. He'd want her to be with him because of love, not compassion. But oh, how much it hurt to say goodbye to her. The pain was much worse than in his back, and it was going to become unbearable soon. He should have taken his pills already. His fingers slipped into his pocket and tightened around the plastic bottle, then left it there. He'd need that pain as a distraction from the storm inside him. He couldn't say goodbye to Aurora. Just couldn't. If he heard her voice, if he saw her eyes, it would tear him apart. If she called, and that was a big if, he'd have to let the call go to voicemail. He got up and left 1,000% tip on the table. His surgery was scheduled for tomorrow. He'd already done the prep and was going to tell her tonight. His stomach clenched as he walked to his car. He needed to spend every minute he had left with Jackson, Grandma, and, a miracle, his twin. The next day, Aurora was ready to growl louder than her motorcycle motor had. Carter didn't respond to her calls. When she'd driven to his house, no one had answered. She'd finished the ranch chores early and even rage cleaned the stable. Now she was rage cleaning her kitchen as her attempt at crème brûlée didn't go as planned. First, the crème brûlée had exploded. Then Aurora had. Or was it the other way around? She couldn't remember. Now she knew how all those guys felt when she'd walked away. She scrubbed the burned pan furiously. One big consolation was Jenna was feeling much better and the baby was totally fine. Aurora blew away a stubborn strand of hair that kept getting out of her ponytail and gave thanks to the Lord. That baby had better become some kind of genius or at the very least a way more obedient child than Aurora had ever been for all the grief he or she was giving them even before being born. Dr. Parker had looked a bit shaky after she'd delivered him to Jenna's house. His face was about the same color as his suit, ashen gray. Aurora shrugged and let off scrubbing the pan. She hadn't even been going that fast. She'd offered to take him back to Springfield later, but he'd flinched and said he could call a taxi. Constanzo had ended up driving the nice doctor back. Okay, the pan was fine now. But Aurora wasn't. Did Carter go on a vacation? Vacation from her, that is? She grunted as she started scrubbing the tiled floor. Then she froze with the scrubbing sponge in her hands. Or what if he had his surgery? But he'd tell her. Of course, he'd tell her. Despite that persuasion, she was soon sitting at the table, ready to call the hospitals. Until the official ruling on the annulment, she was still his wife, so she could request that information whether he liked it or not. Too bad she didn't have his grandma's phone number so she could ask her. Her phone chimed with an incoming call. When she swiped it to answer, she felt as if she had some kind of telepathy because she heard Grandma's voice. I got your number from Carter's phone. Grandma didn't waste time. He's had the same passcode for the last 5 years. Aurora liked Grandma's way of thinking, though Aurora wouldn't want anyone looking into her phone. I'm so glad you called. I can't seem to get hold of Carter. She added an afterthought, and I'm glad you called because I love you. Grandma chuckled. I figured as much. Well, Carter was taken into surgery. I thought you might want to be here when he wakes up. Breathing became difficult. Of course. Aurora's fingers tightened around the chair's edge. She should have been there when he was taken in, as well. But Grandma didn't say a word of reproach. I knew you would. Write down the address. I'll remember. Aurora leaped to her feet and ripped off her rubber gloves. In her rush, she slipped over the wet floor, landed on her behind, told the floor a few unfriendly words, and scrambled to her feet again. Minutes later, she was out the door. She was driving off before she realized she still had an apron on. Didn't matter. She'd take it off when she parked. She spent the whole way to Springfield and the hospital praying. After too many hours in the hospital waiting room and way too many cups of bad coffee, frankly, making bad coffee should be on the level of a misdemeanor, Aurora's nerves trembled like loose guitar strings. Carter's grandmother, son, and brother, and Aurora's large family took up every available horizontal surface, including the floor. Their presence soothed her nerves somewhat. Constant prayers and multiple hugs helped. Carter's grandmother and Aurora occupied the honorary place on the couch. Mama, who'd kept Aurora in a tight hug until Aurora had asked for air, had taken most of the children to get a meal in the hospital cafeteria after cornering the surgeon. Wanting to be there when his father woke up, Jackson stayed and played video games with Constanzo's son. Aurora had refused Mama's offer of food. With a wave of nausea, she was having difficulty keeping coffee down, much less anything edible. Yet so many upset emotions created a cacophony inside her. She should be grateful the surgery was successful, and she was. She gave thanks to the Lord again and again. Hopefully, this would be the beginning of a new life for Carter, pain-free. But he'd made it clear there was no place for her in that new life. He hadn't answered her calls. Hadn't even let her know about the surgery date. Grandma removed the empty paper cup Aurora crunched in her hands before Aurora could start gnawing on it. It's going to be all right. He'll be fine. Grandma squeezed her shoulder. Have faith. That was it. Aurora had faith in God, but not in her relationship with Carter. Carter doesn't want me by his side. She made a sound between a hiccup and a sniffle. Oh great. Carter was recovering from surgery, and here she was, being selfish. Oh, my dear girl. Grandmother hugged her, which after Mama's hugs felt like being wrapped in a downy blanket. Then you don't know Carter at all. You and Jackson are the only things Carter talks about. You're his world. Thanks, Grandma. Ari stretched his long legs in ripped jeans that cost, well, an arm and a leg. Shut up when Grandma is speaking. The woman didn't skip a beat. Aurora gave out another hiccup because she didn't do sniffles. Neither did she do crying, so she blinked fast. I'll insist on helping him, if he wants it or not. But once he recovers, I'll have to find the strength to let go. No matter how difficult it's going to be. Ari's eyebrow shot up. Not that I'd mind you being single again, quite the opposite. But what are you talking about? He went quiet when his grandmother moved an eyebrow of her own. Oh dear. Grandmother sighed. Yes, letting go was going to be gut-wrenching. But how could Aurora hold on to a marriage, a relationship that never existed in the first place? It was like wrapping your fingers around a melody and trying to keep it in one's fist. What you and Carter have is so precious, hon. The older woman patted Aurora's hand. You should hold on to it. But was his affection for her only in her imagination, like all the songs she'd never written down? The nurse in salad green scrubs entered the room. Carter McFarland is awake. 1 or 2 people can visit him now. He's still a bit groggy, though, since the meds haven't worn off yet. Groggy was exactly the opposite of how Aurora felt. Her heart beat a staccato, she jumped to her feet, then forced herself to sit down. Grandma, you and Jackson should go. He was repeating one name while sedated. Aurora, the nurse said. That's his wife right here. Grandma smiled and patted Aurora's hand again. Told you so. You should go, dear. What about me? Jackson's lower lip stuck out. You, too, of course. Aurora got up again and placed her hand on his shoulder. As they entered the room, she whispered to the boy, be careful. We don't want to move any tubes. A bunch of get-well balloons and flowers decorated the room, their bright colors a sharp contrast to gray walls and white sheets. Dad. Jackson rushed to his father. Aurora hung back, unsure, something unusual for her. Her heart twisted at the web of tubes, at the heart and oxygen monitors, and at how pale Carter looked. His eyes were a bit unfocused as he squeezed Jackson's hand. I'm fine. Really? We worried so much, Dad. When can you come home? The corners of Carter's lips twitched up a little. Soon. I hope. Her heart lurched, the first strains of a joyous melody singing through it. The main thing was for Carter to be well. So what if there was no place for her in his heart and life or his gigantic mansion, for that matter? Well, she didn't mind not being in the mansion so much. Yet a profound longing told her she knew exactly who and what she wanted to hold on to. Being able to do it was a different matter. Ridiculously, wedding bells sounded in her head as she looked at him from her spot near the door. She could imagine herself walking down the aisle toward him. But then, she'd always had an overactive imagination. His gaze found her. Am I still dreaming? That was one corny line, but she'd take it. Or maybe he was still under the influence of morphine or whatever painkiller they'd pumped into his veins. No, Dad. She's here. Jackson left his place by his father's bed, bustled to her, and dragged her to Carter by her hand. You're here, Carter repeated as if he couldn't quite believe it. Careful not to shift the tubes, she took his hand to prove that yes, she was here. Well, and because she wanted to hold his hand. Because she was desperate to hold on. There's no other place I'd rather be, she said honestly. She almost added, than by your side, but it was clear already. Even in Italy? His fingers squeezed hers slightly. That simple gesture, that reminder of the possible connection between them sent her heart soaring. Even in Italy. She leaned toward him. Can I get you anything? Water, maybe? Or fluff your pillows? Could he still be in pain? Or call the nurse if you need more meds? Or ice cream? Jackson grinned. Cappuccino, he whispered. With her emotions so jumbled, she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. I'll get it to you. Even if she had to fly to Italy for it. And she'd donate an espresso machine to this hospital for future sufferers. Well, she'd have to ask the nurse if it was okay to bring him a cappuccino first, but hopefully, it would be. Jackson brought her a chair. Mom, sit down. The world stood still. What What did he just say? With the annulment papers signed by both parties, she didn't have any right to that word, didn't have any right even before. But every cell in her body sang in sweet, fleeting bliss. The way the boy accepted her, with no questions, no doubts, was a great present from God. Even if that wasn't going to last long, she tucked it deep inside her heart. Thank you. Her legs suddenly weak, she slumped onto the chair. She hugged Jackson because she loved him as a son and because she needed to hide her face. Even rapid blinking couldn't stop the tears now. Then she leaned toward the man of her life and brushed her fingers against his pale face. He was clean-shaven, and strangely enough, she missed the rough feel of the stubble he'd sported the last several days. "I'm so sorry you had to go through this," she said. His gaze softened. "Don't be. In the weeks before surgery, I learned more than in my entire life. Understood more." "That's quite a statement, considering you have a PhD." She gave him a kiss on the cheek, then traced his skin with her lips toward his. "Dad, why is your heart monitor beeping?" Jackson's question made her pull back. "Oops." A guilty smile twitched her lips. Thankfully, Carter's heart rate quieted down fast, but a kiss on the lips was out of the question. "I can't wait for you to get out of here." The gray walls seemed to press in on her lungs, and the web of tubes caught all the butterflies in her stomach, but much more, she wanted to see Carter well. "Me, too. I have so much to tell you." He reached for her hand again. But his eyelids were heavy, so he must still be sedated. "You shouldn't talk much. You should rest," she said fast. And if he was going to break up with her, she was in no hurry to hear it. "Yet this moment is perfect. You're perfect." His voice was trailing off. "Don't talk. Rest." But as she stared at him, she remembered her words before. Hadn't she said this moment might be all they had? Was that going to prove to be true? Yet, despite the stale coffee roiling in her otherwise empty stomach, the sense of antiseptics tainting the flower's aroma, the longing, the worry, and the regrets, this moment was perfect because the three of them were together. The ray of sunshine filtering through the blinds was perfect. The light in the eyes of the boy she'd loved to call her son was perfect. And the love she felt for the man she'd had the privilege to call her husband, even if not for long, was perfect. Carter had to take a time out, and it seemed it made him realize what he'd wanted in life, what mattered the most. Though whether or not that included her, she'd yet to find out. Maybe God was telling her to take a time out, too. You want to put down roots so much that you're sacrificing your wings for them. The voice was clear in her mind. But she needed more clarity. To know who she was, where she belonged. What to hold on to and what to let go. And maybe Carter needed more clarity where she was concerned, too. He didn't tell her he loved her. Okay, the man was drugged up, so she'd give him a break. But she needed to give herself a break, too. All her life, she'd worked hard, barely taking any vacations. She'd rather avoid having an upcoming surgery in order to stay still and listen to the voice of God. The ranch and especially the little orchard called to her, but so did her guitar. She'd help Carter recover, but then she'd take up Ari on his surprising offer to assist with Jackson. She shifted closer to Carter, who obviously fought drifting off to sleep. While this moment would disappear soon like the last note in the air, right now she held on to it with all her might. Chapter 19. They said doctors made the worst patients, and Carter promised himself he wouldn't be one of those. But how could he help being cranky when Aurora didn't answer his calls? For 7 hours, 5 minutes, and 24 seconds already. He'd lived long enough to know men couldn't read women. So it shouldn't be surprising that he couldn't read her signals. She'd been so caring and wonderful and amazing this past week that, if he hadn't been in love with her already, he'd have fallen head over heels all over again. She'd cleared the misunderstanding about the guy she'd hugged that day she'd cancelled their date. Carter had felt like a fool, but a very happy fool at that. Now he sat by the window overlooking his yard, the sycamore tree shivering in the evening wind, the basketball hoop beckoning. He couldn't wait to play basketball with Jackson without doubling over in pain. Carter refocused on the private concert he was being given as Jackson showed off all the new songs Aurora had taught him, and miracle of miracles, Ari joined him. Ari turned out to be a pretty good uncle, and Carter's relationship with his twin was better than ever. More relief and tranquility mellowed the lines around Grandma's eyes, too. Maybe because his surgery was successful. Or maybe because after spending hours in the waiting room, Aurora's mama, auntie, and Carter's grandmother started hanging out together. Together with some other ladies from Cowboy Crossing, they even formed some kind of a book club. They met weekly in a library where Constanzo's wife was now a librarian, but they seemed to dedicate more time to an enormous amount of dark chocolate than discussing books, as Grandma had blurted out. Well, according to the latest studies, dark chocolate was great for you, so he'd given them boxes and boxes of necessary supplies for their book club. The hospital where he'd worked had called and offered to nearly double his salary. Despite their generous offer, he considered a long break, and he could afford it. He was at the happiest point in his life. He had so much to be grateful to the Lord for. And gratitude did expand his chest, and he'd said many prayers of thanks. But Aurora had called in the morning, saying she needed some quiet time to herself, and he'd said sure. When Ari and Jackson stopped for a break from playing guitars, Carter asked, "Have I been so cranky that Aurora needed time away from me?" Jackson tilted his head. "You sure sound cranky right now. Son, you're not helping. Let the woman breathe. She was by your side every waking moment for days," Ari said. The guy had a point, but Carter wasn't ready to admit it. So he grumbled, "You're not helping either." Ari lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. "Wasn't trying to." Then his expression sobered as he put his guitar aside. "Listen, if Aurora wanted to break up with you, she'd have told you so. She's doing exactly what she said. Taking a time out." Ari nodded. "Taking a time out. From me," Carter finished. "From you," Ari repeated. "Hey." Jackson looked from his father to his uncle and said, "I'm hungry." Ari got up. "Me, too. Let's go make some dinner." Carter stared at his twin. "Since when do you cook?" "I don't." "I thought you knew how to cook." Ari paused. "Well, between the three of us, we should figure out how to make something edible." Jackson looked from his uncle to his father again and screamed, "I'm calling Grandma. She's busy with her friends and chocolates, her friends and books." Carter marched to the kitchen. "There are tons of appliances here, and there should be instructions somewhere." "Yup," in Grandma's head, Jackson muttered. The lack of trust hurt. Once in the kitchen, Ari observed the rows of appliances on the counters, looked into cabinets, and turned to Carter. "Okay. Let's see. We can survive without calling Aurora or Grandma. We're men. We'll behave manly." He pressed his lips together for a moment. "We'll order takeout." "Yay." Jackson hopped from foot to foot clapping, apparently greatly relieved he escaped indigestion tonight. Carter nodded. He knew the phone numbers for several nearby restaurants by heart, and a few owners knew him by name. Not something he'd bring up to his brother right now, though. "Sounds good to me." Ari pulled the phone out of his jeans pocket. "I'm in the mood for Italian." When Carter flinched, Ari lifted his hands again. "That wasn't a hint. Things are over between Aurora and me." Carter cocked his head, eyed his brother. While he enjoyed the new camaraderie between them, he didn't know whether he could believe his twin 100% yet. After a heavy pause, he patted Ari on the shoulder. Then Jackson chimed in, "Did you all forget a child is starving here?" Aurora lowered herself onto the grass and leaned against an apple tree. The picking season would be in less than a month. She listened to the trees whisper, wondering whether she'd be able to hear God whisper, too. She asked him for guidance. Then she stayed still, which wasn't easy. Would he answer her? Would she hear his answer? The fact that her thoughts kept returning to Carter and the first kiss they'd shared here didn't help quiet her heart and mind. Or could this be God's answer? A sweet melody played in her mind, a new one. And the words. Her eyes widened. Was this a lullaby? She'd stopped writing down her songs because she'd made a promise to God. If God set Jenna free, she'd give up something very important to her. That was songwriting. The birds chirped, and a few clouds gathered in the turquoise sky. Was she seeing things, or was one of them in the shape of a baby crib? She snatched a tiny blue flower and breathed in its aroma, aching for Carter's presence. With an effort, she turned her thoughts back to her promise. So many unwritten songs, compiled in her now, unsung melodies. She'd kept her promise so far. Her stomach clenched. But was it right to make that promise in the first place? Who was she to bargain with God? Was it right to stomp on the gift he'd given her, even if for the right reasons, or what she'd considered the right reasons, at the time? God would never ask her to give up on her dream. She loved being a cowgirl. But writing songs was what she was truly passionate about. Carter was right. Inspiring and uplifting people, feeding their souls, wasn't less important than curing their bodies or feeding their stomachs. Everyone had a calling, and she'd neglected hers for too long. Lord, I hope this is your guidance. Thank you. She stayed for some time, staring at the clouds, listening to the birds and to her heart. Follow your heart, what makes it sing? She knew what made her heart sing, quite literally, since she was a little girl. And now God sent her a man who made her heart sing, as well. She didn't know whether Carter felt the same way, but she'd never been one to wait for long. She'd find out soon enough. Then she got up and walked back to her ATV. She didn't have answers to all her questions. But she knew two things now. She was born to be a songwriter. And she was born to be with Carter. The next day, Carter stared at the phone screen and couldn't believe it. I love you. I can't wait to see you. This text was from Aurora. His feelings were reciprocated? He couldn't have late effect hallucinations from meds after his surgery? No. This was real. His heart thumped in his chest, in a way that would make him worry a little, if not for the sweet reason why. Ari and Jackson wandered onto the terrace with plates of fruit. Bro, you look like you're about to faint. Are you okay? Aurora is in love with me. Sunshine reflected off the glass table and his heart. Suddenly all colors became brighter, sounds louder, scents stronger, and his chest swelled with more joy than it could hold. Jackson put a plate on the table, fragrant aromas coming from pineapples and oranges. He plunked onto the chair. Dad, of course, Mom is in love with you. Duh. Exactly. Ari placed the fruit plate near Carter. That's new information, how? Carter blinked. Did everyone see it except him? You knew? With a groan, Ari took a seat. Looks like you need eye surgery as well as the back one. As his eyes widened, Jackson dropped an orange segment back onto the plate. Dad? You need an eye surgery? Carter sent his brother a glare before turning to his son. Your uncle is joking. It might take him a few moments to process it fully, but an idea formed in his mind already. I want to do something, and I need your help. That would be a first. Ari chuckled. You need my help. Go on. Eat up the fruit, too. Vitamin C and such. Jackson looked up. What about vitamin L? What's vitamin L? Carter asked. He didn't recall such a thing. Vitamin love. Grandma told me. A smile stretched his mouth. The most important vitamin of all. And I hope to have a great helping of it. A lifetime supply. Minutes later, he finished telling the guys about his idea. Ari's fingers thrummed over the table. That's crazy. I love it. Can we make it happen by tomorrow? Hope blossomed inside Carter. Are you kidding? Ari's words made Carter deflate until his brother added, I can organize everything by the end of today. Head cocked, Carter studied his twin. Could he trust that Ari wouldn't sabotage it? Trusting didn't come easily, but Carter nodded. Thank you. Ari seemed to stand taller when he got up. Dad, why do you need to do all this when you and Mom are already married? Uh-huh. Carter coughed a little. You know, to renew our vows. Jackson's nose crinkled. Your vows aren't old. Slapping a hand on Jackson's shoulder, Ari leaned to him. Wouldn't you want to be present at your parents' wedding? Together with the entire family? See them married through the church? And how about you being the ring bearer? Yeah. Jackson brightened. Uncle Ari, who are you gonna be? Ari glanced at him, then hesitated. Do you have to ask? The best man, of course. Carter swallowed a lump in his throat. Life seemed to come full circle. Away on a tour, Ari hadn't been present when Carter married Maddie, and it had hurt for years. He'd thought his brother hadn't cared about him. God was the God of many chances, and to his deepest gratitude, Carter'd gotten his. His heart skipped a beat. He was getting ahead of himself. There was no guarantee Aurora would say yes. But he had to try. Aurora stood near a row of outfits placed on her bed, asking unusual for her question. What to wear? She clearly needed to go clothes shopping. But then, Carter seemed to be taken with her when she wore a Wrangler's shirt and jeans. She settled on the sunflower dress. He'd said he'd see her in the evening. Her heart sang in her chest, and butterflies danced in her tummy already. Music reached her ears through an open ranch house window when she was dressed and tried to brush her hair. If she didn't love her curls so much, she might consider a haircut similar to Jenna's. Hold on. Her pulse quickened. That was an acoustic guitar, and few people played the guitar at the ranch except her. Was Giovanni back? No, she'd know about it. Then who was playing? An electric guitar joined in and even drums. What in the world? Several of her brothers and sisters-in-law stormed into her house. What are you doing? Why are you still here? She stared at the gathering. Brushing my hair. What's going on? You've got to see it. She was practically dragged outside, good thing she already had her flip-flops on. Her jaw slackened. Her family was right. She did need to see it. A large flatbed truck with a long platform was parked in the field opposite her ranch house. A sea of sunflowers flooded the makeshift stage built on it. Ari played the electric guitar while Jackson had his acoustic one. Members of Ari's group played drums and another electric guitar, thankfully looking sober. But most amazing of all, Carter stood in the middle of the stage, dressed in simple jeans and a buttery yellow t-shirt, and held a microphone. He couldn't carry a tune to save his life, and they both knew it. But he was obviously willing to look ridiculous for her sake. Then he started singing an Italian song. He butchered most words and substituted the rest with English ones. He said some of the words, and the ones he sang, well, the notes were wrong. She'd never heard a more beautiful song. Once he finished, the applause surprised her. So her family thought it was the effort, and the courage, that counted. Then all the men on the stage, except Carter, turned around. Each had a word painted over their t-shirt. All together, it spelled out, "Will you marry me?" Her heart shifted that he'd humbled himself, that he was okay sounding off-key and looking slightly ridiculous, though, of course, she thought he looked adorable. He was ready to take a leap of faith before a crowd and wear his heart on the short sleeve of a simple t-shirt. His posture, his smile, his expression changed in addition to his clothing style. And what a great change from when she'd first met him. She'd read his biography online and was tremendously proud of his accomplishments, but much more, she was proud of the man he'd become. That was the man she'd fallen in love with. That was the man she'd given her heart to, once and forever. And she knew now that, unlike Dean, Carter wouldn't put her into an expensive cage. Instead, he'd help her spread her wings, and she loved him even more for that. Carter walked to her and dropped on one knee. Ti amo. Ti amo moltissimo. You're the most incredible, infuriating, talented, amazing woman I've ever met. Dad, don't forget beautiful. Jackson screamed from the stage. Right. Beautiful. Bellissima. Inside and out. Will you make me the happiest, Felice, man alive? Taking too many painkillers the day we married was the best mistake of my life. Please marry me again? With our family celebrating the day with us. In a lower tone, he added, or I'll serenade you again, and I'm sure nobody wants that. She laughed, tugged him up, and threw her arms around him. Of course, I'll marry you again. Ti amo tanto. Good thing you said yes. Because if he sang again, the cows would probably lose all their milk. We may not be a dairy farm, but in calving season, those babies need their milk, Constanzo said near her. Then he doubled over, probably because Mama gave him a nudge. A hard one. Don't pay attention to my brother. Aurora hugged Carter tighter. Fair warning, though. Life with me and my large family can be noisy and messy. Totally chaotic sometimes. Carter didn't even blink. I wouldn't want it any other way. In fact, I love your family so much that Jackson and I would love to move to the ranch. Of course, if you'd have us. I'm taking a long break from work. Wow. This was more than she could even ask for. Her family cheered again. Well, I realized that Cowboy Crossing could use more doctors. Maybe you could consider working part-time as the town cardiologist? She hugged him again. Her man. Her husband. The love of her life. And remember what you said about figuring out what to hold on to, what to let go, and then being able to do it. Here's another warning. I want to hold on to our love, and I'm never letting you go. You have no idea how happy that makes me. A teasing glint appeared in his eyes. Or maybe I'll show you. And just like that, with her family cheering, he kissed her deeply as if to prove he never wanted to let her go, either. Epilogue. Are we there yet? The question asked for the millionth time from the back seat made Giovanni Moore want to hit his head against the steering wheel. He'd never been a patient man, and being incarcerated for a long time wiped out whatever patience he'd had left. Giving in to his sister and going home to the ranch wasn't a great idea. Home. A lump formed in his throat as he passed a tractor, a sure sign the ranch was near. The ranch where he'd grown up wasn't home any longer. In fact, he didn't have a home any longer. Heavy clouds in the sky didn't help his mood, and neither did Rocky, sulking in the seat nearby. Unlike the little girl, his teenage daughter had barely said 2 words during the entire trip, but man, she'd sure scowled plenty. He rubbed his tired eyes, keeping his concentration on the road. How had he ended up with 2 girls to take care of, a child he'd first met after being released and his 14-year-old daughter who was a stranger to him now and hated his guts? Okay, so their mother, his ex, had disappeared without a trace. Her new husband had divorced Tatiana 2 years ago and left to live overseas, then skipped out on child support payments and lied about his address. Giovanni would say a few choice words if not for the little ears. With an effort, he eased up on the accelerator pedal. While he'd once loved high speed, he had precious cargo now. Part of that precious cargo tapped on the door handle, her black nails matching her thick eyeliner. As if that wasn't enough, she used the same color eyeshadow and lipstick. 5 earrings decorated her ear, and a metal stud pierced one of her eyebrows and another her lower lip. He didn't want to know where else she might have piercings. Her bangs fell into her eyes, and streaks of blue provided a welcome splash of color. Metal chains jangled on her leather jacket, and her jeans had so many cuts it was a wonder they still held together. His mother would be delighted to meet such a granddaughter. Right. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel. Like Rocky had pointed out when he'd tried to hint about her changing attire a bit, he was no one to judge with his history. The girl was right. So why had he been given temporary custody of 2 minors? Being Rocky's biological father shouldn't have been enough. Okay, fine, he'd asked for custody, provided the references, proof of an offer of a permanent full-time job from Constanzo, and so on. Based on the cold waves coming from Rocky, this might not be Giovanni's best idea. Wasn't he always considered the most irresponsible one in the family? Any of his siblings would have been a better choice. They had stellar records and were all married with children now. Thinking how to dump us off already? Rocky sneered. How did she guess? Wouldn't be the first time, she added as if by way of explanation. The sign announcing Cowboy Crossing's outer limits came as a relief. I'm hungry, Ellen said. And thirsty. He glanced at Rocky. Are you hungry, too? She just shrugged, making him cringe. Did that mean a yes? She was so thin, she might be an anorexic. Or was it bulimic? He didn't speak teenage yet, but he'd better learn fast. They entered his childhood town. A barbecue place was just ahead. His stomach growled. Maybe stopping there would be a good idea. While there had always been a lot of hearty food at home, not home, he wasn't ready to see the family, not after the years he'd pushed them away. The family who most likely despised him. Judged him. Despair and resentment leapfrogged in his empty stomach. He'd chosen that road, made the decision well aware of the consequences. He had no one to blame but himself. How do you feel about barbecue? Yay! Ellen screamed from her booster seat in the back. Another careless shrug from Rocky. He'd take it as a yes. He pulled up to the restaurant he'd frequented as a teen and parked in the lot and stepped from the vehicle, then fiddled with the booster seat and put Ellen on the ground. Then, he suppressed a grimace. He shouldn't have bought her that popsicle she'd begged for. It had bought him a few moments of peace and quiet, before Rocky had decided to listen to her favorite heavy metal band. But now Ellen was wearing the sticky substance on her overalls and in her hair. A clear demonstration of what a disaster he was as a dad. He couldn't take her into the men's restroom to wash up, but he couldn't go into the female one either. How did his brothers with daughters manage while they'd been single fathers? He took Ellen's left hand while Rocky took her sister's right one, her eyes softening a bit. When is Mom gonna be back? Ellen asked as she skipped toward the entrance. His rib cage constricted. As the pressure pushed air out of his lungs, he struggled to breathe. I don't know, he replied. What else could he honestly say? Compassion lodged in his throat. Listen, my family has lots of children for you to play with. And lots of ponies. And cats and dogs. Even a pet rat. Ellen's eyes widened. They were the same color as her mother's. In fact, she was the spitting image of the woman he'd once loved so deeply. Pain sliced through him. But whatever had happened between him and his ex wasn't her daughter's fault. Even a rat? Ellen repeated. Yep. Who knew that, of all the critters, this one would most entice her? The aromas of barbecue and fried potatoes met them in the restaurant. Hoping no one would recognize him now, he ducked his head, pretending to focus on Ellen. After all, he might not be welcome in his hometown. For that reason, he chose the booth furthest from the entrance. Well, that, and because by now, he was used to watching his back. I'll take Ellen to wash up. Rocky shook her head as if disapproving of his parental skills, then walked to the restroom, her sister's little hand in hers. They were back soon. Ellen was easy to order for. Scrambled eggs, bacon, and hash browns, plus toast. He chose the same for himself. Rocky, on the other hand, scrunched her nose as she scowled at the menu. What is organic here? Really? He nearly groaned. The waitress didn't skip a beat. Everything, hon. Coffee. No sugar. No creamer. This time his brow furrowed. The waitress just smiled as she collected menus. I'll make sure it's made from organic coffee beans. It seemed to be a lull time between breakfast and lunch, and he was glad the place wasn't packed. Rocky disappeared into the world of her phone. Probably would stay that way until time to leave. How was he going to get through to her? If there was time to pray, it was now. But he didn't believe in God any longer. Then Meredith entered the place, and everything stilled. She wore her long blonde hair in a tight bun now, not a hair out of place. It highlighted her large green eyes and high cheekbones. Her jacket and a pencil skirt were strict, professional. The last time he'd seen her was at his trial. He'd refused to see her afterward. That was his way to set her free. But an overwhelming longing reminded him how much he missed her. Her gaze moved around the room as she and her male companion walked to their table. Her eyes widened when she spotted him. Her pink lips he'd kissed only once, parted. The time stretched, and so did his nerves. She wanted to say something, but he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. She seemed to get the message as she sat on the chair her companion pulled out for her. His fingertips touched her back either protectively or possessively, showing the guy liked her. Giovanni didn't have the right to feel jealous, and yet he winced from a stab of that very emotion. Once upon a time, he'd messed up everything that could be between him and his childhood friend. Probably for the better. From what he'd heard, she'd done great for herself. While he, once confident to the point of cocky, had hit rock bottom. The waitress brought food, and he thanked her and cut Ellen's meal into little pieces. She dug in with gusto. Rocky sipped her coffee without lifting a glance from her phone screen. Then a new person barreled into the restaurant and rushed straight to him. His sister. A strange mixture of joy and shame overtook him. She was the only one from his family he didn't manage to push away. The only one who knew the truth about everything. Finally, you're here. Aurora nearly pulled him out of the bench and snatched him in a bear hug. Warmth enveloped him inside and out. Well, you did threaten to drag me to the ranch if I didn't show up. For the first time in years, his lips twitched up. And I would totally do it. She turned to Ellen. I'm your new auntie, Aurora. Thrilled to meet you. She gave the little girl a gentle hug. He didn't have the heart to remind Aurora she and Ellen weren't blood-related, so technically, she wasn't the girl's auntie. Rocky still didn't abandon her phone. I remember you. If so, you should remember you need to look at me when you talk to me. Aurora scrunched her nose a bit. Or I'll drown your phone in your coffee. Rocky's eyes narrowed. You wouldn't dare. Wanna bet? Should he interfere? When two strong wills collided, the results could be disastrous. Her eyes becoming slits, Rocky put her phone on the table. Happy now? I'm always happy. Now, scoot over. Because we both know that, if I fall on you, I'll squash you. Rocky studied Aurora from under lashes all sticky with mascara, and Giovanni hoped she'd see somewhat of a kindred spirit. Then she moved a fraction. Aurora plopped on the seat. Uncle Giovanni, can I go play game machines? Ellen finished most of her food surprisingly fast. While again, he wasn't technically her uncle, wasn't blood related to her at all, he didn't correct it. Sure. He gave the girl a fistful of coins. He followed her with his gaze as she marched to the machines, and then his gaze met with Meredith's. Heat rose inside him. Was she watching him? She looked away and took a sip of her coffee. That longing intensified, hollowed out an aching place inside him. He made an effort to switch his attention to the matters at hand, not might have beens. I'm going to run away, Rocky muttered under her breath. Talk to my sister-in-law, Kat, Aurora said breezily as she stole bacon from his plate, just like old times. She'll give you plenty of pointers on being a teen runaway. She was one once. Oh, and she'll teach you a crash course in self-defense. Something flickered in Rocky's eyes. Why did she have to run away? She had as horrible a father as mine and a mother who abandoned her. Aurora's expression turned serious. You're right about the latter. As for her father, he used to beat her up so badly she still has scars. Her running away experience wasn't too great, though. For example, a man nearly choked her to death. Giovanni understood what Aurora hinted at. Rocky's world was turned upside down, but at least she still had someone who stood by her and a place to go to. Whereas there were people who were alone, abandoned, and abused. Rocky didn't say anything, only returned to her phone. That must mean she wasn't talking to Aurora any longer. Welcome home. Aurora smiled at him. I'm so happy you're back. It might take some adjustment, but the others will feel the same way. He wasn't so sure, and his stomach clenched. He switched the conversation to a safer topic. How is married life? Aurora beamed as she stole another bacon slice. Fabulous. I couldn't imagine being this happy. He says I changed his life, but he changed mine, too. He's encouraged me to start singing again, so I play in restaurants a few times a week. I wrote down a bunch of songs and sent them to a few musicians I know. That and being in love feels incredible. And I gained a wonderful son. Okay, I married my husband by mistake, but it turned out the best thing I've ever done. Madhouse, Rocky muttered. Anyway, my marriage with Ari McFarland never would have worked out. Rocky dropped the phone. You were going to marry Ari McFarland? Definite interest lifted her heavy goopy eyelashes enough to show her eyes. Was she a fan? Yes, but his twin showed up instead. And I wasn't thinking straight, and, well, I married the wrong guy who turned out to be totally right for me. Rocky blinked. You're kidding me. Oh, we never kid about love. I do still have a few autographed photos of Ari I'd be willing to share with the right person. Aurora smiled sweetly and snatched the rest of his bacon. Giovanni pushed his plate to her as gratitude warmed him. If she managed to connect with his daughter, he'd be glad to give her all the bacon in the world. I'm thrilled for you. He meant every word. Ellen gestured to him, so he walked to her, figuring she needed more coins, which turned out to be the case. But as he handed them to the girl, he sensed Meredith's flowery perfume. Lavender. She hadn't changed it since she'd been a teenager. He'd learned to pick up on scents and sleep with one eye open because one always had to be on guard where he'd been. He whirled around, and his heartbeat picked up. For a breathless moment, she stared into his eyes, emotion swirling in her emerald-hued orbs. Welcome back. That was all she said before she returned to her table, and yet he had difficulty catching his breath. He did his best to arrange his features in a neutral expression as he walked back to the booth. I see you finally realized what, or rather, who, is good for you. Aurora munched on his toast in thought. He groaned as he sat down. Don't even think about playing matchmaker. Of course, I won't. Before he could relax, she added, we have professionals in the family for that. Besides our sister-in-law, there's our niece, Danica. She already credits herself for several marriages in the family, including mine. And she isn't entirely wrong. Oh, and she decided to slow down now, with only one boyfriend. He took a sip of his coffee. Are we talking about our 6-year-old niece? Of course. Aurora grinned. Your family is something else. Rocky shook her head as if in disbelief. Rather than correct her by saying our family, he nodded. You can say that again. Despite all his apprehension, well, it felt good to be back. He'd missed out on so much, the family gatherings, weddings, and celebrations, his nieces and nephews, growing up. All the precious moments he'd never regain. He did his best to ignore any encroaching bitterness. Was it too much to hope for a new beginning, for a clean slate? Especially if his family knew the truth about him that he'd hidden for too long. Seeming to read his thoughts, Aurora reached across the table and squeezed his hand. You know we'll stand by you. We'll help you with anything you need. You just have to let us. Guilt warred with gratitude. Once, he'd underestimated his family. He'd wanted his freedom so badly he'd flown the nest as soon as he could. He'd crashed from that height, and now his wings were crippled forever. Thank you. It was all he could push past the lump in his throat. But apparently, it was all Aurora needed as she brought him up to date on new developments in the family. One of his cousins, Jenna, had a baby due next year, and Aurora hoped for a baby, too. Giovanni didn't understand exactly, but it was something about the promise to have soccer teams to their darling niece, Danica, the one who was the daughter of a cousin, so not an actual niece. More people entered the restaurant, probably because it was getting closer to the lunch hour. And then his heart about stopped. The father of the girl who'd nearly died in that horrible accident made a step forward, and then his jaw dropped. The man's voice boomed the moment he saw Giovanni. How dare you show up here like this? The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me, and for all the blessings. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Many thanks to Betty, Edwina, Teresa, and Betsy for suggesting the names. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Special thanks to Mary Ellen, Marilyn, Terry, Trudy, Virginia, Debbie, and Margaret for their help typospotting. Heartfelt thanks to author Jessie Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jessie, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. I also thank my wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Thank you for listening to Show Me a Stand-In Husband. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde.